are spherical, but yeah.
Where do I post the link? In voice text?
I mean, honestly, I don't really care what they are because it has nothing to do with the Earth. No matter what shape they are, it's not going to tell you what the shape of the Earth is.
No. But it's interesting to know about what the hell
no.
those things are, you know? I
Yeah, but
posted
it's a
it
wandering
on
star,
the...
though.
Huh? I posted the link
Think of it
on
as a
the voice
wandering
chat.
star, not a planet.
Yeah, wandering star, yeah. I still want to
Because
know what
stars,
they
you
are.
know, there's a certain pattern. Wandering stars have a different pattern, right?
Yeah. Can you guys see the link?
I think that's CGI. I don't think that's actually real.
Yeah, I wrote moon. What the fuck? I'm dumb. Yeah, exactly. Like, I gotta find out if this is real or not.
And that's not. I don't think that's Saturn, is it?
No, it's Jupiter.
Yeah, no, he said it was Jupiter, not Saturn.
But there's another one of Saturn that I'm looking for.
He's just
Is
showing.
there any way somebody can share this with me so I can see it without Instagram? Because I don't have.
If you don't have Instagram, you should be able to see it anyways. If you are on a computer or...
I click on the link, it wants me to
Really?
log in. Yeah.
Shit. I think maybe I can record it and send you
don't need to.
video.
You don't need to see it, dude. It's just that NASA video that they show.
Is that CGI bullshit?
That's CGI bullshit. Yeah.
Hey man, let's make
figured as
sure.
much.
Come on, you're saying this is from NASA?
100%. That's not
Can
real.
do you have a link so I can confirm that?
There's no way you can zoom into that thing like that, like to show that
Well,
kind of
with
detail.
a telescope, dude. And then later edit it so the image is clearer. You can do that.
Later edit it. Well, then it's not. Oh boy.
I mean, you know, just adjust the clarity, the contrast.
Yeah, that it just shows what they think it looks like. That's what they're showing.
So Photoshop.
It's fake.
Add colors.
Are you seeing it?
No, I can't see it.
Oh man.
Yeah, I saw it. They're just moving it side to side. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
It looks like CGI, dude.
Okay, but how do you know if it's not CGI? I know it looks like CGI, but how do you know?
Because it looks like CGI.
But that's not how CGI works, bro. It looks real to me, honestly.
Oh, okay.
It looks real. Because it has that shitty quality.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
That's how you know it's real, because it looks fake? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what he was about to say.
No, I'm not saying it's real. I'm
shit.
just saying it looks real, and I want to know.
Which one am I looking at, guys?
It's a picture of Jupiter that NASA probably made or somebody made, where it's rotating left to right in a certain, like, I don't know.
What time in the live stream?
Oh,
just now.
Just now. It's
okay.
He like posted it. Anyone can just look at it. I don't have an Instagram, but anyone
it's the
can
first link.
Why can't I fucking look at it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just yeah. Let me. Can I send
that's
videos?
Real, guys. That's real. There's a camera that close to it, however many million miles away from Earth, and that's a real clear picture. Yeah, I believe that.
Why would that be millions of miles?
What are you talking about? Millions? It's like, how far is fucking this fucking?
No,
shit?
why are you assuming that it's millions of miles away? You don't know.
No, what I'm pointing out is that there is not a camera floating next to that fucking planet sending images back. That's what I'm pointing out.
That's not.
I don't care how close.
It's taken from a telescope. Supposedly.
Don't talk over me. I don't care how far close that thing is to what we're standing on. There isn't a camera floating around it sending images back to Earth.
And I didn't say that there is.
Period. Well, that's a CGI image, is what we're telling you. And you're saying, how do you know it's CGI? Because there's no way a camera can be up there floating near it, sending images back. That's how.
So you're saying when somebody sends you some kind of footage that looks kind of like this of the moon, that there's a camera close to the moon in space?
Bro, no telescope is powerful to show you what that is showing you.
The moon is a little different.
Have you ever owned a telescope, like really expensive, to know that there's no such telescopes?
Have you?
No, I'm saying I don't know, but you're saying you know.
Then I can ask you the same question.
Exactly, you can, and that's my answer. I don't know.
How far away is Jupiter? Like 400 some odd million miles?
The answer is we don't know how far.
What do you
mean? The real answer. You don't know.
Well, no, we do. The thing is they tell you to the inch the distance from here to every object. So in a way, we do know. But we also know that their claims are just bullshit. So to tell us Mars is 73 million miles away, it's just a bullshit claim.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
I don't believe, I guess I'm going to just say belief, that there is a powerful enough telescope to let you see something that fucking far away with that much detail. I'm sorry.
Dude, I've looked at Jupiter with just a regular binoculars, and you can see the roundness of it. So I imagine that with like a big ass telescope, really expensive.
Yeah, but you're just seeing around,
like
but you're just seeing around a circular object. You're not seeing a sphere, bro.
Exactly.
I don't understand what you get about that.
Yeah. No, I did not see it that. But I'm just saying, whoever took this, if this is real, I think it's like maybe taken in different days, photos, and then they made this kind of time lapse.
Okay, did you hear what you just said? Whoever took this, if it's real,
yeah,
that's how you started your statement.
Because I'm still open to the possibility that this is not real.
Exactly.
But I don't know. How do you know?
Critical thinking. Can you do that?
If I had a telescope that would zoom that much.
Critical thinking does not involve a telefucking-scope, man.
What does it involve?
Using your fucking brain. Thinking.
I'm using it.
Observing what you're presented, and going, that just looks like such bullshit. There's no fucking way I'm going to believe it. Instead of looking at it and going, well, it could be real. That's not critically thinking.
How not?
Dude, are you for real right now?
Because you're not giving yourself the opportunity to realize that you could be being lied to from the get-go. You're just gobbling it up. Oh, it's got to be real. It's from a credible source. It comes from NASA. It's got to be real, man.
Actually, it's not from a credible source.
Well, all the more reason to believe it then.
I'm not saying that I believe it. I'm saying that it looks like something that I could believe, but that don't mean that then I believe what NASA says about it. I'm just saying it looks like it's something that's rotating. That's what I'm saying.
So it sounds to me like your critical thinking is being influenced by an outside source. So you're not critically thinking.
I don't know. I don't see why planets can't be round and rotating if the Earth is flat. I don't see why. You're just denying everything that NASA is claiming just because NASA. But what if some of it is a little bit true? You're denying everything.
No. My girlfriend. My girlfriend.
Off of what I observe and see, bro. That's all I can go off of. It's not that I'm
Mike,
just total denying everything. I just don't see what they're telling me and showing me with their cartoons. That's not what I observe and see.
Yeah. Yeah. Me
if
too.
you observe your girlfriend cheating and she tells you she's not, and she's faithful, you just go, oh, okay, honey. I guess I didn't see you with that guy. I guess you're telling me the truth, so I'll just ignore what my eyes saw.
It's different.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's not the right metaphor, man. Because your girlfriend is here and you really saw her, but we're talking about something that we can't really see with the naked eye, and you need some kind of instrument to see it better.
And you're also talking about something you can't verify because you don't know how they got the information they're presenting you. They're just presenting the information. You're going, oh yeah, that's 100% for sure.
No, I'm not going. That's 100%. I'm going. I don't know. It could be or it couldn't. That's how I'm going.
Well, you have to understand that critically thinking is something that you learn to do. Not everyone can just do it.
But like denying something without actually knowing if it's true or not, it's not critical thinking.
When you add it up with all the other stuff you've looked at from them and even their own statements, it is Photoshop because it has to be. It's really difficult to take anything they present to you and go, they're telling us the truth this time. This time
but
it's real.
This is not from NASA though. That's why I'm saying that. If it was from NASA,
understand this. Understand this. We don't even have pictures of the Earth. Like that.
Yeah, because you can't like go outside of the Earth and take pictures, but you can't take pictures of planets. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Can you go to a planet?
Nope.
But they are claiming they can.
I know.
They've been to the moon. They've got 3 rovers and a chopper. Get to the chopper on Mars.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, my whole point was that they do the same thing with the Earth, right? They show you these pictures, and they look just like that. They're all CGI.
Yeah.
They'll even tell you that. They'll even tell you it's a composite image.
I know.
I bet you if you find the origin of that picture of was it Jupiter?
Yeah.
I bet you they'll tell you that it's not real. That it's
Man,
just.
you know what? I want to do that.
Yeah, do that.
You know, and if they're trying to convince everyone that the Earth is a sphere, well, it would make total sense that they're going to call those things in the sky spheres as well, because that's what they want everybody looking at, right? They want, see, look, that's a sphere, so of course Earth is a sphere.
Yeah,
I know. I understand their claim. It reinforces their claim to sink it into your brain deeper, so you don't question it. Oh well, yeah, that's a ball up in the sky, so I'm standing on a ball.
But you guys know that
in this room has actually observed or experienced any of that shit.
Yeah. But you guys know that the reality could also be that those things could really be balls, but the Earth not. You don't know. We don't know.
Well, we don't really care if they're balls or not. We care about the truth of what we're standing on, to dispel the lie that we're standing on one of those things in the sky.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
The way I see it, I think the sky is kind of like a distraction. That's how I feel it is.
I think the sky is beautiful.
Oh, for sure. That's why it's a distraction. And that's why the Globers always use the sky, right? Because
yeah, I wasn't arguing about the shape of the Earth by putting this video of this supposedly planet, whatever the fuck you want to call it, rotating. I was just saying, what if they are balls?
Okay, I'll give you this. Let's just go there. Let's go there for a second. Okay, it's a ball. It's definitely a spinning ball. That's what it is. It still doesn't make what we're standing on curved or spinning or any of that crap.
I agree. Yeah. That could be a possibility since we don't really know what they are or what shape they are, if they are objects or whatever. I just wanted your opinion about this. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's just CGI. They're just they're looking at something up there, right? And then they're just creating an image that they think that's what it is, and then they're just showing it to you.
Yeah, I was in my lamestream news feed. I was just doing a quick scroll to see if there was anything there that I could share in here to get people to open up their mind and their eyes. And I saw a thing about a cloud-like planet has been discovered.
Oh shit!
But for some reason, it wouldn't let me share it into the live stream. So, but like, can you imagine? They're trying to convince people now that there's a planet made out of cloud material.
Yeah, allegedly Jupiter is, they say.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's what they say.
I jump out of airplanes, man. I've dove through clouds. Like, to claim that Mars is a cloud planet? Come on, man.
Mars? No, Jupiter.
I was using that as an example. To claim any of them or anything.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a solid. I know it is. No, you don't. You've never been there. You're observing something, moron. That's a cloud planet. No, it isn't. You're looking at something, idiot.
Yeah. Yeah.
That planet's raining diamonds. Oh, really? Is it? Oh, okay.
I did hear that one. That one's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's raining diamonds. Okay, where are the diamonds coming from?
Earth.
No, it comes from all the chemicals in the universe, and they coagulate and go. Who really?
Yeah, where do we observe that here?
I want to be one of the people that works for NASA and just comes up with this horse shit. That must be fun.
Right? Like, they probably, flip a coin and they just come up with some crazy shit.
And ladies and gentlemen, none of us here are being... We're spending our free time here to share with you what we know. We don't get paid nothing by nobody unless somebody's generous enough to throw one of us a donation here or there because they like what we presented to them. And all these other people that are telling you about cloud planets get paid ridiculous amounts of money. And you guys are like, flat earthers are liars. NASA's telling the truth.
But here's the thing, that guy's new. So he's probably been thinking that way his whole life. So this is probably the first time that...
Hey, me?
He's chill though.
I'm not new,
cool.
Dude.
Sorry, let me clarify. I wasn't making a reference to anyone particular here. Now I'm saying globers, blue pillars, however you want to refer to them, normies in general. Just, oh yeah, there's a planet made of clouds now.
No. I know.
Yeah, but they believe it though. Like, they fucking believe that shit. That's why they do that. They believe that NASA's actually doing good, and innovating and all this crazy shit.
Yeah, and I was just pointing out to everyone listening and here presently that they're paid to tell you that. We're here not being paid, sharing our free time to tell you, think about that, man. Think about that. That guy gets paid thousands of dollars a month to tell you there's a planet made of clouds. I spend my free time here to say to you, think about that.
Free time eating pizza.
Wasn't it made of gas? Wasn't it like a gas planet?
Yeah. Yeah, gases.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like, how does that even make sense?
We're gonna...
How many of you guys know somebody that believes everything NASA says, but then will constantly harp about all these other government conspiracies and how the government lies and
Yeah, that's
But
diet woke.
That's Alex
not
Jones.
not NASA though. Not NASA.
Yeah, that's called diet woke.
Diet woke.
Yeah, like the government lies, but NASA doesn't. So
Man, that's a beautiful word to describe it.
Diet woke. That's funny.
People that constantly bitch back and forth.
Diet woke.
Republicans this, Democrats this. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I heard once from I don't know where, but that telescopes, expensive ones, had some kind of, once they zoomed in on the planet, they knew that which planet you were looking at. They would put some kind of fake CGI on it.
I've heard of that shit too.
Yeah, I don't know if it's real though. It's fucked up if it is. Like, just show me what I'm looking at. Don't fake it. You can't even trust a telescope if you buy one now. Damn it.
How would they do that?
I don't know. I've got no idea.
That seems a little weird. I don't know how they would be able to do that.
Well, I think there's like some kind of little like. I mean, I don't know anything about this, but I would imagine there's some sort of like computer component inside there that's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that understands what you're looking at.
Doing all that shit. I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
So that means you'd have to put batteries or something in it, right? For that to work.
Interesting. Probably. Maybe they are half digital and half with lenses and shit. Maybe you got to plug them in.
I mean, I used to have a telescope. It didn't have any electrical parts or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the price.
You could be right though. I don't know. Who knows,
Yeah,
man? The world's fucking crazy.
I mean, there's telescopes that move on their own, so you need electricity for that, for sure.
Well, yeah, to move it.
Yeah, and maybe also powers the goddamn chip inside. Without telling you. Without you knowing. I don't know. I'm just seeing a lot of YouTube videos from amateurs that say, looking at this planet with my telescope, and they look different every time depending on when they're looking at that planet, and it has different shadows. For instance, in Jupiter, you don't always see the eye. So I'm thinking these things, just like the moon, they change their shape, whatever they are.
Well, they look like energy, right? That's why.
Energy.
they also change their status too, right? Like I wonder what it cost the average Joe for Pluto to not be a planet and then become a planet again.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's stupid. That's stupid, yeah. They're kind of like moons, but with different colors. Different moons. So maybe either they're moons or the moon is what they are.
What was that I heard the other day? Somebody did the mathematics or something and told the person, oh, NASA only costs each U.S. citizen 7 cents a day. And the guy said, okay, well, I'll take my 7 cents back. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. You can't. Because see, like this guy. This guy has a YouTube channel. I just posted it. And in the image on the top of the channel, there's Jupiter with 3 images of Jupiter, and only one has the eye in the middle. So that means that possibly the video I showed before is it's not fake. I mean, I don't think that eye there like disappears. It's just gonna like slide through to the other side.
Give me a couple seconds. I'm going to source something I'm going to post for you.
What is this thing? Word. Other than shame. Yeah, see this telescope that I found. It takes batteries, bro.
Yeah.
So that answers that question.
Yeah. Damn.
I'll post
Let's
it.
see. Let me see. Skywatcher. Sky bullshitter.
High-tech
6,000.
go-to computer system to a Dobsonian style reflector. The fuck is that?
Haha. Yeah. Yeah, this might be one of them that shows you something that isn't there. If maybe they even admit it. Like they say that there's this technology that they have added in to enhance the picture or something.
I don't know. I know when I see, like, I've seen some people on TikTok that have these huge fancy telescopes and they have their camera attached to them and they're taking pictures of the planets. I gotta say, I'm not impressed with the images they come back with because they are nothing like the bullshit NASA shows us.
Yeah.
Even with
Are
these,
they like the link that I posted above? Are they like that, the pictures?
let me see. No, they're nothing like that.
No? How are they? Better? Worse?
You're talking about the people I see on TikTok with their
Yeah.
telescopes?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they look nothing like that. They're just you can barely make them out sometimes. Like Saturn, you can even with these huge things, you don't see much, bro. It's just shitty looking fuzzy image.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that guy is probably getting the image and like
Editing it.
working in on it with some program. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. No. He is for real. You have to, otherwise it's blurry as fuck. But I don't think the NASA lied about how these things look so much because we can see them, we can check.
Not with that
So
detail though. So you can't like I don't know, bro. You can't see all that detail they show on all the colors and shit. You don't see any of that.
oh yeah, I mean when they send you the pictures, they're yeah, maybe those are fake.
I don't think anyone's arguing
maybe
that they
not.
don't exist.
Yeah, but you guys were arguing that they were not round. Just because NASA says that they're round.
We just said we don't know.
I was saying I don't know. You guys were saying no, they're not round.
No, I was telling you that what you were using to determine and make up your mind about them being wrong was a wrong way to go about. You were looking at it wrong as well. I was just trying to help you think differently about it because you were already had that mindset that they are like globes, spheres, and
Not like
all the
globes.
reasoning you were using to make that determination. Whatever. It doesn't even fucking matter. I don't even know why we're talking about this.
Yeah. I do understand what you're saying, though. You know, one time I remember before I knew about the flat Earth, I remember looking at the moon, and it was like a full moon, and I was thinking, man, it looks so close. I can't believe it's that far away. It looks super close. I can see the details with my eye. There's no way that thing is really, really, really far. That's also what helped me click when I, heard about this. Also, like, I remember looking at the shadows from the sun to the houses and trees and stuff, and I remember thinking, man, it looks like there's like a light bulb up in the sky, and it's pretty close. Because these shadows look like this and shit. Like, it looks like there's something just lighting up this part of the earth, and it's super close. Small.
But you're telling me the sun isn't 93 miles away? 93 million miles away, or whatever the fuck it is?
Yeah.
Is it million or billion? I can never remember.
Million, man. Million. I remember that.
Yeah, it goes from like 93 to 94, and then like some other numbers.
I knew so much about space and shit.
Yeah. What a useless knowledge, eh?
You thought you knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You thought you knew a lot about it.
Because it's like always changing. So it's like they're always changing space.
Yeah. I think it's just fascinating to us all, what NASA says, because it's about the unknown, and we might think that maybe if we know more about it, we might find the answers to the questions of life. What is it? what it is, and stuff like that. That's why people like NASA and shit.
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
No.
Oh.
Okay, I found the image now. Picture this image in front of a black background, possibly with little holes or lights in it to look like stars. Look at this.
Did you already post it? Because I don't see anything.
Right now, it's coming. 2 seconds.
Sorry,
Nice.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Not in a room with a camera going around it.
Yeah, I don't doubt it could be faked that easily, if not even easier than that. I don't doubt that at all, man.
So, since I started my journey for the truth and clarity, there's an image I found in my journey that helps keep me awake and realize, yeah, it was a lot of useless knowledge I had in my head, as the other just out.
I mean, if planets. I mean, if NASA's lying about that side of the information, the unknown side, or the things that are that big, then other branches in school are lying about other parts. And therefore, that means that probably even the human body is not what they say it is, and the plants and trees are not what they say they are. or at least not only. So that means that you realize the earth is not round and it's not a ball, but you also got to realize, because it's all connected, that the human body is not just what they say it is, and everything else, animals and plants and fruits, and they're not what they say they are only.
Oh yeah, you think we evolved? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying we should be looking at these things from a different point of view, just like you look at Earth from a different point of view, and realize that the human body is kind of like uh, a whole world, a system. You know, they make it, and everything that they describe is like soulless and dead, the way they describe it. So I think they're not telling at all. Like, we are
Yeah,
worlds.
you are correct. That's why flat Earth is an important step in awakening, because once you can accept that in your mind and let it stick and resonate, and you think about it for a while and ponder it, it really does open up the door to a lot of other things that people aren't ready for,
Yeah,
to realize that pretty much our entire history has been
everything.
wiped away. We really, you're right. What we learn in school is horseshit, from science, history, all that shit. I'm
Yeah,
on board with you on that.
yeah. Like just my bacteria inside my body. I don't know what they think, where they are. I don't know if they know that they're helping me being alive. You know, without them,
Yeah,
I
we
wouldn't.
gotta,
I
we
wouldn't even
can't really
be.
discuss. We can't get into that shit here
Why?
in the live stream, because it's, you can't touch on things about virology and get into that whole topic on the live stream. There's rules
Is there
against it
rule?
with YouTube and shit.
Whose rules are that? Are those?
YouTube.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
So
Yeah.
YouTube.
The
How
topic
does
of
YouTube?
of that and medicine and all that shit, you can't talk about
Are you
that.
really on YouTube? You can't freely talk about that,
Nope.
like on any channel.
Sorry, I was
Bro,
listening on
how
YouTube.
many? Yeah, no. Like,
I just wanted to clarify, listening on YouTube at the same time. The rules are partially our terms of service, and anything off topic is sort of a little taboo. And so just keep it on the flat earth topic is what's up.
Huh. That's a pity, man. Because, Flat Earth is not only about Flat Earth.
Well,
If you
yeah, but
leave
we
it
have
at
other room.
that,
We have other areas where we can go and have these discussions.
where?
So, chill chat. You can go to
Oh,
chill
but there's
chat.
nobody there. Nobody.
Well, come in here and rope some people to go down there with you. I did it earlier tonight. Me and a whole bunch of other guys went down there and we're talking about lots of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a big wall right there. Can't freely communicate. Big wall.
Well, we can communicate, just not in the live stream, bro.
who knows? One day we might not even be able to talk about flat Earth on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. So sad, though.
in a way, I guess it's sad, both sad and refreshing, because when I listen to people on their side saying things like, to think the earth is flat is dangerous, it just makes me realize how much bullshit is coming out of their mouth, you know?
It makes you think like you're on the right side.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Why do you guys have these rules on this live stream?
This is the second live stream Discord. It's 2.0. And the first one was taken down. There's strict rules. We don't need certain images or things being discussed because it will have the Discord taken down again and we'll have to build all over again.
So
Start
you're
from
saying
scratch
that
again.
if we talk about something that's not strictly flat Earth related,
It depends. It depends. Like, it's not
No,
super
we
strict,
can.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
like
I
we
can
can
tell you
stray once in a
Freemasons
while,
are
but
fucking idiots and morons. Don't get involved with it, but go ahead and research it. But that's off the topic of flat Earth, you know?
Yeah, but who's gonna put down the streaming? Who's gonna?
Well, like I said, if I'll give you an example. A few weeks back, maybe a month ago, some dipshit gay porn bombed us.
So she
He was given image
reported it.
perms. They were given image perms, and that's what they pulled. Now that type of stuff could get this Discord and the server shut down. So that's why there's rules. We don't want to try to build from the beginning again.
Wait, so it's like Twitch.
I suppose. It's also called common sense. Our rules are 13 and over. Would you want one of your nephews, nieces, brothers, sisters that's 15, 16, 14 in here learning about flat Earth to see some crap like that? I don't think you would.
What did they see?
Gay porn.
That's a good point. I really gotta control my language better. I gotta mouth like a sailor. I gotta try to chill that out, because people's children could be listening to this, and I'm cussing all the time.
Nah, it's fine. What are you saying is wrong? Nothing.
Well, the most 13 or 15 years old have heard an F-bomb or the bitch word or whatever, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about serious stuff here, and there are young minds in here we're trying to awaken and give the truth to, and they don't need to be influenced by bullshit and crap, and like that's just completely inappropriate, even for an adult to see it. I don't want to see
I do understand that. I'm just saying
I don't want to see it, you know?
Me neither. I mean,
so
but what if you're talking about something?
Don't come in here, whatever side of the fence you're on, and act like you want to learn and open your mind and be a part of the community, possibly, and learn new things, and then pull crap like that. We're not going to stand for it.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, that was fucked up. But like, if you're talking about something like a human body, like, or plants.
Yeah, but so you're getting sort of like into medical advice, and like I'm like a long-haired hippie. I like to go out, walk around on the ground in my bare feet, say hi to a neighbor, and pet a dog, and whatever else, you know? Like,
would be more like spiritual advice, not medical. Because I didn't say eat that plant. I just said
no, I'm just saying, like, it's going on to topics that aren't related to the flat and level water surfaces over long
in a way they are related.
You know?
Everything is related.
Well, yeah, everything is related to flat Earth, obviously. But there's something.
Yeah, if you want to go talk about spirituality, I'm sure there's lots of servers for that, Enrico.
Would you recommend me any? Because I don't know any.
No, you're the one that's the expert in the matter. So maybe your search will be best.
We have a biblical area in this server.
Philosophy, biblical, chill, chess, all kinds of things.
I just don't see anybody ever there.
Well, that's if you go there, then maybe someone will join you. And if you're looking for hordes of people to talk about spirituality, like I said, I'm sure there's other servers for that.
I mean, isn't flat Earth something spiritual?
No, it's a geometric thing.
Well, everything that's geometric.
Flat
isn't
Earth is
just
an
geometric.
observational thing, okay? The heliocentric solar system model you're given is a theory and a belief system, and it's all fed to you. Flat Earth is observable. You can go out and observe it. I jump out of airplanes, as I mentioned earlier. So whenever there's someone in here like, I saw a curve from the top of a tall building or in an airplane, I jump in and go, oh yeah? You think the building was taller than the plane I jumped out of? Because I didn't see any curve.
Yeah, if you want to say that Bruce Lee's saying that water can flow and water can crash, be water, my friends, is spirituality, then so be it. But it's also just an acknowledgement of the nature of water.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Okay,
It's
so
both.
we're talking about whether or not the Earth is a spheroid, a water ball flying through space.
I know. Mostly, yeah.
With constellations continually staying the same, never changing.
Yep.
Which is crazy because we're flying through space, supposedly never to be back at the same location ever again. Thousands of miles an hour.
Stars and planets are being born, and yeah, okay.
From nothing. Or from, well,
God's vagina.
it makes for a good story. It makes for a good fantasy sci-fi movie. That's for sure. It's probably why all the movies are all about space, right? It's either sci-fi.
I love
Well, they want
sci-fi.
you to not look at where we actually are. They don't want anybody getting any ideas about exploring where we actually live. So they want us looking up to the sky where they know we can never go.
Once I came to the
Yeah.
realization that Elon Musk is a glorified welfare collector, total of $9 billion, and the best he can do is another guy's girl.
Oh, that's a cheap shot. That's funny.
Bro, you know what? I think Elon Musk is an amazing actor, and that's all he is.
Bro.
I think even that whole little thing he does, like his little ticks and things to make you think like he has some form of, the fuck do they call that? Like he's on the spectrum. I think that's all an act.
It's shocking anyone gives him the time of day or pays any mind to it. I don't get it.
Well, he's on TV, bro. He's told, like, look at this
Oh,
guy.
I guess that's what it is. Yeah.
He's a genius. He's an idol. He's a false idol.
That I agree with. One of many.
I mean, Elon Musk doesn't care about money. He lives outside of the monetary system. He's been given a job, and his job is to, act, read a script.
So Enrico leaves when he realizes he can't drag this away from the topic. Maybe he's looking for a spirituality server.
Well, the dude, yeah, he was. I don't know what his deal was.
He's one of many who wants to come in here and insist on talking about something other than the topic server. I mean, I get it that the roots of the discussion go far and wide, but
well, yeah, but he was being totally disingenuous anyway, because he's
yeah, I
like,
get it.
I'm not new, bro. And I was looking at him, I was like, you are to this server? And like, he didn't know any of the things that we talk about here, but he was trying to claim that, he
Yeah, people don't realize that
he knew
people pay
shit.
attention to who comes and goes here, because you hear that a lot. Oh yeah, I've been here a lot. I just well,
Yeah.
if you've been here, then you haven't been here because no one's seen you. But anyways, yeah, it's a funny script they're running nowadays.
I can't imagine doing that and not being paid for it. God, I would want to kill myself if that was my life.
Maybe these people are just naturally petulant little, you know what?
Yeah, I don't think they have the same morals, man, as you do.
Morals? They don't have
any.
They
don't have
no
any.
brain function.
They don't have any morals.
That's why I wish I could see some of these people. I want to meet some of these people that come in here and just, will come on, and as soon as they're unmuted, we'll just start, saying the N word or just saying something ridiculous and then get immediately banned. Like, I want to, because, I was saying this last night. I was saying if we were all sitting in a bar at a table or something having these conversations, these people wouldn't dare approach us with any of the bullshit that they bring in here.
I've seen people melt down in a bar over it. Yeah. Big time.
But I'm saying their attitude and the way they approach us.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just saying some people in real life you're right. A lot of people wouldn't do their little shtick, but some people do. When faced with the flat Earth discussion, they freak out. I've witnessed it.
Yeah, but they're not gonna take it to the point where they might get punched in the face. You know what I mean?
Well, they've been pampered for so long that it's like they don't understand that there is a threat of violence.
Well, here's what it is. These people have had smoke blown up their ass for so long. They think when anyone's direct or honest with them that they're being mean to them.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and that's another part. Like, it's so hard to appeal to them because they don't realize that we're doing this out of a place of love. I care about people. And I love everyone. I think everybody has the ability to change and awaken to truth. And I want it for them so that they can live a happier life. It doesn't do anything for me. I'll go on and keep living and be happy. But, I want it for them, not for me. Because it's made my life way better.
You don't think it's possible that there's somebody that maybe crossed the line to the point where
I mean, yeah, there's always a possibility that some people, I think, are not exactly chosen and that they will live out their entire life as just like an NPC and never. Sure, I think that some people are destined for that.
The way I see it, I think love isn't, I don't know, for me, love isn't just given out randomly. You have to kind of earn it, That's the way I see it. I understand what you're saying.
I mean, well, that's kind of an interesting thing because I don't know. I care about my fellow man. And when I see what's being done to us, it makes me mad. Because look at all the like I wasted years of my life, practically my whole life, wasted because of all these lies. And I think
at least you came out on the other end of it. I've known people who were so wrapped up. I've known and were very, very close to people who were so wrapped up in this idea of the earth is sick and it's dying and humans are destroying it, and they take on a guilt. Yeah. Because they were right in the right time period where, Earth Day got all hyped and the rainforests are dying. And some people are so sensitive, people I know and love whose lives were, other factors, I'm sure, but those were contributing factors where they think that the world that they love and appreciate, the things of the world that they love and appreciate are dying. It's hard on people. So you're lucky to come out on the other end of the campaign.
those people too are hypocrites though, because if they truly believe that, they would do the ultimate sacrifice if they truly believed in that and kill themselves then. If you're plague on this planet and you love it so much, I said planet, and you think
I
that
didn't say they were a
humans,
plague on the planet. I was saying that they were duped by the idea
but yeah,
of
I
the
know what
Earth
you're saying.
dying and all this stuff. So I don't know. That's a little far stretch to tell, because those people were
sorry.
also wrapped up into the idea that they are just one of the animals, insects, algae living on the planet. So I
Yeah,
don't
I was
know.
talking about the people that believe that
Well,
man
I
is,
hate to break it to you,
destroying
dude.
the earth.
You're kind of assuming that that's not what happened to them, but that's a whole nother story. But like I said, you're lucky. Not everyone is able to overcome the brainwash. So I wouldn't lament the fact that you were brainwashed, because you did learn things in your life. You were just tricked as to where you were learning them.
I was going to agree with the gentleman. If Shill Bates thinks we're overpopulated, feel free to put the gun in your mouth and pull the
No,
trigger.
dude, I wasn't talking about Shill Bates. I was talking about
I
people.
know. I'm just
I was
saying
talking
those
about
people
IRL.
who are saying we're overpopulated, we got to depopulate. Well, start with yourself.
Yeah, you gotta. If you believe in flat Earth, I believe, in my opinion, flat Earth is a hill to die on, because it is that important.
It says
And I
be
feel like that's
fruitful. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think that's the big problem that we have today is men don't take a stand anymore and stand up to the shit going on, and they're not willing to sacrifice themselves for what they believe in.
Well, this isn't a believe issue. All you have to do is point to the nature of water. So it's not like some ideological. It's
beat me up
people
for
who are
belief, but
people who are brainwashed, and those same people are upset that we've become unbrainwashed.
Yeah, I was just going to say it says, go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. Not when some person says this many people are on earth and there's too many, we got to stop making babies. Like, that's not what it says. Oh, one too many people.
Yeah, someone did the math where they got everyone in the entire world, the entire population. They put them in Texas, and they gave them like I think it was like an acre of land or half an acre or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's an acre.
Well, what they did, I remember that they took the most densely populated city in the world. I think it was somewhere in Korea. And they gave everyone, they said if everyone had that amount of space and put them in Texas, basically most of the state would still be empty. So yeah, this whole idea, and the population numbers to begin with are a little, but that's not Sunday. But yeah, all I'm saying is it's a sad predicament that people found. Some people never came out on the other side of. Some people never got to see flat Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Their life went into a spiral because they became upset about the rainforests. You know what I'm saying? And it just snowballed, and they've got everyone in this mentality. So maybe it is ideological, but all you have to do is point to water. You know, so it's not like you have to get into an argument with someone. You can say someone, look, there's water. If they want to deny that, say la vie.
I agree with Witsu where he says not everyone can see the truth. I mean, that's just sad reality of it.
I've said it before. I don't think everyone's meant to see it. Some people are meant to be deceived for whatever reason, so they can stand as an example.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, dude. This could be very true. It just bugs me too, though, and because I always think about this, a vision of what would life be like if we didn't live in the system that we're living in, and from that early stage of our younger years when we're learning about where we live, if we were given the truth, what would be possible? And I feel like anything would be possible.
I'd like to be along the mindset that that's the road ahead of us.
I'm a little black-pilled. I think we're a little too far gone, and for things to change, there would have to be some kind of reset. That's what I think.
I think we have the ability to actually change it because all the power that they have is we give them. So if we just opted out of this system and this structure that they built to keep us enslaved, if we just said no, I I don't think they wouldn't have any more power.
I mean, just look at what happened 2020, right? I mean, as the new generation comes up, they're going to be weaker and weaker, right? They're going to keep making them weaker and weaker, and
Yeah.
that's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah, it's only gonna get worse. It's gonna get ugly.
Yeah, I mean, the longer people are around the discussion, the more people will be able to connect the dots. But they seem to be able to successfully work that out of people's abilities to connect dots, because a lot of these people in the lobby and even in the VC, when you're talking about things, either they don't know how to connect dots or they know that that dot can't be connected. So I don't know whether or not. It just seems like it's a holding pattern, and they're going to continue to pump out the propaganda. There's been more space news in the last 2 weeks than I've seen in the last year. So it's just, I don't know.
But don't you sort of see, and maybe this is just delusional, and they're showing me what I want to see, but I feel like I see a slow roll of more people talking about this topic than 10 years ago. Like it seems like things are happening.
Yeah, people are connecting the dots.
I mean, eventually I would think that hopefully that's going to have an impact some way. I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, there is an awakening. I will agree with you there. There is some kind of awakening.
People have to fucking care though too, like even with other things like 9/11 where you couldn't talk about it in the beginning and now you can freely talk about it anywhere, and people, I think majority don't believe the mainstream narrative, but they, nobody does any, they don't, they're just like, yeah, what can I do? I'm powerless, I can't do anything.
It was the same thing with the election too. You couldn't talk about it either. Now you can.
Yeah, it's just not the case though, dude. We do have power. Problem is we keep giving it to them. Like even with what happened a couple of years ago, everybody just allowed that to go on. What if everybody just said no? They couldn't have done anything. No, I'm not doing that.
I was there. I was threatened with arrest. I would have gone. I've done time before. Whatever. Okay, so locking me up for a weekend because I don't have a face diaper on. I guess I'm going to see the boys. Like, whatever. It's a joke. The sad part is, like you say, a lot of people relinquish it. And those people still walking around with that shit on, those are the ones that still, believe 9/11 happened the way they said it did.
Yeah.
Like they're easily distinguishable now out in public. Not a critical thinker, critical thinker.
And this is how you know how passive people have become, where they were shutting down churches too, and nobody was doing anything. It's crazy.
Yeah, up here in Canada, Arthur Pulowski, a few pastors were put in prison. Crazy, like federal time prisons, like maximum security prisons and shit. Are you kidding me?
I'll tell you one thing: they didn't close down any mosques.
Yeah, guy didn't spill a drop of blood, and you're locking him up. He's been feeding the homeless and blah blah, like doing good things, not committing any crime whatsoever. And that's the guy you're putting, or woman, you're Tamara Lynch, for example. That's who you're putting in jail. Okay, well, I feel a lot safer at night sleeping now. Thank God she's in jail. Give me a break.
You know what really put me at ease is when they took all the basketball hoops off the backboards. I was like, this is the way. I'll tell you that.
That'll save us.
They did that around here, and it was unbelievable. I said, "You've got to be kidding me!" And anyway, we've gone the way of off topic that Enrico paved, but
yeah,
people are going to do what they want, and I think a lot of this stuff is just they have trained people to be so polite that people didn't know how to. People didn't know anything but how to be the polite way that they had been trained.
Well, people's fucking like memory retention and shit is so bad too. Like it's like they have the memory of a goldfish and can't remember what happened 4 years ago. They keep voting for these same. Basically, they're all the same to me. I don't care what party they belong to. They're all part of the same system, and they're all working as a team together. And you think they're giving you this false choice, because if your vote really counted, they wouldn't allow you to do it. But people every 4 years go out and vote for a president, and what gets accomplished? What changes? How does our life get better? Are we progressing at all as a society, as a people?
No, we're regressing. We're regressing.
Luckily, the way the U.S. government is supposedly set up, nothing's supposed to change quickly. It's supposed to be a glacier movement of change. That's, if you want to get all oh by jingo about it, that's what's kept the ship afloat so far.
But what I mean by change, though, is these people that give supposedly voted in, they say all these things to get support and gather people to follow them, but they don't do any of the things they say they're going to do.
Yeah, well, politicians are full of it. Discord server is probably, great for that. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like a case by case. Who knows what happens to these people once they get elected? Who knows if their intention was to lie? Who knows if they get in there and someone threatens them? Who knows if someone, offers to pay for a heart transplant for their great aunt who's dying, and then they say, "Oh, I've got your," who knows what goes on with these people? But Jesse Ventura, he wrote that book a long time ago that I read on a road trip, book on tape. But he said his father told him when he was young, and I'm not hyping Jesse Ventura, but this is what he said. He says, they're all crooks. Why would they pay more money to get a job that pays less? They're paying money for a job that pays them less. So they've got other things going on.
Definitely. And that's my point, though, is like that people are still giving into this system every 4 years. And if people would just stop, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
We are
if you
giving
look
these.
at before the last 5 years, if you look at the actual percentages of Americans who vote, it was around 1/3. So not everyone's doing the tap dance.
Yeah. And how many of these people that come in here that are in that mindset of like NASA fanboys and girls, if you were to quiz them on the spot, when did they land on the moon? They couldn't tell you July 21st, 1969. But they know when Christmas is. They know all the other holidays and dates.
Well, that's interesting to bring that up.
Born. Some of them weren't even born when the moon landing happened that come in here, but they defend it to the death and they don't even know when it fucking happened. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a vague defense of the moon landing while at the same time acting like it doesn't matter, or because someone the other day was making the argument that even if all these images and films are fake, that doesn't mean we still didn't go. So it's you know what I'm saying? So it's like that's a rabbit. They've kind of walked away from the mainstream science communicators seems to have abandoned the Apollo narrative.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They don't really. No one wants to talk about moon golf. Half the time I bring up moon golf, people think I'm making it up.
But they still think we're going to go to Mars. That Elon Musk is going to take them to Mars.
They skipped. The moon has been skipped, and we're on to the solar system.
I love that documentary Jeranism did, NASA going nowhere since 1950. What, 56? Was that when they were incepted or something? 59?
You know where Elon Musk is taking him? To the middle of the ocean.
Don't worry, he's not done collecting welfare yet. He'll get another grant. Give it a few years. He's got to blow this last $5 billion he's been given.
You know, if Elon Musk really wanted to, he could end world hunger today.
He's busy chatting up one of my side chicks right now.
He's too busy talking on Twitch. Or on Twitter or whatever the fuck it is.
I'm sick of that bull crap about I have to be thankful for the freedoms I have for the sacrifice of somebody giving their life for some war in some other country. That's not where my freedoms like that doesn't do how does that give me anything? That's such a baloney lie. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yes. Fund NASA or solve a problem here? Be it homelessness or whatever the problem is.
What do you mean? Spilling water bottles and playing with water balls in a space lab isn't solving problems?
Growing lettuce again for the 59th time?
Making wretched coffee? Not solving problems?
I'd like to thank NASA for their contribution to mankind, non-stick frying pans, Velcro, and Tang, fueling tomorrow's astronauts today.
I don't even believe that NASA's budget is real. I think that money, that's not real because they're not even good at faking it. It's so terrible. You can't tell me they're using that money to actually do anything. I don't think any of that shit's real.
Well, they probably only need like $25 a day to do the green screen, and they just split up the rest of the money for donuts and luncheons, things like that, costume parties.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, guys, we got 63,900,000 and something thousand left. What do we do with it? Every day.
Sometimes I think that they just give us that number so that people think that, NASA has this superior technology because of all this money that they have to spend, and they can do all these things that, us measly people can't do. And it's all fucking lies. It's all horse shit.
Well, interesting thing is like, okay, I don't know if I'm old. It's in my name. I'm old, but I can remember once upon a time people wore Nike and Adidas. Then there was the Under Armour era. Well, now if you go out, you're more likely you'll see someone wearing a NASA gear just as often as Adidas or Under Armour. So, maybe that's all they are is like a merch. When Math Powerland calls them an art house, and maybe they only have a couple artists working. I don't know, but most of the people celebrating, it's actors and artists. But yeah, the budget number, it is kind of a weird number, isn't it? I've never heard
all
of
those
I've never
numbers.
ever heard of any other place's budget by the day other than NASA. It's a yearly thing. I guess someone did the division, but so
Yeah, I think it
someone's
just helps
making money on
reinforce.
NASA merch. That's all I'm saying. They are producing something that people want. Hoodies.
There's dudes out there selling even knockoff NASA products, so because it makes money.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
That's
we
when you
should
know
start
your
doing
brand
that.
is made.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is crazy how they integrated that into sort of like a pop culture thing with the t-shirts and hoodies. Sort of like Coca-Cola did in the 80s. Like that in the 80s, everybody wanted like a Coca-Cola sweatshirt. Why? You want to advertise for Coca-Cola? But it was like, everybody wanted one for some reason. Probably because some celebrity wore one on TV or something.
Yeah, that was a thing. But the funny thing is that those were like those rugby shirts, if I remember correctly. The crazy thing about those rugby shirts is they're like great shirts. So it's almost like they said, okay, let's take something that people already wear. Well, that's what they did with the NASA. It's not like they got people to start wearing hoodies. They said people wear hoodies, slap logo on, which is what Coke did. It's weird because if I had one of those rugby shirts now, probably wouldn't be able to get it off of me.
Yeah, I want to get one of those.
They
I
reversed
want to get one of those NASA shirts. Those NASA shirts that says "Not a Space Agency."
There needs a stupefied audience. That's my bumper
Never a
sticker.
straight answer. Well, we have to push the schedule back because someone farted in the design room.
Was that Don Pettit? Were you doing a Dom Pettit impression? Because it kind of, I thought you
I
kind of
guess
sounded like him. That's pretty good.
that's a good analogy.
Hey, how do you do that? Let me try. I guess you'll have to do a spacewalk. I remember there was a video a while back before Flat Earth of this guy. He was doing a interview showing off his little invention. It was like knobs that would like tilt a window or something like that. And the guy doing the interview said, "Oh, well, your patents are being used on the space station." And he got this look on his face, and he's like, "Well, what do you mean? These are just mock-ups. You would have to do this, this, that, and this, and that, and this to this to." I don't know, but it's weird that that this story is changing so quickly that even people who are out there who are not devious NASA supporters, people who who worked and tinkered and created a device, they're still out there on the interview circuit, and they don't even really know the story that NASA is telling. It's weird. It's like they're in a sort of like there isn't a story. There isn't a consistent. It's always in flux.
Well, yeah,
Anyways.
that's probably done on purpose, so we're constantly chasing our own tail. So you can't keep up with all the bullshit. So
yeah, but I'm saying the guy who's got the patents who worked for NASA can't even keep up with it. So it's like it further exposes. Yeah, you're right. It's got everyone. It's just yeah.
Yeah, you're
an endless loop of confusion.
And after a while, you just give up because you're like, "Fuck, I can't do this no more."
Well, you just say, yeah, it's bullshit. I choose not to study the intricacies of the bullshit for now. But if you haven't crossed over that line to realizing that's what it is, yeah, you're caught in the surf.
And that's what trips me out about Globers that come in here and say NASA, NASA, NASA. And then when we bring up things that these idiots in NASA say, it's like, have they never seen these videos? Have they never heard that guy say that Earth is a closed system and we can't leave, and we haven't solved the Van Allen radiation belts and we can't get through them? And like, have they never heard
Probably
this
not.
shit before?
I mean, think about it. Those quotes are like almost 10 years now. Those are 10 years old now. So it's like that's ancient history to some people.
Yeah, dude. And it's like, are they just ignoring it, or I wonder if they've never even fucking heard or seen that shit.
Well, dude, when you're young, when you're like when I was 20, things that happened 10 years, you have to force them into the distant past because you were a kid when it happened. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I don't know. It's not until you get a little older where you start realizing, oh Lord, the decades are flying by. These things aren't that far back in the past.
Yeah, dude, that is crazy too. Man, that is crazy. You look back, it seems to go by so 10 years goes by so fast.
When you're young, it feels like, I don't know about you guys, but it has to do with that when someone's young, you can things are slower, right? I don't know what they call it. It's like time goes by slower when you're young, and then as you get old, time goes by really fast.
Yeah, that's crazy how that works.
You know, it might be because when you're a child, all you have is free time. But when I don't know. That's not because school seems like it takes forever. So I don't know. Shoots on that theory.
Yeah. Maybe it's like the lack of responsibility and not actually having to really, do anything or take care of anyone or have you don't really have any responsibilities, and you're just young and you're just being young. It's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, you're totally, if you're totally focused on yourself, you don't, the distractions of the responsibilities don't speed up time,
Yeah, you're not.
I guess.
Yeah, you're not bogged down by, you know, the thought of paying a mortgage and raising a family. You know, you don't have any of those worries, and you think you're invincible and you're going to be young forever. Like, do you
Yeah,
remember when you were, you know, a kid? Like, you couldn't ever envision yourself being old. Like looking at your grandparents or any old person and being like you could not fathom that at all. Like, you never thought you're going to be old like that. At least I didn't ever think I would be.
well, like all those vague quotes that get attributed to what's his name, Mark Twain. He said, or someone said, "Youth is wasted on the young," which is kind of every decade I think about. I haven't thought about the quote in a while, but yeah, it was sort of insulting as a child, but now I kind of
Yeah, you
see
get
it.
it now. Yeah, definitely. And you know, when you're that young too, it's hard to even envision adults around you that they were once your age and young like you. You know,
Yes, and the funny
we
thing
think
was,
they don't know anything, and we don't want to listen to them, even though they've already experienced everything we're experiencing in that moment.
yeah, and they were. I was there. We were there just in a blink of an eye. Yeah, there is some sort of, I guess that's what they do. They try to set up these rifts in between the generations, even though the generations are so close. Maybe that's just a natural thing that, I don't know. It's weird because they do create this sort of distance. Because as I get older, I can hear myself laughing at the same things my dad was laughing at as a parent. You know what I'm saying? And the weird thing is, he was a decade younger than I was. So it's crazy. You know, probably a lot of people in here were brought up by people in their early 20s, which is crazy. If you think, I mean, it's an amazing thing that people are able to do it.
Yeah, it's dude. You ever you remember when you were young, right? And you think you're being slick and like lying to your parents and you think you're getting away with it, but they see right through you. And now that you're an adult and you go through that same experience with a young person and how transparent the lie is and how obvious it is, but they think, you know, they got you fooled. That experience always makes
Yep,
me giggle.
and to bring it back to the topic, that happens with the Globe believers every day. They think they're being slick,
Yeah,
and
absolutely, dude.
nope.
They come in here. I'm not new. Yeah, all right.
Well, they just think they're slick by explaining. Well, actually, you have to understand day and night is caused by the spinning of the earth. See, let me explain something to you. They think they're being slick, and it's crazy that rift has been created. They've created a rift in these people who are maybe have couple semesters of college under their belt, and they think, well, I was there. When they pipe this idea into your head that you're the peak of intellectual, you're on the peak, you're on the mountain of intellectualism, and it kind of turns you into makes your brain mush.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and they want that sense of like being I'm more intellectual than you are. Like that I don't know, they get off on that for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not saying
I
that's
don't
not
know.
a valuable part of life, or that's a part of it's good. It's just natural. The arrogance of youth is, it must be like inborn, like in, I don't know, because, and it's amazing that some people, to get back into the politic parallel, someone like Andrew Breitbart, he was at the pinnacle of the intellectualism nonsense. And it's funny that he's a rare case. When you were talking about the people who want to continue on with, I don't know, the politics thing is confusing, because even in the confusion they create, there does seem to be real characters that come and go from it. But anyways, if you're able to learn from what they learn in academia and come out the other side of it, they don't like that. Because there's no answer to it, because they can't be slick anymore.
Yeah, they've been exposed. You know, I can't understand the argument either that a lot of these people that go through that system, they wake up to it and know that it's all lies, but they don't want to lose their position or their job, so they continue on with the lies. Which I can't actually imagine somebody doing that, because I would think you'd be so angry to spend all that time in school and then waking up to all that time you spent learning all that, and it's all horseshit. I mean, me personally, that would make me so angry. I'd want to tear down the whole
I laughed
fucking
about
system so that nobody else has to go through it. You laughed?
Yeah, because you learn a lot from it. I don't think it's a bad thing to go through it. I mean, to get trapped in it, it's almost like, I don't know. I mean, the academic system, it's almost, I don't know. It's almost, you can look at it like I used to look at situations as like Quantum Leap episodes. You know, it's like, why am I here right now? There must be some task going on, and you know. But yeah, academia is good. I mean, there are things that go on at these universities that have worth, but this BS that they've turned it into, like a virtue signaling seminar. Yeah, no bueno.
But you weren't bitter at all about the experience, thinking about all that time you spent in school and what you could have been.
No, because I studied things. No, probably because I studied the arts, and everything I took was everything else was just a requirement to escape the place. But when this whole flat Earth thing began, I had already known. I had a hunch for decades. And then at that point, I'd already known they hadn't walked on the moon. I knew that was a farce. So I don't know. No, I didn't get angry about it. I guess I laughed about it. Yeah, if say I had gone into astrophysics and I was teaching at a unit, well, even then, why should they get? Yeah, if I didn't have the sunken cost thing, because my life didn't involve the mainstream academia. You know what I'm saying? It didn't. Well, I was probably. I probably dabbled in the YOLO lifestyle because I had been convinced that I was evolved pond scum. But other than that, yeah, a career or anything was never in these sciences and things like that. And a lot of the person I saw melt down in a bar about it, and I didn't even bring up flat Earth. Some of my friend's girlfriend, the bartender or someone dumped a bunch of drinks, and she goes, "Oh, well, it's Mercury retrograde." Right? Just like something funny you say or whatever. She was just saying it. Well, it triggered a guy who was a teacher. Sorry. The dog causes havoc. But anyways.
I didn't even hear it, bro.
Oh. There was this guy, someone mentioned Mars retrograde, and it triggered some guy who was a science teacher, like a high school science teacher, and he freaked out about the flat Earth. So yeah, that guy was angry because his life involves the story that's a lie. Mine didn't.
I mean, it's a cult.
My career, at least.
Yeah. I can see, like, I can get to how you would just laugh because I guess I kind of did. I kind of did too. Like, I took it on the chin because I've been so used to thinking I know something and then discovering I don't know shit. So when I got to Flat Earth, I was just like, yeah, and I didn't get too upset about it.
I was more like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Huh.
I also didn't spend, I didn't go to college and spend all that time. I just feel like, fuck, man, there's so many other things I would rather be doing.
Yeah, I was working through high school. I almost didn't even finish high school.
I dropped out my junior year. I went back though later in my 20s and got my HSD, but yeah, I left school my junior year.
It's kind of funny because even if if these people just would acknowledge, what I'm trying to say is people make livings teaching myth. Like myth, there are people in academic institutions who teach mythology and all these things. So it's funny these people could still get a paycheck teaching the old story, but it's almost like
absolutely.
I guess that's where it turns into where it kind of highlights the religious nature of these things, because it's not only enough for them to teach something and get paid for it and to live their life. They have to think that, no, this is real. It is. We are flying through outer space and we will evolve, and it's craziness. So I don't know. All the while, an hour ago, I said it wasn't ideological, but it is apparently. But at the core of it, it's not. Water seeks, finds level, reality, end of story, Water ball. It takes a lot of effort.
But yeah, school 20 years ago is not the same as it is today. I mean, it's obviously gotten worse.
Correct. 20 years ago, they were still trying to fail you out of the university.
Yeah.
Now they want to keep you there and just keep paying us more money. I mean, but they were actively trying to disqualify you from attending universities if you didn't make the grade 20 years ago.
Yeah, when I was in school, they were kicking kids out of school. Like they don't do that shit anymore.
Education has been in decline since its beginning, though. You can go back even further than that. And when you read old autobiographies and the language and the words these people use, their vocabulary was huge.
Yeah, the Civil War. I was reading some letters that kids who were sent to fight in the Civil War were writing, and it was like poetry. I was like, oh my god,
yeah, they were extremely articulate.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I was like, wow. And now I look at today's youth, and it's like, LOL.
I wonder if that just all came from their main form of entertainment was books. There's no TV and shit. So if you wanted to chill and escape, they were probably reading all the time. I don't know, man. But yeah, that vocabulary trips me out.
A while back ago, I saw an article. This is probably 5-10 years ago. It was an article about how everyone was on their phones and the youth, they were spending too much on their time on their phones. And someone dug up this article, some newspaper commentary from 100 years prior, saying this plague of apathy, every every young lady has her face in a book walking around, and it's kind of funny. Because there were these type of novels or these whatever they were, these stories that became like soap opera stories,
Smut. Romance novels.
Well, I think they were, I think they were G-rated, but yeah. Yeah, but I have a grammar workbook or whatever that's 100 years old, and yeah, it is poetry, and it's the language is you said it was clear and concise, but it's like structured in a way that, like, the same words structured differently, it points out that these are create two different scenarios, and I think that's lost nowadays.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you even hear it with a lot of these people now. Now that they're coping with the long distance observations and the black swan, you'll hear a lot of the I hate to say, call them pseudo intellectuals, but they want to say, oh yeah, perception, perspective, perception. They use those words interchangeably. I mean, that's how nuanced they think they are, but they're highlighting their complete confusion. But I think it goes to a lot. It's always mentioned here that the conversations we have with people who are the globe enthusiasts, if it doesn't sink in with them, someone else is listening. I mean, I listened to these quote unquote debates for years, and after not after I had already realized the whole hoax. But yeah, you do learn a lot. Yeah, you learn a lot from the people who in this server who are flat earthers, but you learn an awful lot from the globe enthusiasts too. You learn how the knot was tied and how tied the knot is.
Sometimes I do think, though, the debates should end, because I feel like we're just giving them more credibility by giving them attention, and we should just stop giving them attention and say, no, this debate's over. You got nothing. It's been over for years. Unless you got something new, it's game over.
Yeah, that does get told to them, and they start debating that. So,
because I feel like a lot of strategies that even like media uses to discredit people is they just ignore, and then you don't get exposure. They won't. People just coming to flat Earth won't hear their bullshit. Maybe they'll find somebody good, like from here. I don't know. There's no right or wrong answer. I just don't feel like really people who listen to the debates, they already go into listening to it with their mind made up, and I don't think nobody changes their mind or awakens to anything in those forums.
There are times where people come in and have the simplest of a question. There was a guy who came in one time with it was like they came in with a plan and it backfired. But the one guy said, well, he was talking about circumnavigation. He was convinced in his head, the only thing, he heard everything else that was being said, and he was processing it, but he was still stuck on, well, if some guy gets in a ship and leaves and then shows up in a port over here, the Earth must be a globe. And I said, well, if you run around a track, have you run around a sphere? He goes, that's a good point, and leaves. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? So that guy probably was like, oh, fuck. Yeah, it's not like it amazes me that people come on here. Yeah, this whole idea, you don't hear people changing their minds. Well, it's amazing that people come on here and they basically get a crash course, not only in flat Earth, but in their globe story. So these are things. These are things that I was looking into before the internet even existed. You know what I'm saying? Anyone who was of that age, we were fed the globe narrative on TV and VHS sets and everywhere. And it amazes me that that's the state of things, though. That people come in here and this is they're knocking on the front door of this massive thing. When in reality, if you're going to figure it out, you kind of have to live life and case by case, look into things, like Eddie Bravo, look into it. That's all you can do. And I do think people do come here. I don't think there's a lot of people who announce, yes, you guys are right. I was the guy who was screaming Earth is ball, and now I realized I was all wet. That's going to be a rare case.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Yeah. Yeah, because you have to experience it for yourself. You have to actually, and ask questions, of course, but then you actually have to put what we're saying into reality and go outside and use all your senses. Yeah, you yeah, I'm not saying that you can actually convince anyone, or that's even our mission.
Yeah, they've got a certain segment of the population locked into a VR world. But I do think it'll be a fad to some extent, but it's not going to stop this. They've got people lost in a narrative, and they're going to keep telling the story. So I don't think, to be mad about it at this point, I don't think it's not worthy of being mad about, because it's just the way it is. Say you realized all the NBA games are rigged. Yeah, you could go outside and shout outside the stadium, it's rigged, it's rigged, it's rigged, or you could ignore it. Well, people are still going to play basketball. People are still going to want to get paid to play basketball. I don't blame them. So I don't know. It's just I hate to say it. I guess it's just the way it is. Some things will never change. Shout out to Bruce Hornsby.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm at peace with it too. I'm not, I'm not mad about it. I'm just thankful that I'm here. It is funny when people come in here though seeking, it's like they're thirsty and they want some fresh water, and we show them a well with fresh water, and they look at it and say, "Oh, that's poison. That's poison. I'm not drinking that." Okay, what would you come here then?
No, they ask for water. You show them a well, but then they're like, "Oh no, I'm not thirsty."
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Oh no, I wasn't thirsty. So why the fuck did you ask for water? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Because I was genuinely curious. I don't understand the defense of this shit. Like, it boggles my mind to defend that shit. Like, I don't think I've ever stood on a position like that of anything like these Globers do. I don't know. Maybe we're just different.
Yeah, I mean it's a religion, so some people are just pulled too deep into it, and it just it's hard for them to kind of think outside the box and try to look at it in a different way.
It's so genius to get everybody to follow a religion and not even they don't even realize they're in a religion. It's genius.
Yeah, they have, and the people they've funneled into joining this religion, they all have them convinced that they're atheists. So yes, it's like
Yeah.
8D chess.
They constantly, want to prove to me God exists. Well, you can't accept God, but you'll accept the globe with no verifiable proof, evidence, but you accept that with no proof. But yeah, dude.
And the strangeness of it that they have on the record Einstein's priest buddy writing this whole Big Bang story, that doesn't raise flags to these people who are proud religion haters is bizarre.
Definitely.
Well, I guess that's hidden though. I mean, the Big Bang Theory is not hidden, but the author of it is not hidden, but it's not advertised. I'd have to see a contemporary textbook, but
You know what I got really surprised with? I went into a deep rabbit hole and I was looking up about atheists and how I don't know if they do this unconsciously or if they're doing it intentionally, but a lot of them like worship the devil and like yeah, it's fucking crazy to me.
like the old saying, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything.
Yeah.
That is
Well,
absolutely
what's silly
true.
to me about atheists is that what they don't realize is they are playing directly into like Catholicism and Christianity because it says, right in there that if you deny this, then you are, worshiping basically Satan. You are doing what he wants you to do without you even realizing it. But they can't even grasp that concept. But I mean, a lot of times that's not people's fault. I mean, if they were not raised from a young age, it's very hard, or maybe they were, because I think a lot of these mainstream religions, they really, in my experience, they turn people away from truth and from the creator. And I think that's designed on purpose. And it just leaves people with a lot of, doubt and confusion. That's how I was when I was raised Catholic and went to Catholic school for 8 years. And I just was constantly filled with confusion and doubt throughout the whole process to the point where I was like, this is bullshit. I don't believe in God.
I think I went through that phase in my early 20s where I wasn't an atheist, but I was kind of like I didn't really believe in anything. That was a dark time in my life. That's probably why.
Yeah, me too. But when you're in a Catholic school and you're in science class and your teacher asks you how was the earth created, and you raise your hand and say God created it, and she laughs at you and gets the whole entire class to laugh at you, and then goes on to teach Big Bang. I mean, imagine how confused I was.
Yeah, that's funny. That's crazy.
And I was the only one in my class that was like, wait, what? What? I was the only one.
So you were
Out of
in
probably like 20 other kids?
this was Catholic school?
Yeah.
So they were teaching you about like
Yeah.
creation and like you said that God created everything, and then they're like, oh no, they're
Yeah, the
laughing at
science
you.
teacher asked. Yeah, the science teacher asked how the Earth was created, and I raised my hand, and she called on me, and I said, "God created the Earth," and she fucking laughed at me and ridiculed me and basically called me an idiot. That oh, how did he create the Earth? What do you think? He just plucked these molecules and atoms out of thin air and put it all together? And I was like, okay. She was like, no, and then I started teaching the Big Bang. That I don't remember if basically she was saying that God created the Big Bang and that's how everything formed. That I don't remember, but she went on to teach the fucking Big Bang and evolution and all that shit. And I was the only one in my class that questioned it.
That's probably why you're here today.
Well, I guarantee you, I didn't I didn't answer any more questions or ask any more questions in science class ever again. Bad bitch. Gosh, she was hideous.
Hey, they always are. I've noticed that from from my personal experience. The most hideous ones are always the worst. Did I tell you my story when I went to school? When I went to school, I won't talk about the teacher, but um, I had just come from Cuba and I was like 6 years old, and so I didn't know English at all, and the teacher for 2 years, okay, 2 years straight, put me at the back of the classroom, um, facing the wall, away from everyone in the board, and I spent like that for 2 years in that classroom, and yeah, crazy.
Lucky.
Yeah, yeah, I could be lucky, right? Now that I think back, I'm like, wow, maybe I lucked out. I didn't learn all that bullshit, but yeah, it was crazy. My mom ended up
No,
finding out. They sued the school. It was fucking a lot of fucking chaos back then.
when I think about my early days in school, when I would go into a classroom, if the teacher would say, sit wherever you want, I would always try to get a seat up front, because I was interested. I wanted to learn things. But as time went on and I got older, I was in the back. I was checked out in the back. It's
Yeah,
funny
I
how I
always sat
think
in the
about
back too.
now that I think about it, I think like I instinctively knew somehow that everything I was being told was there's something wasn't right, I instinctively knew, but I didn't know. I knew something was wrong, but I just didn't know what.
Yeah, I was always disconnected from school. Like I could never. I was always thinking about like outside of school while I'm in school. I'm always thinking like what am I gonna do afterwards? Go on ride bike. I used to ride bike a lot. I used to break dance too. This was like
Hmm?
late '90s or early '90s.
Pop and locking.
Hmm.
I wonder what but the percentage of the population sort of like has this same experience as me, but then they still put their kids in the same system and just keep the cycle going. Because I can't see how I can force that onto my kids. It's not a good learning environment. It's not learning at all.
Yeah, I don't
Why
think
would I do that to my child?
I can't imagine somebody being a flat earther, like a true flat earther, and doing that. I don't know.
I just can't. Yeah, I can't get how this has gone on this long with the school systems and nothing's changed, nothing's happened. Like, I guess some people have tried to do things and create their own schools and charter schools and all that crap, but man, you would think like eventually you'd be like, what the fuck are we doing? So I feel like the majority of people would agree with what I'm saying, but maybe not. I'm wrong.
I guess if you're really really broke and you know, you're kind of forced to send them to public school. So
Does it cost a lot of money to homeschool? I don't know.
well,
I haven't
you
really
either
looked
have
into it.
to.
I don't think it really costs anything, does it?
I mean, it's one of two
I
things. You either have to
guess
hire a private
and one parent has
teacher.
to.
Yeah, or you can have a parent teach, right? But then
Or do it yourself.
like if that
Then
parent's dumb as fuck,
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Well,
Whenever
if-
we wire something, son, we never ground it out. We just hook up the positive and the negative and leave it alone. Example of a stupid parent.
Yeah. I don't know. And if they're working,
That
if they're
won't
both working,
fail. Can you repeat that?
Oh, you're roboting a lot.
Am I still roboting?
Sounds fine now.
Yeah. I don't know what that. You have I guess, dumb parent.
Oh, sounds like the longer you talk, the worse it gets.
Who's been letting these robots in here anyway?
Mic check. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
That was gooder.
Robots, they'll let anybody in here, won't they?
Hey, boy. Come on. Here. You guys got me now?
Got you now.
Here. All I was trying to say was, I think even a dumb parent, I think a child would learn more in that loving environment with their stupid parent than some stupid teacher.
Amen.
And I don't equate intelligence with a teacher just making a kid memorize a textbook and then regurgitating. That's not learning.
Yeah, that's indoctrinating.
There's a lot of heathens out there raising little freaking monsters too. I love my parents, but man, they did not do me any service with the way they raised me in my early childhood. I was so naive and gullible and thought everybody was kind and good and treat others like you want to be treated. I believed in that and thought everybody did that and lived by that, by that way. And it was a rude awakening when I went to school. Got surrounded by all those other little heathens that were just bad. And my grade school would take these like troubled kids into that, got kicked out of other public schools and things. And I would befriend some of those kids, and man, they just had no sense of good at all. They just wanted to break every rule. And that does have some, I mean, that's not always a bad thing, but like stealing and just, we're talking about kids, grade school kids. Where are they getting that? Where are they learning that from?
Nobody has to learn that kind of thing, I don't think. I mean, they learn how to do bad things, but I don't think that they learn that it's fun to do bad things. They just do bad things.
What it's crazy to me because before I went to school, I was surrounded by these other kids. I never thought of stealing anything. That was never a thought in my mind.
Well, when something's glorified or recognized as, yeah, I get what you're saying. But when kids are raised up in a worldly environment where things are glorified as either this is cool or it doesn't matter, whatever. Then they're going to do whatever they want to, especially when they're told that they're just some random accident that happened on a monkey ball. What does it matter what you do if when you die everything just goes black and you're gone? That's what a lot of these people think is going to happen to them.
Could be wiped out by an asteroid tomorrow. Just do what you want today. Doesn't matter.
You know, this YOLO. And then when the internet is amplifying it and making it so much worse. There are a lot of things where we just didn't see it because it wasn't online, but also when people can see things and they copy what they see. Monkey see, monkey do.
It's almost a disservice though for me to be in the beginning raised the way I was and then be sent off to school to be surrounded by, people that weren't raised with the same moral compass that I had. I was at a severe disadvantage early on.
A lot of people made the mistake of thinking, oh, well, I'll send my children off to this public school and that'll help them be balanced and understand how the world works or whatever. Not taking into consideration that they're sending their children off to be educated by Caesar, and they're expecting that they won't come back as Romans. What did you think was going to happen? It creates a lot of cognitive dissonance in how they operate and a lot of thinking. It divides everything. And they become taught that this is just religion or probably just myth and lore, and this is science. So we got to trust this over here because this isn't that. So they don't. It's all pseudoscience and then hand waving with a ton of propaganda.
Aethergrass, can I get a mic check? Does this thing sound audible?
Yeah, you're coming in clear. I probably sound like I'm in a wind tunnel though, because there's a lot of fans on. But you're coming in perfect wavelength, sir.
Well, thank you, sir.
Not detecting any robot though. The dumbing down of America didn't start during the Bush administration. It began much earlier. When they stopped segregation, they didn't spend any time uplifting the education of people. They just brought it down to a specific level, and it stayed there until No Child Left Behind happened, and it got a lot worse.
You saying something about a robot? Somebody here looking for a robot?
Now you're coming in like a robot.
I thought I had this mic dialed in. Right, I'm back. Let me get this little suit off me.
Sing one,
More.
There you go. Now it's coming clear. Homeway.
Here.
Testing 1, 2, 3. All right. Them robots out of here, damn it.
We're taking Rocky to that. What's wrong with him? Same thing with that herniated disc. He's can't walk, and so we're gonna take him to the UWU.
Jesus. All right. Do you need me to do anything?
Huh?
Hold on.
No.
I got.
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
I wonder what it was like working at NASA in that time and being there and seeing those guys killed the way they were. Like, what? Man, I guess you just put your head down and keep going, huh?
I guess you pretend.
They probably told him, like, this is for the greater good of humanity, that they must believe this lie, or I don't know what they told him. Why?
It definitely ain't for the greater good of humanity.
It's certainly a major eye-opener when you turn away from any of the lamestream narrative, take time to look at things if you search for them, to discover Operation Paperclip. Stuff like that, it just, whoa. Yeah, I guess the television was meant to distract us.
I'm just questioning even some of that stuff though, because I find it hard to believe that those documents sometimes are even real, because why the hell would they even give us that? I mean, is that part of their code? They have to or something? Why would they, put that information out in the first place? Operation Northwoods, all that stuff, and just admit.
Well, you think about Duper's Delight. What's up, guys? You think about Duper's Delight. Hey, what's up? Yeah, so
is that Mayhem?
That's me, bro.
What's up?
What up, dog? Hey,
I've been missing my morning mayhem.
Yeah, I've been busy on TikTok trying to get that stuff going. And I'll tell you guys all about it later. But just to Paul's point, it's like Duper's Delight. So they enjoy hiding something in plain sight. Plus, it's also mind games or mind warfare. I don't know what you want to call it, but the more they're able to get away with hidden in plain sight, the more they can understand, how to adjust the programming, because that's what it is. It's programming. So if they're able to keep it like so far as to say in plain sight under the radar, then they can get away with it. So can you imagine telling somebody that they can live on a ball planet when somebody who lives on this earth doesn't ever care to measure it at all? Because if they did, they'd find out the truth that it's not what they've been told. So it's easy, right? Just tell them a lie. So long as you have all of academia backing you up, and these pseudoscience priests that are going to just falsify the information, then you're good to go. You don't need anything else. You got a good story, and people love a good story, so they'll believe anything. And so yeah, they just do it in plain sight. Everything. It's almost like you can see if you want to go to conspiracy theories and such, like those Masons and the Illuminatis and all that other stuff, and all that stuff is doing when they do all their symbolism and stuff. They don't hide that. They put it in money. They put it everywhere, so you can see that they put it everywhere.
Owned. To show that you're owned. We own this place. This is our gang. And you don't fuck with us.
But at the same time,
yeah, that makes.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, you're going.
Yeah, I completely appreciate what you're saying. That does make sense. Because in the beginning, those documents, they weren't really put out in the public. You had to search for that stuff and really find it. But now that those were like the stepping stones, because now they just do it right in your face.
Well, I've known some people say, I know that we didn't go to the moon. I just know that the Earth is still a globe. But we might not have went to the moon. But it's like a lot of the stuff that they're on is kind of like they will deny everything else because they'll say, yeah, it's possible we didn't go to the moon because of like the Cold War and whatever. Like they could see that, but they can't see past the veil of like the Earth that they're actually standing on. If all they needed to do was do a line of sight test to find out that it's not what they've been told, I'm not going to do that. No, I trust these other guys who claim to be scientists, and why wouldn't I, right? So it's like they can take it to a certain level. So this programming that we've been, like all of us have been on, this educational system has gotten everybody to mock the idea that it's anything other than what we've been told because of the age of enlightenment. So everybody's been enlightened by the educational system, thinking that, at one time we were knuckle draggers, but now we're, going to school and we learn how to read and write and such because these educational systems that have been put in place have given us the ability to do so. So now we're not just like backwards thinking, people. We are now, forward thinking. We can understand technology and such, because we have this wonderful system that we're living in, so on and so forth, yada yada, right? So they praise that. At the same time, they wouldn't dare mock or question the authorities that are giving it to them. And that's how it is, it's a perpetual cycle of people just staying in this like form of psychosis where all they understand is things that have been told to them, and they regurgitate it back, and that's all they do. They they pick it up, they learn it, and they regurgitate it. Well, of course, we got planets that are right there, and I'll tell you that's a gas planet, right? That's Jupiter. And you're like, dude, that's a story. How are you going to verify that? Well, we got we got smart people, we got scientists. They figured it out. So what we got right now, what we got to work with, is people that have been under a hypnosis, under this mass psychosis, and so we have to, in kind of a way, be like therapists. And so that's kind of like the role that you play. Usually, when you're somebody that's talking about truth, right? You play the role of a therapist. You're like, okay, tell me what you think about the earth, or why do you think it's this way? And so most of if you listen to yourself when you talk to people, most of what you're saying is kind of like what a therapist would say to somebody when they're bringing them out of like this mass delusion, right? So in a way, the better you get at that, at administering the truth, in a way that you can help somebody understand, like as a therapist would, because people do go to school for this. But once you start learning these words, you're able to hit these key elements where you're able to say things that can snap them out of it. And I'm not saying you're going to do it because it's a supernatural thing. So it has to be done by when, maybe the eureka moment happens when they're like probably eating something in the morning, like, oh shit, are you serious? The earth's flat. So that doesn't happen usually when you're talking to them. That usually happens when they start to think about it,
But we can lead them to the door, right? We just can't make them go. They have to go through it on their own. But we do have a role, right? We have to lead them, show them the door.
Yeah, there's a role that we all play as ambassadors for the truth, right? We all, and it just depends who it is. Like, you got your QEs, you got your Mayhems, you got, your Paul V's, you got all these people, right, that are out here, these character, all of us on the internet, we're character types. So people come in here, they're like, oh yeah, I know what to expect from Mayhem, I know what to expect from QE, or Memulus or whatever. But the one thing that we're doing, we're trying to go for the same goal, is to expose the lie. And the lie is that we've been taught that the earth is what it's not. So for us to actually do it effectively, we have to learn and understand why they're in this type of psychosis, because it's been told to them, and they're taught how to mock it. So there's already like this wall that you have to go through before you get to the part where they start to understand, accept, and learn. Otherwise, your job right now as a kind of pseudo therapist, right, is to actually teach them, or so they can understand, what do you think about why do you think that, and just get into there's always these triggers, right? There's always these triggers. When you start to talk to them, they're like, dude, back in 3rd grade, man, the teacher was up there and she said Christopher Columbus was thinking that the earth was flat, and he showed us a picture of ships falling off the edge. Come on. Like, that's stupid. Why would you think the earth's flat? And so once you figure out where that little trigger is, then you'll be able to start to undo it. If you don't understand that from the person, then you'll just be kind of like beating them over the head with the earth is flat. Dude, come on. You're ridiculous. There is no curvature. And so they're not going to listen to that. You have to undo the trauma that they've been under so far. Does that make sense?
Yeah, them walls are going to go up immediately when you start trying to do it that way. It's crazy, though, how your siblings, people that you grew up with, that you love, that you experienced life with since the beginning, how you can't reach them, and they want to appeal to somebody they've never met but won't hear you. That's how strong it is.
It's strong because I think also, Paul, and I don't know, a lot of people probably may or may not know this, but there's a biblical teaching, and you might know this, though, that a prophet is not honored in his own hometown, which Yeshua, Jesus, when he went to his own hometown, he did very minimal miracles there because they knew him. Oh, that's Jesus. We grew up with him. We already know that's a kid down the street. He lives over there in that. So when they know you as somebody they grew up with. They're comfortable with you. They don't take you as somebody that they look up to. Whereas they don't know other people, so they don't know where they're coming from, but they know where you're coming from. So when they know you, they know your shortcomings. They know Paul he's short tempered. Remember the time we ate pizza, he got mad. Like, so when you try to tell them about truth, they're like, "Oh, I see all your faults, dude. I don't really hear what you're saying." So they kind of write you off. You know what I'm saying? And so in that way, it's kind of hard to reach them for you anyway. But however, if I was to be around you and I was to talk to them, I could say the very same words that maybe you were saying, and it would be effective because they're hearing me say it, not you. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's principles that teach us like that. That's the reason why, because they grow up with somebody, they feel they're comfortable with this person, they understand, they know their mood swings, they know, so all your shortcomings are like what holds someone back from actually listening to you. Sometimes, I'm not saying that's the general all the time, because there is some people that in their own, like, they're respected by their family and such, but like for the majority of us, like people know you as a clown. They don't. Oh, I mean, you're serious now. Are you really serious? Come on, dude. You're not serious. And so it's harder for you to actually get across to those people, even though you've been enlightened.
Well, you would think you'd be able to appeal to them with just love. You'd think that they don't, like, even though you maybe when you were a kid played with your doo-doo in the bathtub, and so they they laugh at you still about that, but they know that you love them and you care about them, and you're not coming from a place of trying to deceive them or trick them. But even
Yeah.
that's not good enough.
But yeah, but then they would say, "Yeah, I know that you love me. I know that you care for me and stuff like that. But dude, come on, really, on an intellectual level, you don't really know. You don't got that together. Come on." Like, so to them,
Yeah.
you can have all the right things when it comes to like compassion and love and mercy and all that stuff, but when it comes to like intellect, like, they don't look up to you. It's because you've never been that person to them in their eyes. So if you do become that to them in their eyes, I think that shifts the dynamic, right? Then they start asking you questions about stuff. You become the guy they go to. But other than that, they go to their professor from whatever school they're going to and such, and ask them questions. And so it's like, dude, I would ask you questions about the earth, but you're just like, you're a carpenter. Like, that's all you do. Like, I know this guy who studied math all his life. He'll tell me the distance to the sun. That's reliable because he knows math. And so, you know what I mean?
If he's paid, then he's reliable.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, and like what we're dealing with right now on the level that we're dealing with, you're dealing with all walks of life that come in here to this Discord, right? And so you don't know who's going to come in here, and you have to apply kind of a small little therapy session in a way to expose the information that they know. Okay, so in a way, everything's effective. So how QE administers his way is effective. How I administer my way is effective. And so everybody has their own method and how they do it. But whatever which way that you do it, make sure that you're reaching across to them to show them, look, I'm not here so that I can convince you. That's not my goal. My goal is to expose that the information that you know is not the truth, or it is not founded in empirical evidence. You can't verify and test the thing that you're telling me. That's my only job, is that you realize that. Because when at the end of our conversation, you're not going to be able to tell me that you can say that the earth is a globe 100%. You're just not, because I'm going to show you why. So the only thing that you should be concerned with in this server is exposing that information to the world. And that means whoever comes in here, you're like, but aren't we supposed to have a civil conversation? You can. I'm not saying you can't do that, but that's not the main objective. The main objective is to actually oust the information. Make sure that everyone knows that information that person thinks that the earth is a globe is false. So it isn't agree to disagree position. Well, we can just all say that we agree to disagree. It's right or wrong. This is right and that is wrong. And that's the only position.
Believe in the boogeyman, we don't.
Yeah, well, that's the only position that can be. Because if you ever enter this conversation, can we just let this guy talk? We want to have a civil conversation, and you're gonna screw yourself over, because a sophist, first of all, thrives on that. They thrive on civil conversation. There's people that come in here that are pretender clowns that like to make friendships with the people listening to them. Well, I've been nice and kind of civil, and this guy is using a mean tone to me. And it's like, yeah, let the guy speak. And if you get in that mindset, they've already tricked you. These are debate tactics, guys. So I always have to give everybody like this refresher. Remember, if you're being this therapist, you have to show people that you're here to expose the information that they know that's not the truth. Then your job has to be to never to fall for these like so-called traps, where they're trying to just stay in a monotone so nobody knows that they're, that they're really boiling their blood inside. That they want to really, when you unmask these guys, they tell you all the flagrant things they can, because it's like they trust me. When the mask falls off, they'll start cursing you out. Then they'll start really telling you what they think. Versus they're coming in here with their little, professional look to them, and they're just talking with these $10 words and shit. And you're like, oh, dude, just get off the horse shit, man. Like, you want to be in here to make everybody look at you, and so that you sound like you're intelligent, but you really don't know what you're saying, because at the end of all these things, you can't provide any evidence whatsoever. And you know it, and I know it. And that's it,
And it's just another way for them to change the conversation and get off the topic and say, "Oh, you're being so aggressive. Why are you being so aggressive?" Dude, I hate that tactic. I can't stand it.
It works though,
why
bro.
are you so angry?
Oh, it works. You know why? Because there's some flat earthers and I was talking to Kimbo the other day. He's in here right now. It works because when like new people are listening, like, dudes, why can't we just let this guy? He just wants to say a few words, and you're like, dude, I already know what the next thing he's gonna say. The next thing that comes out of his mouth are gonna be something where he's just trying to either swing off of this topic or not even talk about the premise of what we were talking about. I know that. And so you're like, all right, just let him talk. And once you do, he's like, okay, thank you. Anyways, we're going to go and talk about gravity, because he's like, dude, we're talking about the curvature, man. You just jumped in, and they're like, let him speak. And so this is what happens, guys. So if you're not in here and keeping these guys, it's not about a civil conversation. That's like, that ship has sailed a long ago. If it was about a civil conversation, we would have all like, that would be the way we get across to people. Easy, all the time. And it's not that way. It's shock and awe. Most of the times, it's shock and awe. Rarely do we get somebody that's like a civil conversation. Rarely, guys. But the information, the truth bombs that we drop, they're so astonishing to someone when they hear them. Like, whoa, what are you talking about? There's no curvature. Like, it's astonishing. It amazes them. They want to know, why you think that, and they come at you. So, I mean, you got to be prepared for that. You have to understand, like, that's what we're here for. We're not going to have like a freaking 5-session talk with somebody. Okay, well, thanks for the civil conversation. We'll have another session later on. No, we're going to talk about why you think the Earth is a globe right now, and get to the nuts and bolts and why, and kind of slowly undo it if we can't just, cut it off right at the knees, so that you understand this thing that you think about is just a freaking silly idea. That's all it is. And it's been perpetuated by other people who believe it blindly.
You're 100% right. You can't have a civil discussion with somebody that comes in here like that, because they're not interested. They're already being deceptive with the way they're speaking. And yeah, dude, that's a whole tactic, like war games.
Yeah. So, yeah, and you want your team to understand that. So in this server, we curated a culture to where everybody should know that's been here for a while, and don't freaking white knife for these guys. Because if one of our team members has been talking to someone and they're like, dude, come on, just let him speak. Just let him get those words. Like, he just wants to say those. We're like, so we're just going to allow him to swing off to another topic? Go ahead. If that's what you want, he's going to swing off to another topic. I've done this for many years. I know that's what these guys want to do. Because when they're pushed to a corner and there's no way out, the next thing they want is to kind of like placate to the audience. So the audience is like, oh, man, this guy really doesn't have an answer. Let's give him some breathing room, guys. Just let him get it out. Let him talk. And I'm like, there is no quarter here for globe earthers. They're going to come in here and find out how little they know. And usually it works. It's effective, because once they start to realize there isn't an answer, then I can get to the reality. I can get to the actual telling them what's really going on. If I don't ever get that, if I don't break down the wall of their defense, I can never get there. And we'll keep spinning our wheels for about an hour and a half talking about an idea of begging the question: if the Earth was a globe, then this gravity that they thought about, the physics, that works on the globe, work the way that it does, or may not work the way it does. And I don't got time for that. I want to just make sure that we're saying, look, if you got something that's backed up by evidence, then bring it forth. Let's talk about it. If you don't, then don't.
Yeah, well, how do lunar eclipses work? I'm not even trying to be. I'm like curious. I'm just fucking serious. I don't understand.
Who's saying that? First of all, who am I speaking to?
That's me. Bowie.
Bowie, what's up, Bowie? Welcome to the server.
Howdy. I'm listening. To you.
Yeah,
I've been having fucking preconceptions on this.
Okay.
And I don't understand. Like people are trying to tell me that the lunar eclipses, they cover the whole motherfucking moon, like it's round and whatever. But
yeah. So let's Bowie. Now that you said that, are you brand new to the server? Is this the first time you coming in?
I'm new here. I'm just trying to see what's going on.
All right, let me just break some information down for you, right? I would say it this way. It's gonna sound redundant, okay, the way I say it, but just pay attention. The things that we know, we know. The things that we don't know, we don't know, as collectively. So I would say it this way. Anybody that you would rely on to tell you what eclipses are, they have no idea what eclipses are. Like what is not what it is, like what we all witness, right? But what I'm saying, what is the thing that actually makes it the mechanics behind it? Like what causes them? There's not a living soul that ever lived on this earth, that I would say outside of the creator, that knows what eclipses are. Not a one. And I'm saying that with all truthfulness to you so that you can understand. If you've ever heard of an explanation, that explanation is backed up by pseudoscience. That has nothing to do with real understandings of what cosmology is about. And so, therefore, anything in the sky, whatever it is, the sun, moon, and stars, nobody knows the mechanism that drives them at all. Lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, the stars moving in the sky, the sun moving across, the moon moving across, the moon phases. And I'm just dropping you some ideas. Sunspots.
Well, I mean, like they try to explain that they know, and I'm guessing that I'm supposed to now see that as like an educated guess because they don't actually have like a proof for that. They just got all this math or whatever that they believe is.
So yeah, so you're getting the picture, right, Bowie? You're getting it.
Yeah.
So what it is people have ideas of what they think it is. So I can have an idea what I think it is, right? But because I don't have credentials, I'm not going to be somebody that you look up to and say, well, that's a great idea. That's a nice theory. But you can say, well, that's a good idea, but you're not somebody in academia, so I can't trust that. Therefore, somebody that does speak that in academia, you're like, okay, I get it. It could work this way. The math seems to follow. And so they can have mathematical constructs that within that construct can Go ahead, Bowie.
Nah, that wasn't me. That's somebody else.
Yeah. So I'm getting to the point here where you're starting to see at least a little bit of why we've been under the guise of this knowledge, that the pseudo knowledge of thinking that whatever they're saying is like the gospel truth, and it's not. Because I've challenged cosmologists that come in here, astrophysicists that come in here, PhDs that come in here into this server, and I've asked them these questions, very poignant, right? How do you know that's what it is? Do you know what they tell me? This is our best guess. And I can assure you that everyone that I've spoken to said almost the same exact words. Verbatim.
Ma'am, I just posted a pic of an image that destroys their reasoning for why eclipses work. I don't know. You want to show him that and walk him through that?
Yeah. I want to walk him through a little bit of the reasons why we've all been under this guise before we get. You can see it in the live stream voice text, Bowie, if you're watching right now.
I mean, I'm getting it. It's like, how am I supposed to just believe all this shit because they've been told, because I've been fucking cultivated to believe this shit.
Oh yeah. You better believe, Bowie. Listen, ever since you were a young child, the only thing that you know is to listen to your teacher. listen to the person that's a professor. Listen to those guys, right? Don't question, just listen. And so when you're curious about things and you're like, yeah, but how do they know? You're taught not to ask these questions because somebody smarter than you figured it out. So therefore, you are basically like just like a dumb sheep. You have to just listen to what they tell you, and that's it. And then when you ask these guys in academia, the most awkward moment for them is them telling you that they don't know either. It's their best guess. It's their educated. They want to make so they're basically putting lipstick on a pig. It's our educated guess. Okay, so you're saying educated in front of guests to make it sound like it's nice and fancy, but it's your fancy way of saying you don't know. That's the truth. You have no idea of what the mechanism is, what makes these eclipses. And you want me to believe it? Based on what? Blind faith? That's religious. What do you want me to do that for? I might as well not even like think of this as science, but religion. Because that's what it is. You're basically telling me to listen to what you're saying, go to your classes, and understand this idea based on an educated guess, because it's something nice and fancy that you've been told probably by another professor, and so on and so forth until the point of origin of where the information came from. You see what's happening here, Bowie?
They really use our inquisitive mind against us because we're so curious and we want to know things, and they totally use that against us. And it's really, oh man,
it's the biggest
frustrating, bro.
It's the biggest mind job that you could probably think of right now. And I would say it this way, Bowie, go challenge these guys wherever they are, whoever's saying that. If you got a professor, a teacher, whoever, go and tell them, okay, what I need to know is that can I rely on this information to be 100% certain? I promise you, they're going to come back with telling you, we can't be sure of that. We can only be 99.99999% sure. We can't be 100% sure. That's not the way science works. I'm telling you, this is exactly what they do. This is the way they do it. So
they make it unokay too for us to not be able to know, to say, I don't know. Like, it's okay to not know what the sun is or the moon and how all that works. That's okay to say, I don't know. But they really take that away from people and think that that's not okay. We have to know everything.
Did Bowie leave? Bowie left, huh?
I hope not.
I'll come back now, you hear? Now, they ain't ready for this truth, Paul. The world ain't ready for this.
Well, the world doesn't really have a choice.
The thing is,
doesn't have a choice. We're here.
It's like, I don't like whether or not he was going to come in here and be like, oh man, you guys are speaking some truth. That doesn't bother me. What I want him to do is challenge what he's been told. Go take it to your professors, man. Go tell them. You go ask them the questions that you're asking in here and see if I'm not right about what they tell you to your face. We can't be sure. That's not the way science works. They're going to tell you that. And then I'm going to tell you I told you so when you hear them say that to you. Because that's exactly what they're going to say. How do I know? Them guys come in here and they're all about, well, what do you mean? You guys are science deniers. And I'm like, bullshit, dude. You don't even know for yourself what this is.
Stop believing in it through faith, is because that's what they're doing. They're having faith in them. Damn, what was that?
Hey, you guys, whoever's coming in with their mic is, you got to check. Don't plug in your toaster, bro. Plug in your mic. You got a toaster plugged in. We're gonna get more of this guy, and they always like, well, what is a lunar eclipse? What's a, bro? What have you been told, and who told you, and how do they know? Like, because that's, you're coming, and people got like this something in the hopper because they know that they're just ready to, like, nah, but you're saying that we don't know, but this guy over here knows. Bullshit, he doesn't know. He's just telling you something that he learned from another guy.
And that's just misdirection again anyway, Mayhem, because it doesn't fucking matter about the shape of the earth. It's just another, distraction.
You know what's weird? Like, when I think about it, yeah, misdirection seems to be a good word for this, because it's like, okay, can't we just look at the ground? And you're just like staring at, like, let's look at the ground. You're like, no, let's look up here. Look. Like, when you're little, your parents wanted to misdirect you from like seeing something. Look over here. Look. And you're just
all this toy section in the store.
Yeah, it's misdirection, bro. Because if you actually looked at the ground and studied to see if it actually is curving with 8 inches per mile squared, with the, it being an oblate spheroid, having the consequent of being an oblate spheroid would mean that it would have drop over distance. Now, if it does have that, let's go check it out. No, you have to be misdirected to looking at what is the moon phases or what's causing eclipses. Look up at the sky, y'all. It's like, for what? Who cares? They're doing what they're doing in the sky, but that's not going to tell us the shape of the ground if we're not going to do any due diligence to measure it, right? I mean, what's
Yeah, we
that going
can't measure the Earth today, but 2,000 years ago, apparently, some guy measured it. But I can't do it because see, the Earth is so big and I'm so small. But some guy 2,000 years ago, apparently,
I make
measured
fun,
it.
dude. I say like, yeah, he had sandal power or donkey power. That's how he got it done. The man crossed over 500 states. You know how far that is for people in those days? They don't have motorized vehicles. They're not going to get from point A to point B in a jiffy. It's going to take them a little bit to get from wherever it was, Cyrene to Alexandria. It's just not like, let's go hop on a donkey and let's go take a trip. That's a long way. And then to say all the you can't even, that's not fine if it did happen. So what? He's measuring shadows, for God's sakes. Like, he's not measuring drop over distance. So it's not even close to what we're talking about until they're doing line of sight tests to see how much the drop rate over the distance that they're measuring is going to be. Then they're not measuring the curvature of the Earth. What they're doing is measuring shadows. Good for you. Now you know how big a shadow is at 12 o'clock noon. Who cares?
Well, you need a plane of reference to measure the angle from the sun to the tip of that shadow.
Yeah, but it's still, it's not even within the realm of like the consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. The consequent is it's going to have drop over distance. This sticks and shadows measuring.
You might not have understood what I said. The ground.
What I'm telling you is
in that shadow is your baseline.
Yeah, it's still out of like, it's what we need to do is hand wave dismiss that bullshit because it's nothing anyways. You could do that on a flat surface or a curved surface.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. You cannot do that on a curved surface. Get me an angle from a curved surface right now.
Where's the somebody have the image that can show this gentleman that we've done already? That you could do it on a curved surface and a flat surface. You can do it.
You can get an angle. You can get an angle.
I think you're misunderstanding each other. I think you're misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I know what I'm saying. I don't know what the other gentleman's saying. But listen.
You're saying that you can get an angle from a curved surface, right?
No, that's not what he's saying.
On sticks.
Well, I said you can't get an angle from a curved surface, and you said you can.
From the shadow, the sticks and shadows, right? We're talking about Eratosthenes, are we not?
Right. Is the ground the baseline in that example?
The ground, as in like the actual Earth you're standing on, or like, let's say something that you construct? Because
where do you think the shadow is? Is the shadow casting on the ground or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So, can you get an angle from a curved surface?
You're talking about with the idea that the bottom of that triangle. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Of course, you can't get that angle. But what I'm saying is the shadows that's being cast on it is still going to appear the same when you're looking at the sticks and shadows reference. So if you use, I know what you're saying. Like, I get it. But what I'm saying is like you're not going to be able to say that with the flat surface and the curved surface, the way the shadow appears, it's going to look any different. However, that angle that you're talking about, you're not going to be able to get it from the curved surface. However, you can still see the shadow being the same on both. So when you look at
irrelevant. That is irrelevant. I don't know why you keep moving to a straw man. The point is, if you're going to measure an angle between Siam,
listen, you're taking what I'm saying out of context. That's fine, okay? Because what I'm telling you is that when they bring up Eratosthenes, you could hand wave dismiss it as it's not even entered into the realm of something you can verify.
Well, let me explain to you my point, because you obviously don't understand my point. Okay? When they invoke Eratosthenes, right? They invoke a 90-degree angle in Siam, and then a whatever degree angle in another area in the distance.
Alexandria.
Alexandria, yeah. They're invoking angles. Can you get angles from a curved surface?
Yeah, 90 degrees is what you're saying. No, you can't get a 90 degree from a curved surface.
So, even in their historical data, they require the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, I can see that, but it's still like not what I'm asking for anyway. So what I'm asking for is drop over distance, which they can't give me anyway. So like you can hand wave dismiss it that way. I'm hand wave dismissing it in the other way.
I'm not hand wave dismissing it. I'm using it. No, but that's the thing. Why hand wave dismiss it? Why hand wave dismiss it though?
Eratosthenes is bullshit. It's not even entering the court for evidence. I'm gonna toss it out the moment it comes in. However, you're entertaining it, saying that okay, even if you do use it, you're not gonna be able to get an angle. Therefore, the Earth is flat already. So I'm gonna say, look, I want them to realize if they're gonna search for the Earth having the consequence of it being an oblate spheroid, you have to first understand what it is to have an oblate spheroid. Know that you have to have a radius, diameter, circumference if you're gonna do that, and then apply it to the Earth, and then see how you're gonna come at it that way. You're going it the other way. You're saying you can't have it at 90 degrees. I agree with you on that. Not disagreeing with you, but at the same time, I'm not going to entertain Eratosthenes coming into the court as evidence, whereas you might. I'm not. It's out the door. The moment it enters, it's out. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Can you measure an elevation angle from Alexandria? Yes or no? To the sun. Can you measure an elevation angle?
I think we just covered this. I don't know why you're going back to it. We just covered it.
Is it possible to measure an elevation angle from Alexandria to the sun from the surface of Earth?
The sun? I already told you can't get a 90 degree. It's not possible.
You cannot measure an angle to the sun.
Yeah, we've just been over that. Like, why are you going back to it? We've been over that.
Repeating ourselves.
You're not listening. You're not listening at all.
What the fuck?
You need a flat plane to measure an angle. You can measure an elevation angle to the sun. The shadow in Alexandria from its tip is an elevation angle. You can measure an elevation angle from Alexandria to the sun.
Yeah, but not on a curved surface, right?
Exactly. Yes.
All right. So that's what I'm saying, dude.
So their historical appeal is going to require them to say the Earth is flat. Why, if you're arguing about the surface of Earth, why would you not use that against them?
Well, who's saying that you can't use it against them?
That's what I'm saying. If they're in the argument,
no, hang on. Who's saying that you can't use that against them?
You said to hand wave dismiss it.
I'm hand wave dismissing Eratosthenes as being that there's no way that you can even talk about it because there's no way you can get the consequence of the Earth being an oblate spheroid from Eratosthenes. Point blank. Can't be used at all.
But we are arguing, the argument, right, is about if the Earth is flat or curved, is it not?
Listen, when I'm asking them the questions that I'm asking them, it's so that they can understand that they can't actually do what they think they're doing with anything in history. So what I'm achieving right now is that you can't use anybody or anything in history to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, period. That's it.
But what I'm saying is the argument isn't over history. The argument is over the surface that you're standing on, is it not?
Yeah, but we're not going to get there at this point of my conversation with the person.
You're already there. They already invoked it. Why don't you just point it out at that point?
Not going to see it.
Yeah, they're not going to accept that, bro.
It's not agree or disagree. It's not accept or don't accept. It is required for the information.
Yeah, I understand that. But they don't. So.
Yeah, that's why, because nobody's pointing it out to them. Like, okay, you want to use this historical data? Go ahead. But Earth must be flat for you to do so. Now,
what is pointed out to them ad nauseum is that the whole Eratosthenes narrative assumes sphere. That if that doesn't matter to them, how is they're not actually examining it. They're not there to learn. They're there to whatever.
No, Eratosthenes measured the Earth flat. Then who gives a shit what he did, right? Yeah, you can. I measure my table flat. I can assume it's a sphere afterwards and calculate it as a spherical surface. It doesn't change the fact that my table is flat. Basically, what I'm saying is you can concede to anything they say, anything, and the Earth still needs to be flat for them to make a positive claim.
Yeah, the thing is, though, whenever these people invoke Eratosthenes, the only reason they're invoking it is globe, ball. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, that you can show them the details of this narrative that shows it shows it has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do, but they only invoke it because they believe it does. So
it does have. See, that's the thing. It does have something to do with the nature of the ground you're standing on.
What
It's
I'm
just
saying
not
is
what they're claiming.
their reason for bringing it up, their Eratosthenes cliff notes that they're running with, has nothing to do with the details or the contradictions of the story. It has to do with saying sticks and shadows, and then saying eclipses, and then saying time zones. It's just part of the package. But yeah, if you can actually get someone who brings it up to actually go with it, and people are willing. Some people do come to that realization of the whole nothingness of Eratosthenes.
But it's not a nothingness, though, because he is making a measurement.
As far as whether it can be brought into the discussion of whether or not there's a spheroid, it has nothing to do with it, because both things can be shown. But I get what you're saying. The narratives. I get what you're saying. The narratives that they're using. Yeah, I get it. But
you cannot do that from a
curve. The point of why they bring it up.
It does. It's irrelevant, right? If you're in a murder trial, right, and you're prosecuting, and they bring up that they did kill the guy, but they stabbed him, but they didn't shoot him, right? Does it matter that they stabbed him instead of shooting him if they're admitting they freaking murdered him?
Well, in the sentencing phase, I don't know, man.
Oh, their admission of guilt.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, that the story, even the story, contradicts what they think the story brings them. I get that, but yeah, you can bring it up to someone who, next time someone invokes Eratosthenes, try to have this discussion with them.
Well, the best they can do is descend it into absurdum and deny what an angle actually is. That's the best they will ever do. They'll try to say that an angle is a vertex, not an angle.
Yeah,
and they'll try to confuse that definition. Which
that's why it's not a point to be brought into to contend with, because I already know that what they bring in is not the truth. So they're going to argue, like you said, and make it sound like they have a point. But what I'm saying is that we've been doing this for many years, and I already know that's not effective, because you're arguing with somebody point to point. What all it's going to do is they're going to basically double down, and they'll say they're right. You'll say you're right. No one will win. Maybe you might win some souls over in that discussion because you have a very strong way of putting it forward. But obviously, you won't expose it to them that they don't know, because in their minds, they do know. So you won't convince them, or not. What I'm saying is exposing them to the mindset that they're wrong. It won't happen in that conversation. I guarantee it, because I've heard many people like you come in here and say, no, I'm going to convince them with this information because it's the truth and there is no way they can get it. I know that. You know that. But when they come in here, they're not going to be convinced at all. They're just going to be telling you that it's the way that it can be figured out. And like, I'm not disagreeing with you. You got a point, but it's the point that we see, not them. They're not going to see. And so some of the audience.
So your point now is that don't bother bringing it up to them when they bring it up, because they won't see it anyway, even though you're pointing it out to them.
Yeah, what I'm asking
is that a logical position to take?
The position that you're taking, it doesn't need to be logical. It needs to be provided as evidence for the consequence of the Earth being a globe. So if they're not providing that evidence, then it can be entered into court for evidence. They think it's evidence right now. And when they argue with you, in their mind, they think it's evidence, which you can point out to them that it's not. I can agree that you can probably say that, and some souls might be convinced.
No, it is evidence. It's just not the evidence they think they have.
Right. I get that.
Yeah. So why are you not pointing that out? You're saying that you can just hand wave it.
Oh my God.
When they require the Earth to be flat to calculate it as a globe, why would you not think that is worth?
Point that out, but if you've paid attention to what happens in here, people aren't receptive to that. They don't care about that. These people who come in here doing sticks and shadows chanting as globe proof, they don't care. I realize it's a case by case,
but see, in that case, you're not going to reach them with anything. What are you trying to do with someone who absolutely thinks they know what Earth is?
I've been here that long in this server, so you can have your opinion. That's fine.
I'm not talking about a matter of opinion. I'm talking about a matter of information.
Because you haven't been in this server.
No, I'm talking about a matter of information. The information is solid.
I remember being like this a couple years ago, like this guy.
I mean, aren't they just going to go to, our curved line straight, and they're going to say, there's people that come in here and say you can have curved lines on a triangle. So I don't.
Right, hold on. But see, when you get to that point with someone that they're willing to descend the argument to ad certum, what do you think you can say to a delusional person to break a delusion? Tell me now, or the whole thing's pointless, right?
No, it's not just about the person you're talking to; it's for the people listening too. So,
all right then. Exactly.
Here's what you do: you tell them to go learn the narrative about what they chant.
Hold on a second. That's exactly
you asked a question.
Yes, and you answered it beautifully. Now let me make the conclusion that needs to be drawn from that. Because if the person coming in to argue, you're making the argument that it shouldn't be said because they won't believe it. But it's not about them, is it?
I didn't say that they wouldn't believe it. I said they're not receptive to what you're laying down. It's a case-by-case basis, correct. Well, it is relevant when we're talking about, what's the point? Well, you pointed out to them that the thing they chant, the Greek guy with sticks and shadows proves globe, you point out to them, maybe you should learn that story of Eratosthenes before you come in here and chant it. You can't force them to. And they're going to be arrogant, and they're going to be delusional. So
they do know the story. They do know the story. They explain to you how they're measuring an angle.
Because when you tell them that the story, listen.
No,
when you
they
tell
just show the most recent thing they find on Google.
When you tell them that the story involves assuming globe Earth, they say, "So what?"
Well, then it usually starts with when we start talking about measuring curve with drop over distance. We start there because we're given these measurements. And then they invoke Eratosthenes because we say, well, you can't measure the Earth because the Earth is so big and you're so small and you're standing on it. Well, and then we say, well, where did we get these measurements from? Who measured the Earth? And that's when Eratosthenes comes in.
Well, do you know how you measure drop over distance in their paradigm? What is the calculation and what are the measurements taken? Or don't say it.
I feel at this point you're just preaching to the choir, man. Like, we know all this stuff.
No, a claim was made. I'm asking for information about the claim that was made. So, What are the measurements they take, and what are the calculations to derive drop over distance?
Here, Morris.
What case are you talking about? Are you talking about the Eratosthenes chant?
No, that's not how they measure drop over distance.
No,
That's
I'm
how they
at, what are you
measure
talking? I
arrow
was away
rays
from the
from
thing. What
sun,
are you talking?
they
What are
say.
you asking for?
You said that they measure drop over distance, right? That's
Well,
what they
that
say.
well, I didn't. You must be talking about someone else, but I wasn't bring. I didn't bring that up. It could have been the other person talking. I do not know. But the point is,
Oh,
you
okay.
said,
Why
well,
are
they
you
know.
responding
You
to
said,
it then?
listen. You said
Why are
they
you
know the
responding to
story.
what someone else said?
Okay. Well, I didn't because I was away. I was asking what was being. I was asking about. I didn't know what was being
All
said.
right. Well, I'll reiterate
Hold
the
on a
point that was
second. Hold on
made.
a second.
Is that
Can I say something real quick while I have a second? Well, you said, well, they know the Eratosthenes story. And I said, well, that's not true because when you tell them it begins with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, they say, so what? Okay, well, even if that is news to them, that it begins with the assumption that the Earth is ball, and they don't understand the implications of that very thing, then what is the point of going into like
but that isn't the beginning of it.
showing him the details of this thing?
That is not
If
the
they don't- if they-
beginning of it. That is not the beginning of it, though. The beginning of it is that they measure an angle differential between the sun in two different places
Well,
at
did
the same time of the year.
Eratosthenes in the narrative? Did Eratosthenes assume sphere?
After he did something,
Well, it
he
doesn't.
did assume a sphere. After he did something, what did he do first?
Was the assumption of sphere part of the process?
Before or after he measured angles from a flat plane?
But the Cliff Notes version of the story has Greek guy, sticks and shadows equals globe. Within that narrative, even within the Cliff Notes, it says assuming sphere. That if that doesn't sink into the people who invoke Eratosthenes as their long lost hero, then the things you're saying, I hate to say it before, I hate to make a judgment before the case, but it's pearls before swine. They don't care about the contradictions. They don't care about the method. They care about Eratosthenes' globe. Like I said,
So
try
you're
it out.
making an
The
argument.
next time someone invokes it, try it out. Do your thing.
Right. So you're making an argument that you're making an argument to the person that you're debating with that it'll change their mind. It won't change their mind.
No,
and we're all in agreement that these people are delusional. Right?
I'm telling them if they want to chant something, they ought to learn what they're chanting.
Okay, so this is the point, though. You're not talking to them alone. You're talking to everyone else.
Well, yeah,
and if you measure,
everyone else can hear it. When you tell someone 4, 5, 6 times that Eratosthenes assumes sphere, and the other person says, "So what?" Yeah, it's heard.
and that's your justification and why you're saying that, right?
I said it's a case by case basis.
Well, see, this is the thing.
You're making some blanket statement. Why don't you try this out? If you think if you think this detail, well, then why are you complaining about it? Does it work?
I'll tell you what I've done with it. I'll tell you what I went on McToon's channel. Hold on. I went on McToon's channel against him and Ruhith. And when I brought it up, right, I was allowed 2 sentences and then I was cut off completely. And I wasn't allowed one whole sentence after Ruhith got 25 minutes of uninterrupted speech. That's how destructive
you can do it. Hey, Refracted, you can do it in here. You can do it in here. Like next time Ruhith or whoever comes in here, I want you to try it on them in here. Like what I'm saying is, if you think,
I mean, that would be great.
Like the gentleman was saying, if you think it's effective, try it out. What's the worst that can happen, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying
you're bringing it up to people who are acknowledging the implications of it.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, I put out the challenge that I would concede every point they made, and Earth would still need to be flat for them to make the positive claim. That was the challenge that I put forth to them, which they accepted and tried to make it about celestial navigation, which I immediately conceded that he had done it correctly. All I did was try to point out to them that they were using a flat plane to get those measurements to do navigation with, right? And I was not allowed to speak. Now you tell me if the audience got to hear it. Or
you're on there.
If it wasn't reaching them, why was I muted? Why was I silenced?
Refracted. You're on their playground. Of course you're going to be muted. When you're in here, they're on ours. So if you think that's going to be effective, what I'm telling you is administer it when they're in here. Because if I'm not mistaken, Ruhif is a part of the server. Just do it to him when he's here. But also any other Glober that comes in here, because how effective of what you think is in your mind. You got it all worked out, and that's great. Okay, kudos to you, right? Because I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. It's a point that is what we say in here, right? Everybody agrees with you. What I'm saying is just like what Old Haas is saying is that when you talk to these guys, it's a different conversation when you're going point for point. They have a point, you have a point. They have a point, you have, and this discussion, the way I'm phrasing it, the way I'm saying it, the way I propose it to these guys, is not a debate, period. I'm not going in there trying to prove this thing from a point of here's my point. Now, what do you got? And then listen to them. Nuh-uh. What I'm telling is that you ain't got shit. Not you, but them. You ain't got shit when you come in here, because when you're trying to present this, there is no case. You're trying to bring your idea of Eratosthenes into the court and bring it forth as evidence. When I look at it, I'm gonna hand wave dismiss it out. And so you don't have it doesn't even see the light of day in here. Or for me anyway. I don't know. You might entertain it. I don't.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. Because you're talking about a point by point debate. That didn't happen on Ruhif's channel or McToon's channel. Because the initial point they made required the earth to be flat. They made it, not me. I'm not the one making it. They are. Do you not see what I'm getting at? I got to go, guys. You need to think about what you're saying.
Yeah, dude. Well, you're talking about people who are realizing the implications of what you're saying. That will go over the head of the run-of-the-mill Eratosthenes chanter. You're kind of being an idealist about this, but try it out. Good luck. Yeah.
If you're talking to what happened.
If you're talking to
just
someone who
explain to you what happened with anti-flat earthers, people who are solely against the idea of flat Earth. I was not allowed to speak. The moment I started to introduce it, they realized how damning it was and did not allow me to speak.
Well, bro, we're allowing you to speak, and all you're
about a
doing is
playground or a platform. I'm saying that when they had control, they knew that the information was damning and no one should get to hear it. That's my point.
We've heard you so far. So when they come in here, I'm going to give you the floor. So let's see how far you fare with them. What I'm saying
getting ready to leave. I'll be back though.
Yeah, when you come back, hopefully if there's a Glober in here, I want you to actually try this out and see how far you go with it. Because I want you to because you were muted over there, but you're not muted over here. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like even orbital mechanics, right? When they invoke orbital mechanics, they have to invoke an apogee and a perigee before they can begin to calculate these things. These are derived. These are derived.
You forget about the power of television, dude.
Please. I'm making a point.
You interrupted. You talk and babble over top people when you want to do it. So, welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. Freaking refract. Go and do your thing.
Apogee requires a plane of reference. Apogee and perigee requires a plane of reference.
Bro, go do your thing. Come back and tell us all
about it. Yeah, dude. And people are brainwashed by space movies. You're forgetting that.
Man, I swear, man, he reminds me of about 4 or 5 years ago when I was in there. I was hard-nosed, zealous, just I had the zeal about me, man.
Did you have a positive, was you taking their positive claim and dealing with it? And how was you doing so 5 years ago? No, I want to know that.
Yeah, I was doing
exactly what you were taking their positive claim.
Listen,
give me the argument you were using.
Bro, your communication skills need some work, my dude.
No, I don't like it when I get hand waved when I point out a simple fact. Bro. That's exactly what's happening. You're saying that they ain't going to listen to you, so don't bother.
We're letting you talk, and you're just running over all of us, bro. You're not You're angry at us for something that they did, bro. You need to chill out. Go fucking get some
I'm not
fresh air and
angry
come
at
back, my
them.
dude.
I'm not angry at them either. I am getting a little bit triggered because I am making a point and it's being hand waved because they're not going to get it. So the point shouldn't be made. I don't see that. It's non sequitur to the point.
Go take your leave and then come back and then enlighten us again with your points, man.
All right, make an argument to ignorance.
Dude, drop
Yes.
in the next time someone brings up Eratosthenes. That's all. Good Lord.
All right, well, hold on. Is there anyone in here that believes Eratosthenes?
Oh shit, dude, go take your leave, bro. For God's sakes, we wanna have a discussion.
It'll only take 30 seconds if there's anyone that believes it.
Believes what?
It'll only take me 30 seconds, but I got to go. If there is someone, I can do it in 30 seconds. If not, I got to go.
I'll take the over.
We're good.
We're all right over here.
That's what I thought.
That's what I thought.
Gotcha. Got him.
This fucking guy,
Got him.
bro.
I'm out. Mic drop.
What the fuck, bro?
Why are you? This is so crazy. Are you mad at us?
He's mad. He's mad. Dude, he's got somebody fucking peed in his Cheerios, bro.
For
what
real,
the fuck?
dude. Triggering the shit out of me, bro. You're talking over my comrades.
Hey, don't get my brother up in a roar, dude. You're gonna find yourself in the wrong man.
Eratosthenes was a fucking badass, dude. He
kind of
hid until the 1900s. Shit.
He took the idea of hand waving as a personal, we're hand waving him. No, it's just some people like to do shit the way they like to do shit. Are you gonna come in and tell them, no, you're wrong for? Yeah, come on, bro. It's silly. If somebody doesn't want to use that as a part of their argument, why are you mad about that? You use it then. I don't get why you're bringing that energy in here.
His voice sounds familiar, man. Was he on a different show or something? I feel like I've heard him before.
It said he was a member since 2019, so I don't know. It's been here a while.
Yeah, but listen, man. Like in this arena,
he's on the panel on FED.
Is he really?
Yeah, this John Refractive Curvature. He's always on FED.
Well, that explains a lot then.
What I'm saying though is that when we're dealing with these assholes, right? Like these guys that come in here and they want to prove a point and shit. If they're gonna bring something in front of, this is the council, right? All of you guys, this is the council. If they're gonna bring something in front of here, it better damn well be some evidence that they're bringing forth. If it's not, out you go. It's out skis. We don't enter. Oh, let's talk about Eratosthenes now. Bullshit. That has nothing to do with anything whatsoever of the Earth having the consequence of it being an oblate spheroid. Period. And if it does, then tell us how, because he didn't do anything to measure the curvature of the Earth. Fixing shadows is not, and so talking about, well, look, man, you can't do it unless the Earth is flat. I get you, bro, but that's because you're a flat earther. You're preaching to the choir, ese? The rest of the people ain't gonna know that shit. So until you specifically ask for something, right? You need drop over distance. Give me that. Hand it over to me. Well, who did that? Nobody. So what does that mean? That no one has the answer. They're not gonna bring Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni or Aristotle or any other old guy in here if they know it's not drop over distance. That's pretty much what we need, isn't it? And so it just cuts all that crap out so you don't have to be dealing with point for point. And then, oh my God, he went to the 3-body problem. So you want to talk about the second law of thermodynamics violation ad infinitum, because we're going to go there with the 3-body problem. What about space? The next thing you're going to be talking about how rockets don't work in the vacuum of space. That's bullshit, dude. Why are you entertaining all these derivative topics?
He kind of disproved his own point too by saying he went to some other Glober channel and used that against him, and he immediately got banned. Well, anybody that's listening that isn't as well versed as him, they totally missed that.
Yeah.
And now you're banned and you can't say anything else. So what did you accomplish by doing that? Oh, you got one over on these Globers who are anti-flat earthers who are just, you're not going to get anywhere with them anyways.
Yeah,
so
they give
game.
Bro, they give zero fucks about it. Like they're just like, dude, Earth's a globe, bro. Eratosthenes for the win. You know, you don't give a shit about your point. They used to be like, dude, you can take your point, put it where the sun don't shine. You think they're gonna be like, oh, dude, you really got us now? That makes sense. You think that's
But
what's
he
gonna
tried to
happen?
use the argument that I said that you're also doing it for the listener, but the listener didn't catch on to that, bro.
I'm telling you, people have curated this platform to be so surgical with what we do. It's like when somebody that's like been doing it the old way comes in here, they're like, "No, man, we gotta stick to it this way, dudes." And you're like, "Bro, if you don't believe what we're saying, try that shit out in here where you're not gonna get banned by an anti-flat earther, and then see how it works because it doesn't. You're gonna find that out the hard way. However, but hey, you do you. If you think it's gonna work, do it. I'd like to. First of all, I'm gonna sit back and listen to you while I eat popcorn because I'm gonna start throwing popcorn at the screen when you can't get the point across or what you're trying to say because you're doing it point for point.
Hey, Mayhem. The 3-body problem is when you run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, when there's nothing else. You just want to entertain them, like, oh yeah, let's talk about it. But no, it's like, but these guys they want to cowboy up and they come in there with like, nah, man, we got this, bro. I'm like, no, you don't. Do you know what you're dealing with, man? You're dealing with sophist, solipsism, like, fuck, dude. You're dealing with so much shit. And then you think you're going to lay it on these guys and they're going to be like, shit, man, you got me. I don't think so. Like,
here's the order.
When you come here when you're not here and to tell people that are in this arena every day, and I've never seen this guy before, and then he wants to come in here and tell us we're doing it wrong. Okay, well, come in here and stay. Come tomorrow, stay for hours, get a Glober, and have at it. I would love
tomorrow, like
I'm
Sunday.
I told him too. I'm not even opposed to it, man. Like shit, we're all for it. You're not gonna get banned or shut down. As a matter of fact, you should be doing it in here, versus going to, dude. How, just even saying that's ridiculous. Going to their platform and saying, "Dude, I got muted." Well, no shit, Sherlock. What do you think was gonna happen over there?
Congrats.
You think they're gonna let you say what you wanted to? Oh, well, they invited me. Yeah, so they can toy around with you and make you the fool. That's it. You're not there to...
Go ahead, Mayhem.
No, you go.
Hey, Mayhem. Here's what we're going to talk about in the future. This is the order of the questions. Okay, we're going to talk about second law of thermodynamics. We're going to talk about inches per mile drop over distance. We're going to talk about rotation of the Earth, and then we're going to talk about 3-body problem. That's the order of the questions from now on.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, well,
no, we're gonna talk about rockets. Just get a rocket, bro. Just get a rocket.
No, talk about how rockets don't work in the vacuum of space for like 10 hours, and then hopefully you get them somewhere, right? Because obvious or not, let's argue the toss about Eratosthenes until the cows come home. Let's do it like let's have like 5 sessions of talking to this one individual about how we're right about Eratosthenes and they're wrong. Like, fuck, dude. Like, we've done this so many times. We know what works. And the shit that works is having them actually bring forth evidence that supports the case for the Earth being a globe. That doesn't involve Eratosthenes because they didn't do shit for drop over distance. Therefore, toss
Can
that
somebody
shit
even
out.
give me verifiable evidence that Eratosthenes even existed?
Yeah, we can even, if you really want to twist the knife, man, you can say, like, think about it. Was he even an actual person that lived? Like, where's the information coming from? It's like not even secondary. What is it? Tertiary? Like it's fucking. It's so far removed from like if we don't even know if that story was something reliable. So it's like, I mean, that's why I'm like, dude. When it comes into the council and somebody brings it forward, all right, man, I searched for the evidence of Earth being a globe. I brought in Eratosthenes. Okay, is that drop over distance? Yes or no? No. Okay, toss that shit out. Like, let's go with what we can find that somebody's ever measured drop over distance. I'm telling you guys, when they go on this wild goose chase, they're going to come back with a big old fat goose egg. They're not going to have anything. There's nothing. And I've had them actually look and look and look while they're in here talking to me, even though I say, well, damn, if you have to look for it, that means you're already not prepared. On top of that, you're going to bring forth something that has no relation to what I asked for. It's just that simple. So what it does, though, it makes them look like they are unprepared, they don't know, and all of the things that we want everybody to notice when they hear them speak is that they're unprepared, they don't know the information, and they have a blind belief in what they think they know. Therefore, gives us the ultimate upper hand of showing people, yes, see, look at this guy who thinks he knows what he was talking about. He was using his $10 words, but he don't look so fancy now, does he? How you like me now? You know, like. That's the thing. It's if we go into it like, all right, let's talk about Eratosthenes. You go first. All right, nice shot, partner. Let me come in with my evidence. Like, the fuck?
Robert Pisano used to say, "It's not what you know; it's what you can prove." And like Eratosthenes, like I said, that's just more unverified evidence.
Yeah, it's horseshit, bro. And when it's brought, and dude, I don't like the 3-body problem. That too is like, well, let's get into it, man. Let's talk about how the 3-body problem doesn't work. I'm like, fuck, dude, I don't want to go talk about that shit because that right there has nothing to do with this over here. I mean, that's like what you were saying earlier, Paul. That's misdirection, bro. Let's talk about how some shit in space is, and then have some, some fanboy Glober come in here, or you guys don't understand what you're talking about, and it's like, he's got his own little mathematical calculations of how he figured it all out. Like, I don't want to have to deal with that because that has no relation to the Earth having the consequence of it being an oblate spheroid, or that the Earth is in motion with the axial rotation, or that the vacuum of space actually exists like they tell us, because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Everything. So I can just it's become to where we don't entertain this idea of having a debate, and that's what it all boils down to. This is not a debate, period. When you make it one, I'm gonna kick back and see how fair how good you do, because if he thinks he's got the right stuff, they go ahead and prove it in here. You ain't gonna get banned.
You're just feeding the animal, right? Just feeding the
That's fucking
animal. You allow the debate.
Yeah, if you listen, I mean, some people because they got it's like something in their system. Perhaps they want to get it out. I'm like, hey, man, go ahead. If you think you're gonna be able to knock it all down, because in here no one's gonna mute you. You're the flat earther, right? So, and if you think you're gonna provide evidence with the Eratosthenes, let them talk about it. It's gonna prove the Earth being flat. Yeah, in your eyes, buddy, not theirs, or in anybody listening to you. Yeah, you might get a few converts from the audience, but not much are going to be like, like, fine. But we know historically that Eratosthenes provided evidence that the Earth is a globe. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And nobody from here should be even entertain them ever, because all they care about is attention, and they don't care about the actual subject matter. They don't give a shit. They care about the attention. So stop giving them attention.
For sure. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I'm not saying he's probably the only one. There's probably some people out there in the wings being like, yeah, you guys, I think you're doing it wrong. I bet you if I went in there, I could provide some evidence with, a point that I have. Go ahead, bro. If you're just like the guy that just left, if you think you got what it takes, when another Glober comes in here, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let you handle it. See how you fare. Hey, you might get him, but then again, I'm just the majority. What I'm gonna tell you is they're gonna just flat out deny you. Straight up, they're gonna be like, "That's bullshit, dude. Earth is a globe. Eratosthenes for the win."
Yeah, where is this guy when the bot's on and there's nobody talking and it's just dead air? Where's all that energy? You can come in here and educate us all and talk. Take up some time for us.
Exactly.
Well, he's used to the.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, he's used to that platform, the flat Earth debate, science versus pseudoscience. Because after the show's over, you got the guy Rikus Forrest, who's banned from here, mind you. But he'll want to do it where the globalist gets to have their say, the flat earther has their say. And they just go back and forth and just try to fill the air all day long. And then the first person who triggers gets muted for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the platform he's used to. Like, bring up a topic where you can get somebody upset by, or somewhere you can talk circles around them until they get frustrated with you. It was really kind of cringe, and you kind of see where you can guess where people come from. And I was not surprised when someone said earlier that he was from FED.
But did he recently have that interaction where he was muted? 'Cause it sounded fresh in his mind, like he was freshly angry.
Oh yeah, going to globalist spaces. Yeah, it's dumb. I do it quite often just for shits and giggles, But yeah, they trigger over anything. I mean, really, they'll ask you a question, you'll give them an answer, and then they'll say, "I don't want you talking your bollocks on my server. Get the f out." I go, "I was sitting here quiet, minding my own business. You asked me a question, I gave you an answer. You got what you wanted, and you're still not happy. How am I going to change that? You
I've
should
never
be
listened
happy."
to those platforms, so I don't know if sometimes a flat earther comes in there and they trounce him. But I guarantee you, if that does happen, that person is probably one of their friends coming in there posing as a flat
Yeah.
earther. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you see the flat earthers they like, and those are the pose. Those are the fakers. Like the flat earthers they give mods to, or the flat earthers who just talk endlessly. When the real flat earther comes in there, they shut their mic off quicker than shit. You barely get, if you get a chance to talk, you get like maybe 5 to 10 seconds before
I
they
refuse
fund
to
you.
give any of my energy to that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. I realize that, and I know it's stupid, and it's kind of a guilty pleasure. But sometimes you just like to go in there and just see what the monkeys are doing. Like,
I understand for some of the OGs in here, though. That's kind of how everything got started. It was all about debates and shit. Like I get it, but I feel like we gotta move on. You gotta
Sometimes
grow.
you just want to go to the zoo, you know?
you just want to see. You just want to see what's going. And once in a while, okay. I mean, I'm talking very, very rare. Okay, in the years I've been going to, it used to be fun because there was a couple of us who did it together. It was like Jin and Morbus and some other people. We'd all come together, so we'd have like backup. And that part was kind of fun too, because you had like you could laugh with each other and kind of like throw a shade or do whatever you wanted to do.
Yeah, you made a sport out of it. Yeah, camaraderie and turned it into a whole sport.
And then it'd be interesting too, because a lot of the complaints are the flat earthers are toxic, they just mute. They go, well, you do the same thing. So, but in your epistemology, inside your worldview, you think flat earthers are bad because they do X, and you do it too. Wow, dude. No wonder why you're angry. You're a bigger flat earther than any flat earther I know. Okay, the other point I was going to make too is like you go there to those servers, and once in a while it's toxic as hell. They're screaming at you, they're yelling at you, jump off a bridge, don't breed, and then a couple days later you'll get a DM. It's like, hey, I heard you talking on this server the other day. I don't like what happened. Can you tell me more? And then you're like, certainly. And sometimes they're taking the piss out of you, they just want to whatever. But once in a while it'll start a whole conversation. And people I still talk to this day who were like, yeah, that was cringe as hell. Wizard kind of said it best. Wizard said sometimes in his DMs, he gets people said, I was against flat earth, but I heard your debate. And the other side just screeched like a banshee. And you kind of gave some ideas and facts and logic and science. He goes, I don't like globalists, but I also don't think the earth is flat. I'm like, well, don't be a globalist then. Just be you. Figure this place out. Go through and just start fresh. And what do you know and like the other guy, I think it was you, right, said earlier. What do you know and what can you prove? I stopped saying the earth is a globe because I can't prove it. No way in hell could I prove the earth is a globe.
Early on, I didn't like when I first came here, people even saying that it's flat, because I thought it has such a negative connotation with people's minds, and they don't understand that, yes, there's mountains and hills, and that triggers them, and it confuses them. So but I've changed my mind on that. Now I understand. I do like it because it should trigger them. It should jar them.
And we're dealing with a whole spectrum of intellect as well. And you have to be able to teach how they need to be taught. And even if that guy was 100% right, the angry man, that may work with some people. It's not going to work with everybody that we're dealing with and everybody that's listening.
Yeah, that was weird, man. That was some weird energy coming in here and arguing. Like, why are you arguing with us?
Screaming.
a lot of times too, like I don't know, but a lot of these globalists, they're blitzed. Okay, they are seriously wasted most of the day. They wake up, they drink a ton of coffee, they start smoking their weed, they do like a wake and bake, whatever.
Nah, I don't blame it on the coffee. I drink
Yeah.
a lot of coffee.
Yeah, I'm saying it's okay to drink coffee, but what I'm talking about is they're under the influence of something else. They're very hard to really get them to follow any sort of coherent logic or reason. Because they're just under the influence of something. Like you'll tell them something, they'll say the exact same thing you just said, but then freak out because you said it, even though they just said it.
Yeah, and you can't. They're not coming from a place of, honesty and really interested in learning anything. They don't. They're not interested. They think they know. They're smarter than you, and that's it. They can't step out of themselves and be like, wait a minute, and look at things objectively.
This is like, hopefully this example is not too far out there. But one thing that happened is that a guy asked me, so why are you a flat earther? And I was going to do this like thing about, Carl Sagan, the irony of what Nixon did after going to the moon for peace and carpet bombing Cambodia and Vietnam and Laos. And they said those two things are not connected. And I'm like, okay, well, see, well, I said that I cannot explain a global war on terror, the earth as a globe. And you said you can't explain it either because they're not connected. I said it's ironic. They're connected through irony. You said they're not, you can't explain them because they're, and then they just went on and on and on. They just couldn't figure out we're saying exactly the same thing for slightly different reasons.
Are we thinking that back when we believed we lived on a globe, we didn't push it on anybody or defend it? Would we have? And I certainly would have. Maybe somebody else would. I would never have gone into a flat Earth server and argued because I considered you good folks uneducated, dumb, and stuff like that. So I would have stayed so far away from you that it wouldn't have been funny. Because these people that come in here go 95%, 99% of the world believes as I do, but I'm going to go ahead and spend time with you guys. I mean, as I do, but I'm going to go ahead and spend time with you guys anyway. That kind of thinking is so ridiculous to me that 95 to 99% of the world agrees with my position, but I'm going to go spend part of my day, and talk to people that are 1 to 5% of the world's population. In my mind, I would never have done that. So when somebody said there's something going on with these people, I call them Globerville, Village of Globers, or residents of Globers. There's something going on, and I think there's 5,000 of them on social media, give or take 1,000 or so. So I always kind of wonder, because I never would have come into a flat Earth server as a globe believer unless, I don't know, something's going on. I can't put myself in that position.
You got something with that, Jim, because I completely agree with you. When I never gave it any thought, and when I first heard that this is an actual conversation being had, I was curious and I wanted to hear that position. So I listened and I took the information that they had to say, and then I did my own homework. And guess what? I'm a flat earther now. And these people, that's the problem. They're not doing their own homework. They don't come in here and then go do the work themselves. So you're right. They're not. There's something wrong. They're not really interested.
No, there's something going on. I'm curious. There's something going on with Ruhif. There's something going on with Kosho. There's something going on with paid NASA shill, even though he's kind of admitted that he's paid. And so there's something going on with these people. And, seriously, I really don't want to know. I mean, I had another, thing with Ruhef last night. He was on, I got home late from the beach, and Troubling was on TikTok, and he was on Zoom. So I went over there, and Ruhef was there. And it's just like, I'm telling you guys, there's something going on with Ruhef that I don't really want to know about. I mean, there's something going on. I don't want to know what's going on with him because he is so insane. And I told him, I told him, I kind of, I was nice about it. I didn't raise my voice. And I just told him, your ideas are insane, Ruhef. I mean, this stuff about light bending up and down and around the globe, but because you want it to, and you've never thought about relativity, and you've never thought about 8 inches per mile squared because refraction gives you your 8 inches per mile squared, and you've never thought about the second law of thermodynamics, and you've never thought about Newton's third law of motion. He said a week ago, he said, that they take their own oxygen to outer space. I'm going, a 19-year-old on the beach last week told me that. They take their own oxygen to outer space. So, Ruhef, what are you adding to the discussion other than being a parrot for ChatGPT, Wikipedia, Google, and NASA? There's nothing. So it's just
Jim, I don't even think you should be using his name, honestly, because I don't want anybody listening to you to go seek this man out.
No,
and possibly get poisoned. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'll defer to that one. I'll concede to that one.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we should stop giving these people attention.
Oh
Just
my
say
goodness.
this guy, and this is what he does. Fuck, man.
Ruhef was an
But you know what? It's
interesting.
like I couldn't imagine myself. I think atheism is ridiculous, but I would never seek out an atheist Discord server and go there and
No.
tell them how ridiculous I think they are.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? I don't get that energy at all. I mean, I'm curious, and I would ask them, so can you tell me your position? And I've heard it, and I say, okay. And then I leave. Because it, there's no good, there's no evil, there's no right or wrong. Everybody should just be able to live however they want, and as long as you don't hurt anyone else. Well, hold on.
That's Christian. That's treat your neighbor as if yourself. That's what Jesus said. So if you're an atheist and you're saying the same thing Jesus said,
But there's no morality. They don't believe that there's any good, there's any bad, and there's. But don't hurt your neighbor. Why not?
If you get rid of your indoctrination, I mean, if you can actually get rid of your ego pride, indoctrination, Stockholm syndrome, cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias, fear, and money, if you can actually get rid of those things and look at this model of the globe and imagine that at 24,901 miles, tilted, wobbling, spinning, going around the ever-expanding universe at these insane speeds, if you could actually get past your indoctrination or your cognitive dissonance, you will laugh that you even believed in that stuff for 5 minutes. But people can't get past those, those 8 or 9 things. And to come to truth, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and go, okay, I was fooled, and I'm not going to be lied to anymore. And I'm telling you, people that there are, they say flat Earth's not for everybody, but I'm going, hey, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I'm telling you, you got to get past that cognitive dissonance. If you don't, it's over.
Yeah, and that's why they do it at that young age, man, because you're so impressionable and your brain isn't even fully developed yet. They say the frontal lobe part of your brain isn't fully developed until you're in your 20s. And at that age, when they're feeding you that information, the frontal lobe part of your brain, supposedly, I don't know if this is true, it handles like your ability to think rationally and to problem solve. And they're absorbing all that information, and everybody around you is telling you, listen to these people, listen to this, and nobody contradicts it, and nobody tells you otherwise. Why would you ever think anything else? You don't think the people around you are going to lie to you and want to harm you and hurt you?
Here's the funny thing, Paul. At a very young age, at 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, when they get us, we weren't even allowed the opportunity to think about anything else. It was like, one way is the only way, it's the right way, and if you disagree, you're a nut job. But guess what? We're not even going to let you disagree, because we're not even going to give you that option. You just got to go along and they get you at age 5, if not sooner. And by the time you're 10, you're hooked. And by the time you graduate high school, you're hooked, and it's over. And then Hollywood takes over. Universal Studios takes over. Tom Hanks takes over. Comcast takes over, and it's done, guys. It's done until somebody comes along and goes, "Hey, you've been lied to." And with me, it was virology, and so it's very interesting.
And at that age too, you don't even know who you are. You have no personality. Like you don't have anything to stand on. So you can't really separate yourself from the herd, right? You kind of just, okay, this is where we're going. Let me squeeze in here and, not make any waves. I want to just fit in with everybody around me. Cause you're timid. You're scared, and they use that against, and that's where the ridicule and laughter comes in when they start teaching you and telling you how dumb these people were to believe that the earth is flat and you'd fall off the edge, like how stupid, and they laugh, and that really plays a big psychological role when you're a child, in your psyche, and I think imprinting that in your brain.
This lady about 2-3 weeks ago came into a live stream on TikTok. Her name was Michelle, and over there they can get 9 people in a live stream now, which is way too many. But anyway, she came in, and she was in the lower left-hand corner of the live stream. I remember it, and she's a science teacher. Okay, I don't know if it was grade school or high school. She said her favorite planet was Mars. I'm just kind of going, okay, what do you deal with somebody who says my favorite planet, which doesn't exist, is Mars? I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
I mean, it's so hard to. I mean, God bless people that really want to dedicate their life to helping children and teaching children, but fuck, man, you're not. That's not what you're doing, unfortunately.
You're not. And she didn't know any better, probably. I mean, she didn't know any better. It's just like this teacher at 12 minutes after the hour, that secret Asian man dropped. She didn't know any better. She doesn't know any better.
Jim, too, a lot of people talk about, it's amazing that, we're even in this chat, excuse me, today, that their grip is so strong on us. It's a miracle that any of us get out of it. But I'm starting to think that's not true anymore. I don't think they're as powerful as we tell ourselves they are. I think they're only as powerful as we allow them to be. And if we can get everybody on our page, it would end. It would end, because we would cease to give them this control, because we basically give our entire lives to this system and just go along, because we're born into this system and this structure of go to work, consume, you have to do this, you have to obey these laws. And if you go against that, they say, well, we got to punish you because these are the agreed upon laws that everybody in society has agreed to live by. Well, hold on. I didn't agree to none of that shit. I was born into this. Nobody fucking asked me if I was okay with any of these rules or laws or restrictions. And once people,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, if we could get people on in here with us and awaken them to that fact, it would crumble. It would crumble.
We are all born and participate in a prison system that we cannot see. Therefore, once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. And one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is the ability to think for yourself. So, those are 4 sayings from Flatten the Curve, 2 minutes 39-second clip that I have, and the very first part of the documentary that was released February 2022. And so it's we are all born and participate in a prison system that we cannot see. When we're in prison, when we're put in prison, we know we're in prison because there's a door there, there's guards on the outside, we get 3 meals a day. Some of us go nuts because we can't get out and do anything. And some of that, but and so we know we're in prison. But can you imagine being in a prison system that you cannot see? That's I'm telling you, that's the wall that we have to break down when we go out and see people. in the real world. We got to break down that wall that they think they're free. That's what we got to break down, that they can think for themselves. They have not thought for themselves since they were born.
And it's what was I gonna say? Fuck, I lost it. It'll come back to me. Imagine this. Imagine if, let's say, there was an awakening right now, in a split second, everybody was given the knowledge that the heliocentric model is a lie. There is a creator, right? And not just believe it, but know it for certain. Do you think they're still going to listen to the liars on TV? You think they're still going to follow their supposed leaders, appointed leaders? I think they're going to shut the TV off. They're going to go to their neighbor's house, introduce themselves, talk about what they just learned, and it's going to spread from there, and the entire system will break down.
I just posted the first 2 minutes 39 seconds of the movie Flatten the Curve from February 2022, and it talks about what we're just talking about now, and it's very powerful. This first 2 minutes 39 seconds, everybody who we can possibly get this in front of, we should get in front of. It'll at least give them the opportunity to not hear us, babble, but hear somebody else, say the truth. And this is a possible opening right here in case anybody wants to take this and share it.
Yeah, I can't imagine if what I was talking about were to actually happen, that even the next day anybody's going to go to work, because they're going to be like, wait, why am I going to work? Why do I need this money? What am I paying? Who am I paying? Why am I paying for this? What is happening? Man. Hey, I got a question about that documentary too, because I watched. There's several of them, right, that were made by the same folks, and I had sort of a beef with it, because I remember in one part they were using that map with the outer lands as, like, I don't know, kind of saying that's real. That kind of bothered me.
I think that is the one that they put out. Sean put out on April 2022, if I remember right. Sean Hidler put out, and that's up to you. They went about 10 minutes into that, and then yeah.
And maybe they just said that there was like speculation, and they weren't saying. I might have missed that part.
I'm not going to comment negatively on fellow people that believe we live on a stationary plane. So I'm not going to comment negatively on that. But I really do like the documentary. Flatten the Curve. I know John Davison. He's one of the pilots they interviewed, and he said there was a drop over distance of 100 miles of a mile. I think he rounded down, because the drop over distance on their fake fairy tale globe over 100 miles is 6,667 feet, something like that. And he said it was a mile, which is 5,280 feet. So he was probably just rounding down. He was off by 30%, but he was still rounding down. And so that's the only thing out of that whole documentary. The documentary is 90 minutes long or 93 minutes long. That's the only thing on that documentary is like, no. It's just.
Yeah, I did overall enjoy it. I wasn't just trying to shit on it. I was just, if anybody knew like how that got thrown in there, and from what point of view did I miss something?
It's two different documentaries. Flatten the Curve has nothing to do with Sean Hibler. This is totally different altogether. This isn't part of that series that they put out. This Flatten the Curve stands by itself, and it actually, I came to the understanding we live on a stationary plane, flat Earth, on November 2021, and I saw this, in February 2022, And so this actually strengthened my belief in what I had come to believe in November 2021. And I give this documentary a lot of credit for giving me some information that I, as a newbie, I needed.
Right.
You guys hear the news? The news of the day.
What's that?
One of the things I do is I look over the news, science and space news, and then pick the best one. I think the one that's got the a lot of different criteria. But today it's gigantuan black hole switches on. It becomes one of the brightest objects ever seen. A black hole just 10 billion light years away has suddenly switched on and has become the brightest translucent object ever detected. And I paired that with that gif from Brendan Fraser from Bedazzled, where he kept crying over the sunset.
Who? If it's the brightest object ever seen, who? Period. I didn't see it. How come I didn't see it?
It's the brightest black hole ever. There it is. So I post these in the news clipping area on this server and a couple other servers, depending on what server it is, where they go.
And you ask any, after this has been out for a week or 10 days or a week, whenever it is, you ask any astrophysicist or astronomer, is this true? And they go, well, if it's reported, then it must be. Okay.
Yeah, like yesterday.
Cool story, bro.
I know. I wish I had some sort of or maybe if they don't know about it, be like, hey, Mr. Astrophysics, like a doctorate degree at, some shake and bake college. Can black holes turn on and off? They're like, no, they can't. Why would you answer this stupid question? This is why you're a flat earther. You're so uneducated. You don't even know how to ask an appropriate question. Drop it. Bang. Gargantuan black hole turned on. So it was off and it turned on, right? Oh, yeah. That's why I said. I go, you lying sack of shit. That's not what you said at all. He goes, yeah, your question didn't make sense because you didn't talk about X, some random thing they'll throw in there. Because it's gigantuan. Gigantuan black holes turn on and off, but not regular black holes. Your question just asked about regular black holes. Duh.
Oh, yeah, duh.
I'm like, so there was, okay, so how many different sizes of black holes are they? And they'll freak out again. The black holes don't have sizes. They're space-time continuum fabric of, You're like, okay, whatever, dude. And a couple days later, it's like the largest black hole ever found. I go, so wait, if there wasn't sizes and there was no way to criteria them into sizes, How come there's even an even larger one now? Oh, well, that's not the question you asked a couple of days ago. You had asked to organize black holes into small, medium, and large. I go, no, that's not what I said. I asked you how many different sizes are there? Do they come in sizes? Sizes and shapes and colors and whatnot. Like, how much of the sky magic are you going to actually hold your feet to the fire? How much of it do you know and how much do you don't know? Because this sounds like each day you come up with a completely new story, a completely new narrative. The story changes so frequently, your head is like literally shaking so fast that you can't even keep your eyes on the road going forward.
Yeah, but my favorite football team is playing Saturday, and I have a date to go to a nice restaurant on Sunday. So I really don't care about outer space. Just tell me what you want.
Yeah, it's mental masturbation for the for the faithful followers.
Yeah, it's so cringe too, because like I think it was Paul, right? You were talking about atheism earlier. Yeah. Okay, because like a lot of these, I go to some of these atheist servers, and it's like they think space proves there's no God, and you drop all the quotes, Copernicus, Newton. Like the book. Just a couple months ago, one of the astronauts wrote a book about how he found Jesus in space. And, like they brought the, if you believe all their stuff, all the space stuff, they bring the Bible to the moon. They read from the Bible on Apollo 8 and gave the glory to God. They took communion on the moon. Nixon said God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. The current director of NASA said God handpicked him to lead America's space program at this critical juncture to return to the moon. I go, all this stuff, all these people that are telling you the earth is a globe are also telling you there's a God. How do you parse that out, Mr. Atheist? And they're like, oh, they're wrong about that. Okay, good. We agree. They're wrong. Me and you both agree they're wrong. We just disagree on what they're wrong about.
Yeah, the problem is that's the first time they've even ever heard that. Because they don't dig that deep. They don't even see it.
Yeah, I've had people tell me before that there's no moon, there's no Bible on the moon. You just start dropping links. Oh, NASA never read from the Bible. Start dropping links. On NASA's website, they have the whole recording. Astronauts give the glory to God. Listen as Apollo 8 reads from the book of Genesis on Christmas Eve. I go, so is this part of the conspiracy theory? Are they part of the flat Earth conspiracy? Because they posted this thing about them, bringing the Bible up with them. NASA told you the most important book ever written by mankind, they want to leave a copy on the moon. What book do they bring, Mr. Atheist? Like Charles Darwin's Origin of Species? Did they bring some like, Sam Harris breaks down, drug abuse or, getting blitzed on DMT in his musings? What do they bring, an atheist book, or they bring a Christian or a religious book? And then which religious book do they bring? Imagine that, Mr. Atheist. See, lot of go ahead.
Is it a religious book, the Bible, that they take to the moon and read from the moon in Apollo 8, when two things are quite clear? One, the Bible never talks about outer space, talks about foundations, pillars, four corners, ends of the earth, footstools. Jesus even said that the earth is God's footstool, Matthew 5:35, repeated in Isaiah 66:1 and 2. What are these people who say that that outer space is God? God created outer space. What are they reading from? And so and this is the problem I have with people like Joel Osteen down in Houston and these other pastors who have this tilted ball that's actually spinning when they are preaching. And Joel Osteen is on 30 minutes a week on TV, which I gave up in February. And when he speaks for that 30 minutes, there is a tilted globe that's actually turning behind him.
Oh my goodness.
And that is so wrong. I don't have a word for it, except people don't like this word, except satanic. There is no other word that I can come up with because I firmly believe, and this is just my belief. I don't know it. It's my belief. I think the globe and outer space were hatched in the pits of hell. That is my opinion now. I will take that opinion. I can't debate it because I don't know. But when something is so wrong, it had to come from somewhere. It had to originate from somewhere. And that's the only place I can see it because it's not a huge lie. We were told that people will believe a big lie rather than a little lie. And if you tell the big lie often enough, sooner or later, people will come to believe it. Okay, cool. But this lie is so big. You take this globe that these 5-year-olds see in the classroom in kindergarten, but because the teacher would never lie to you, and you look at that thing and you go, no, that is the most scientifically impossible thing possible. But we're taught it anyway. And if you go against that narrative, there's something wrong with you, man. So
I don't believe the Bible is a religious book either. God doesn't need religion. God didn't create religions. It's a history book.
it's an owner's manual. I firmly believe it's an owner's manual.
Yeah, I agree with that too. It's a guide to, help you get through this life.
When you have trouble with your car, you go to your glove compartment and you get your owner's manual. And so, and so hopefully we don't wait till we have problems in life before we go to the Bible. But a lot of people, wait till they have trouble before they go to the Bible. So the Bible is an owner's manual. I firmly believe that. Again, people can say that's wrong. But I think the Bible is an owner's manual, and I think the globe was hatched in the pits of hell.
I also believe that religions have been used to steer people away from the creator. Because they tell this story that most of the world's problem and wars and all this stuff, it's all because of religion. No, it's all because of the Bible. No, that's not true at all. God didn't create religion.
Sorry, I started Speculation Sunday 24 hours early. Unless you're in Australia, then it's cool.
Yo, what up, Big Jim?
Alan Bruh.
What up?
Alan Bruh. Alan Bruh. Alan Bro.
Hey, you ready to get technically assisted?
Yes, us technologically impaired people need help. So yeah, I'll see you down in that one server. Thank you, and thanks
right.
and thanks everybody for chatting this morning or this afternoon. Thanks.
Yep. Later, gents.
It's always a pleasure, Jim.
Yeah, God didn't create religion. Men created religion to worship God.
Here. Set. Set. Suk. Bring. Oh boy. Set. Post. Suk.
All right, y'all made Dead Air Dave come in here and robot. Who's going to talk? Is it Flat Earth Professor Dave? Is it Kale? Is it Paul V?
I think people are probably sick of hearing me talk.
I got a question, Paul, since you answered me.
Yes, sir.
Why is it so many people have these walls up or whatever? All we're trying to do is actually share pretty profound truths that we've come to accept about reality. And most people will never get to that point if they can even attempt to do that. If that makes any sense.
I think it's part of the conditioning. I think something happens to that part of our brain at an early age with all this indoctrination that it's an automatic defense mechanism that automatically is engaged somehow when we try to do what you just described.
The issue is that we're not taught to critically think, right? And you need to critically think when you make when you change opinions on things that and when you receive new information, and they don't teach
It could
kids.
just be also it could also be the flight or flight thing, right? It could just be fear because they know that it's true, but they don't want to accept it because of what it means to the reality that they've come to know and accept,
Fear
which
of the
isn't
unknown.
true reality. Yeah. It's not the fear of unknown. It's the fear of changing and uprooting everything that they've accepted as truth.
Well, they don't
Even
accept
though,
the fact that it's okay not to know something, right? I feel like Globers they need to know everything, right? They need to they kind of need to have they want to be God, right? Because they want to know everything. And I think
well, yeah,
there's
that's why I
just
was
certain
saying they appeal to
yeah,
our inquisitive mind at a young age
yeah.
when we are questioning everything, and they use that against us then to sort of lose the ability to just accept not knowing something because they tell us they have all the answers, you know. And as humans, we want to know these things. We're curious. I want to know how this whole system works and what it looks like, but I know that's not going to ever happen. You know, not everything is for me to know. I'm not God. And I'm okay with that. I can accept that. Maybe one day it will be revealed to me, but maybe not. You have to sort of just be able to accept certain shit, right? Like uh, bad shit happens to everybody, and you got to be able to deal with that and accept it and learn from it and move on and keep going. Does that make sense? Or am I just rambling incoherently?
I mean, I think when you're a kid, right, you're afraid of the unknown, right? Like you're afraid of the darkness, and we all went through that. And I think it's the same when we learn about the world and all this as a kid, right? Like it's nice to know that somebody knows what's going on instead of like just saying, "Oh, well, sorry, we have no idea what's going on," right? So they believe that lie. Even though it's a lie, it makes I guess it makes you feel good, I guess, or at least not afraid.
Yeah, it's like a sort of an arrested development where we're still like children and we're scared. You know what I mean? We're scared to really seek real truth.
Because my mic's still working, both you guys are making good points. I mean, it's just about people, whatever battle they're fighting to get those walls to come down, to actually take a step back and accept that they don't know. That's the biggest hurdle we have with people. That was one of my biggest hurdles. I thought I had all these answers, but suddenly I don't. And it's scary. And everybody else thinks it's a ball. So it's got to be a ball, right?
Well, yeah, and one of the most damaging things is when we look at the state of the world today and the problems that people have and the people are unhappy with their lives and confused, and it's because they don't know where they are. They it's all hidden from them, all everything, and they don't understand their purpose. They're confused. They think they're going to go to space, but they know it's not going to happen in their lifetime, so that upsets them. They're angry about that. They're angry about the confusion that whatever organized religion they were brought up in was so confusing, and they didn't get any answers from that, so that turned them away from the creator. And then they hear about aliens and ancient technology and all that shit, and it's like it's so confusing, and it really fucks with your head. It really does. And then you got the other people saying, "Oh, this is all an accident, and we came out of this ooze, and it's all for nothing." And psychologically, it's so damaging. And we accept all this horrible shit going on around us constantly, and we know it's fucked up. We know it's wrong. We know the people that we accept as our leaders are lying to us on a daily basis and giving it to us from behind with no Vaseline. And just accept it. And it's damaging.
It's a crime.
people are spiritually and mentally just broken. I think a lot of them, and they feel weak and inferior and powerless. But you're not. And I mean, alone, we're not that powerful, right? But us together as a collective, we're powerful, and we have the ability to change the world. We really do. But it's in all of us individually, and I'm a part of the problem. You know, I I'm
You
just
sound
as
like
guilty as anybody.
you sound like Michael Jackson's from the '80s. You're going to start with the man in the mirror, right?
Yeah,
Asking
exactly.
him.
Yeah, I
No,
mean, if you're unhappy with the way things are right now, start with your own backyard. Clean it up. Be the example for everyone around you to make a difference and to change. It's a problem, man. Nobody stands up. Nobody speaks out anymore. We just accept shit, and we just want to be
Send out
left alone.
flyers.
Let me
Send out
just.
flyers.
I just want
Speak
to
up.
go home, sit on my couch, watch TV, eat, and I just want to be left alone. Leave me alone. But we can't even do that because they're invading even in our homes.
Somebody's
There's
trying
no
to. I don't think
escape. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was trying to talk? Go ahead. Was it you, architecture? Did you say something?
Oh yeah. We can change the world by speaking up, as you said, and improving ourselves, and also sending flyers. That's also kind of effective. If you have a good printer.
Well, it's a corny saying, but just be the change you want to be. Set an example out there. Try to
Yeah, but that's true.
vibrate on a high level, and others will come along with you. You know what I mean?
How do you vibrate?
Well, it's a general statement about being positive about life instead of worrying about whether Biden's an idiot or nuclear war's going to start or whatever else the aliens are going to invade. Who gives a fuck? Just take care of your own backyard, take care of your body, take care of your mind, body, and soul, and then you go from there. I'll shut up.
But what does being positive have to do with vibrating?
It's just a general bullshit term people use when they're trying to describe the spiritual aspects of whatever this is. I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, in order to change the world, you need to fix yourself, and also maybe send out flyers. That's also very effective.
Start with cleaning your room.
Yeah.
Jordan
Yeah.
Peterson.
I recently cleaned my entire apartment. So that's good. But you always can do more, and I'm kind of wasting time being here. So goodbye.
Oh, that was weird. What the fuck?
You don't want to be here if you think you're wasting time, for sure. I mean, whatever. Anybody else new here? I gotta get off the mic if it's still working. I don't know if it is. Who can I pick on quick? Timbo Slice is currently antipodal to my position. Our feet are pointed at each other. His head is directly opposite the direction my head is. Because gravity. Does that make sense to anybody on here? Preaching to the choir again. All right, if you're listening on YouTube, Rumble, or wherever the hell you're listening at, click the link, start a conversation, trying to share information for people to help think for themselves about reality as it presents itself. And now for the next person talking or silence, we got a 50-50 chance.
Oh, so what's going on with this dead air? What are we doing in here? We got 15 people watching on YouTube. Oh, well. I'm going to go outside and experience this flat earth with my German Shepherd.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Enemy spotted. Outdoors Claimer, St. Caleb of Axum, and Soviet Soldier.
Yo, what's up? Am I muted?
No, you are not.
All right.
Okay, I just want to debate stuff. Who joined?
Yo.
About those reclaimer.
Liam,
Caleb.
Alright. You sound like a fucking idiot,
debate
Liam.
night, guys.
Alright. I'll mute myself then.
Why? Why is that?
Because you're the one debating.
I mean, we could all debate, right?
If he's up to that.
All right.
Got a little bit of a headache though.
Same, man. Same.
Well, welcome in, Outdoors Claimer. St. Caleb of Axum. Soviet Soldier. If I missed anybody.
Yo, what's up, man?
Erwin Rommel.
What it be? What it be?
Erwin, thank you. Yes, thanks for joining us.
Oh, where is Erwin? Oh, there he is.
Erwin.
Erwin, speak to us.
Yeah, come on, Erwin Rommel.
You got me laughing earlier.
All right. Okay. What do you guys claim on, like, how do you guys would the Earth is flat?
Please tell us.
Oh, also, can you send me a link to this stream?
All right, guys. So what do you got? What's your position? What are you living on? What do you think the Earth is? Why?
I think that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, but it's like still the closest thing to a globe.
Okay, so it's sort of like a potato-shaped object.
Not to that extent, no. Somewhere in between. Somewhere in between. Kind of like a little to the oval side. Let's say that.
Okay, an ellipsoid or a geoid or something like that, you might say.
Possibly. Sure. We'll go with that.
Are you aware of any measurements supporting this claim?
Well, what do you mean by measurements? Like, do I take the measurements, or like, have I seen other measurements?
Just aware of any.
Yeah, not necessarily you, just anybody. Anybody who's measured that.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yes.
All right, which ones?
Well, there's multiple like physicists throughout the course of history who've proved of that. One of which you probably might know as Galileo, who got executed for believing that the Earth is a globe, whatnot. But
I don't think that's how it went down. But anyway, okay, what was his method? What did he do exactly to measure the curvature?
So, like, do you mean like by the instrument?
Yeah, like what was the method? Like, what did he actually do to come up with this conclusion that the Earth is a ball?
Well, he used multiple instruments, such as a telescope.
So he pointed the telescope at the sky?
Well, yeah, and then you measure the trajectory of other planets and your own planet. Well, you can't really measure that, but you can calculate them. You can calculate the measurement. Not the measurement.
That's the thing that we'd be looking for a measurement of, though, right? And so that would be very,
a trajectory of other planets around you, and the sun and other stars.
That would be begging the question.
Yeah. It'd be begging the question. So you're presupposing the very thing in question there, which would be the Earth being a planet, being a ball, a globe-shaped object in the vacuum of space. That's the thing.
No. If you look at the sky, wait, who's echoing? I can hear myself. Anyways, so if you look at the sky, you look out throughout the course of time, the trajectory of other planets.
Begging the question.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, you're presupposing the thing in question there, right? The thing in question would be the Earth being this ball-shaped object in a vacuum of space, i.e., a planet, right? So to say other planets, you're already assuming your conclusion, right?
Well,
You're
you
already
can't just
assuming.
have you can't just have like 4 balls and a disc. They all have to be the same shape. 1, 2. Gravity just makes it. Hold on.
So let's put it like
Gravity
this.
just makes it completely impossible for it to be flat.
Okay, so let's put it like this. How do you know that the Earth is a planet?
Well, we've seen it. We've measured it.
Yeah, that's what
There's
I'm asking for.
pictures of it.
The measurements.
Also, you're echoing, or whoever's echoing.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering what the measurements were. You said we've measured it. That's how we know. What are the measurements? What was done?
Okay, but what was your claim on the Earth being flat? How do you know the Earth is flat?
I haven't made a claim. I was just asking you what you think the Earth is. You made a claim, and now I'm just asking what the
Okay, then
evidence is.
what do you think the Earth?
Yeah, but okay, so is this a concession then? Are we done with your claim of it being a globe?
We'll get to that later. I want to hear yours.
Well, that's what we're already on, though.
Yeah, because you asked mine, now I'm asking yours. Now it's my turn.
Well, no, it's not, because we still haven't got the evidence for yours.
Yes, it is.
It's not, because we're still in the middle of your claim here. We're looking for the evidence part now.
Yeah.
So what would the measurement be? Is there not a measurement? Is that why we have to get off this topic as soon as possible?
What do you mean by that?
Well, is there no measurement supporting the claim that the Earth is a ball in a vacuum of space? Because it seems like if there was, right? Hold on. If there was, when you say that there is one, we could easily just talk about that instead of going, "Well, what do you think it is?" and trying to get off the topic, you know?
Huh. And have you ever watched a lunar eclipse by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that look like?
It looks like the moon getting eclipsed.
Yeah. By what?
I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, you tell me, because I know what it is. I want to hear your claim on it. What do you think a lunar eclipse would be?
I don't know what the causal mechanism for it is.
Do you know what shadow is what is casting its own shadow?
Oh shit! You're saying it's a shadow. So how would you know that it's a shadow?
What would you define as the lunar eclipse? What would you define that as?
I would say that the moon gets eclipsed. You're saying that it's a shadow.
Wait,
how do you know it's a shadow?
How?
Just to get dimmer.
Yeah, how? That's the question. I said I don't know, right?
Okay, so you don't know.
No, I don't know. But it sounds like you have an idea. You say that it's a shadow.
What about a solar eclipse? What about a solar eclipse? Do you know how that works?
Jumping around. Now we're jumping around. You started with the lunar eclipse. Let's follow that to its logical conclusion.
Okay. So,
it's a shadow of what?
Hold on, who's echoing? I'm literally hearing myself. Anyways, so do you know what a? Okay, hold on, because that's part of my claim on the Earth being a globe.
Yes, we understand. Yeah, I'll just pull you up there. Yes, we understand what a lunar eclipse is claimed to be, and what a solar eclipse is claimed to be.
Yeah,
within
Einstein.
The heliocentric
claimed,
idea.
and what? Okay, if it's claimed to be, then what's the real meaning of a lunar eclipse?
Oh, brother.
Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to provide you with an alternative fantasy once we've ruled out the one that you've claimed.
What?
We don't need to replace your story.
Okay.
We can just stop there. There's no burden on us to come up with an alternative story, right? And say, no, it's actually this. It's Rahu or Ketu that is.
So now you're just refusing to elaborate.
No.
You're just refusing to elaborate.
No. I am elaborating on what I've already told you, which is that we don't have a claim about what causes it, but you do. So we're trying to get to the evidence of that claim.
Yeah, it's the Earth.
Yeah, and the claim is. I will detail what the claim is. Right. The claim is that there's 3 physical bodies in outer space: the sun, the Earth, and the moon. The Earth passes in between the sun and the moon, and it occults the moon, causing a shadow, a penumbra and an umbra, an umbra. Sorry, a penumbra and umbra. There's a 3-bodied alignment.
Yeah, go on.
Is that pretty much it? Is that pretty much it? That's the claim. That's the claimed cause of the lunar eclipse.
Do you know what a umbra and a penumbra is?
So you've got the sun casting convergent sun rays at the Earth, causing two kinds of shadows, right?
Well, there's one kind of shadow and there's two types. So one shadow with two like subdivisions, you could say.
There's one type of shadow and two types of shadow.
No, there's one shadow.
You've got a more intense shadow, and on the outer you've got your less intense shadow. Is that correct? Right.
Yeah, it's the shadow of one object. It's a subdivision.
So what's the evidence for this claim?
That shadow, that object, when there's a shadow casted on it, there's another penumbra.
Object. Okay, I'm tracking with you. It's the shadow of an object, that object being the globe Earth?
Yes.
Okay, who measured it to know that that object exists and is thus capable of casting a shadow in outer space?
What do you mean, who measured? It's the Earth. We are on it.
Right, so who measured it to know that it's a ball capable of casting the type of shadow that you claim it is during a lunar eclipse?
Multiple people.
Okay, let's start with any.
You mean?
Let's start with any.
Okay. I'll start with one person I know, Khwarizmi. Do you know who that is?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so Khwarizmi, he was a physicist during like the 13th century, around then, and he proved that the Earth was a globe. Also, ancient peoples, the Mayans, the ancient Mayans, they
wait, don't jump around. Don't jump. We're on Khwarizmi, right? Khwarizmi was a physicist.
You're not even pronouncing his name.
I'm with you as far as Khwarizmi was a physicist in the 13th century. What did Khwarizmi do to measure the globe?
He measured the trajectory of the Earth, the trajectory of the Moon, the trajectory of the Sun, the trajectory of Saturn, the trajectory of Jupiter. He put them all together, and when you put all those together, the only logical result, the only logical solution is that the Earth is a globe.
Well, that's not true.
How is that not true? How is that not true?
So that's not a measurement of the globe.
Disagree.
That's a bare assertion. It seems like you're forgetting about Ptolemy and epicycles and all that sort of stuff, which work fine.
Okay.
That would just be an interpretation of the motions of heavenly bodies. Listen, outdoors claimer. It's not what I asked you for.
Yeah.
What you're giving me is a guy from the 13th century's interpretation of the motions of heavenly bodies. That's cool and all. Interpretations are cool and all, but they're not what we asked for. Hold on.
They're reports.
Hold on. I'm not asking for some.
They're not interpretations.
I'm not asking for
it's concrete evidence.
Hold on, outdoor, whatever. I'm not asking for a 13th century physicist's interpretation of what he saw in the sky. I'm just asking for direct measurements of the globe, which you say must exist if the things in the sky do what they're observed to do. So who done that?
And I'm going to ask you for direct measurements of the Earth being a disk or whatever you believe in.
That would be a burden reversal, and plus you're also reversing the burden.
Okay, you did the same to me.
Hold on.
You did the same to me. You did the same to me. No, you did the same to me.
Hold on. You're reversing the burden onto me for a claim that I haven't even made. And I told you this up front, that we're not saying it's a disk, right? So why would I be here trying to prove one?
Okay, okay, let's go to another one.
Listen to this guy.
Okay, you guys take over for a sec. I gotta go get my dinner.
You're denying. You're completely denying
this is what
all my evidence.
This is what happens when you screw around in the DC.
You're blatantly refusing to listen to me, so I'm gonna blatantly refuse to listen to you.
We've heard you, pal.
I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine.
You said that a guy looked at some motion of some celestial body, what he presumes are bodies, right? Physical bodies. He witnessed the trajectory, so-called, right, of motion of stars, right? And then he presupposed that he was also standing on a body in some void, right? That's like things that he imagines the things in the sky are. And then extrapolated from that, using mathematics, to determine that he's on a ball. We're asking for just a direct measurement of the physical.
With all the reports you get, with all the reports you get, with all the trajectories, the only logical solution is that no, the sun is not revolving around you. You are revolving around the sun. furthermore proving.
modern
And
cosmologists.
a few centuries later, you got Einstein coming along with his theory of relativity, right? Or Newton.
You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there because Einstein actually said that there is no optical way to determine whether it's the Earth moving or the things in the sky.
Okay, what about space station? What about photos from the space station? Is that also
we're not gonna hop, skip, and jump
one thing,
10 miles?
dude.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna stay on the one thing. All right. So the natural consequence of what you're saying, your 13th century friend determined, right, would be a curvature to the Earth, a drop over distance, right? We're told that the Earth has specific dimensions, right? Specific radius, diameter, circumference.
We've measured it.
How? Measured it.
Cap.
All right, I'm sorry to say it, but I've been listening for about 10 minutes here. This guy is either extremely stupid or he's just trolling people. Because there's no way that someone could be this stupid.
Or you're just making wild assumptions about people and being completely disrespectful while I'm trying to have a civil debate.
You haven't made a single fucking comment that made any sense, dude.
Quiet.
Well, you're a fucking idiot. You believe the Earth is a fucking disc? You fucking moron. You believe we're on a fucking flat board. You believe we're on a fucking surfing board? You fucking moron. You believe we're on a vinyl disc?
I never said anything like that. I'm listening for a single comment that you're trying to make that makes any valid sense at all.
All right.
So we were just waiting
on it. What are we? Do we live in a fucking dome? Do we live in a semicircle like a fucking idiot?
Relax.
To a point where you claim that we've measured this so-called curvature, right?
Yeah.
You claim that we've measured this curvature. And there was a long pause, a long silence. So can we get back to that? Do you know of any way that we can go out and do the same thing and measure it so that we can know?
But if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't have mountains, would you? You wouldn't have hills, would you?
What happened to this measurement?
Would you?
Drop the cap.
You said we've measured it.
If the Earth is flat, how does the water not fall off?
Flat means no.
If the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, then insert stupid straw man here is not a direct measurement of Earth curvature. You said we've measured this Earth curvature. I'm asking you how we've measured it.
Well, we have measuring instruments. We can measure shit, kilometers.
Wow.
That people use that.
Anyone
or
else?
You Americans use miles.
Hey, it's St. Caleb. You ready? This guy's derailed himself.
You guys are all crazy out
Yeah, this is turning into a dumpster
Someone say
fire
my
real
name?
fast.
What happened?
I don't know. Someone called you saying
Your friend is coping.
Sounds like all you've got is some
flat earther,
ideas
man.
about.
What the fuck are you on, buddy?
I haven't been listening, I'll be honest.
What about this, Dub? What about this? You know the North and South Pole, right? We measured it from there. How about that, dumbass?
No, bro. The South Pole is a fucking wall. It's a fucking wall around us. You didn't know that?
Oh yeah. It just doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist according to these guys.
Fellas, relax. Just tell us how it was measured. It's not a big deal. Go ahead. Just let us know.
How?
Well,
if you go over the wall, you'll be instantly transported to the other side of the Earth.
That's an excellent measurement.
There's no such thing as North or South Pole anymore.
Do you have measurements for these poles? The curvature to them? Where are you at?
Do you have measurements for your so-called flat Earth?
Yeah, of course I do. You can take an elevation angle to a celestial object. You can have flat for thousands
You've
of miles.
clearly never been on an airplane. You've clearly never been on an airplane.
Can you see the curvature from an airplane?
Satsu.
Yes, I have. I travel a lot. I have.
No, you have not. You've never seen the curvature because at 30 to 40,000 feet, you can't.
I've seen it with my own eyes, dude. I've seen it with my own.
No, you didn't.
No, you do
Military aircraft can't see it at 65,000 feet, and at 120,000 feet is where the Red Bull Stratus reach. It's flat there, and at 300,000 feet, it's fucking flat. No, you did not. You're a liar. You imagined it.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'll clarify it for this guy right now. I jump out of the fucking things. There is no curve from an airplane. Thank you.
Let me just speak, okay? Let me just speak for 1 second. The North and South Pole, they have the magnetic field around them. Scientists have created devices to measure the distance from each side, indicating there is a curve between both poles.
You just told us a fairy tale. Can you prove any of what you just said, or is that just a story you made up?
This is good. I never heard this one before.
Really?
Yeah, just give us some evidence for the claim that you just made. It just sounds like a story.
Have you heard of a compass
This is fucking
before?
great.
Of course, you have to hold them flat for them to work. Isn't that interesting?
Let's
Yes,
comment
you hold
through
them
it.
flat in your hand. Then, of course, the little arrows inside it, they go north and south.
Yeah, because the north is where the magnetic attraction is at. So for thousands of miles, you have to hold the compass flat to find the north. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, so that means North Pole and South Pole are real, which indicate a magnetic field between them, indicating a curve, which scientists have finally found out.
So you
You ever
hold
seen
the
a ring
compass
magnet?
flat, and that tells you that it's curved. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, have you ever seen a ring magnet?
Magnetic field around them. That's how you can tell.
You're making up a story, bro. You don't have evidence for your claim.
So you would say indicate curvature. So that would be an inference of curvature, right? So do you have a direct measurement of that curvature to confirm that inference?
Almost every time.
Because you're inferring it, you're thinking, well, you're interpreting, you say, from magnetic field lines that there must be curvature of the Earth. Well, has somebody directly measured it to confirm that inference?
Yes. Almost
Who?
everyone.
Okay, give me anybody then. Should be easy to just pick. Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Let's see, we got NASA, satellites. What about NASA?
So satellites, that's what,
NASA.
so you're going to go with satellites.
No, get this. You know how your phone works?
Okay, so I feel like I'm not getting a measurement of Earth curvature.
You're not. Getting begging the question fallacy again.
Can I interrupt for a second?
No, these are red herrings. They're just trying to steer the conversation away from what the question actually is.
Yeah, I know what he's doing.
Let's see what. We haven't heard from Saint yet, so Saint Caleb might actually have something a bit more
No, I just
coherent
want to
to
go
it.
a little bit off topic. Do you believe that like NASA's legit?
Yeah. Is it?
This is kind of like my own personal question.
Well, we know they exist as a so-called agency.
Like, do you believe what they like the information they put out is like accurate?
What kind? Be specific. What kind of information?
Let's say moon landing, for example.
Impossible.
All right. Yeah, that was my question.
Not going to ask why.
I was curious because I hear a lot of people conflicted on this issue. So, like, I personally don't believe the moon landing is real for the time.
Why is that?
I believe that because what's it called again?
Technology was bad. My
Like,
opinion.
I believe that the Americans just said that because of they want to win the what's it called again, the space race against the Soviet Union.
Soviet Union, yeah.
Portray like an image of dominance and
Yeah, I guess
superiority.
you could say. I have a video that does a better justice at explaining it. I'm not the best in explaining it, but I would just want to hear you guys' point of view.
Are you talking about the moon landing specifically, or are you going to just steer that towards something else rather than trying to answer the previous questions? I'm sorry, I don't know who I'm talking to at the moment, but there was like 5 or 6 questions asked in a row.
No, I wasn't even involved.
Nobody was asking those questions or answering the questions. I'm sorry, I need to look at chat and see who's actually.
There were a lot of questions scattergun there, which seemed to be just for the purpose of taking us off of the direct globe measurement that everybody, all globers say that has been done, but never provide.
Right, and something that's been happening that I've been listening to right now is like, if I ask someone just sort of an arbitrary question like, oh, what is your favorite kind of pie? And he's like, well, what's your favorite kind of pasta? You're not even
Yeah.
trying to answer the question. You're diverting the question with a red herring. It
But
has
see,
nothing to do.
that would be a simple, easy question to answer that most people would just give you a straight answer to. They wouldn't be diverting like this constantly, which shows us that your claim is kind of sus, don't you think, Glovers?
Hey.
Well, Outdoors Claimer claimed that there was a direct measurement done. Then gave us, when I asked for the method, he just gave us instruments and stuff. Soviet Soldier was just asked by you, and he couldn't give us any method. I was wondering if St. Caleb has an idea of that.
No, I didn't. I gave you God proven.
What does that mean?
Wait, did someone say my name?
God proven? Did you say God proven?
No. I kept saying that scientists from NASA and all the space agencies from around the world use the satellite.
How? What was the method? What's the method?
Around the globe to go up
What
in
globe?
space.
What globe? Measured how? How did they measure it in the first place to know that there was a globe to put satellites in orbit of?
The magnetic field around the Earth.
That would be an inference on your part, right?
South Pole.
Yeah, okay, so you're okay, but that's not a direct measurement. We already did this. You already tried this, though. That wouldn't be a direct measurement.
How about this? No North and South Pole. That means no magnetic field. That means we would not have any planes. We would not have any compasses. You would be lost in a forest, and
Okay.
then forest flat.
Okay. So if the Earth isn't a ball, I'm going to be lost in a forest. I wouldn't be able to navigate the Earth.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Compass, yeah, you wouldn't.
Okay.
How many straw mans did he just make in a row? Was it like 3 or 4?
So okay, if that's the case, then you're saying that in order for us to listen, you're saying that in order for us to practically use the Earth, that it must be a ball, right? So if that's the case, then it is a ball. If that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, then it can be directly measured as such. Who's done it?
The magnetic field around the globe.
Yeah, you've been saying this on loop. I'm asking for the direct measurement now.
You wanna what? It varies around the world because of every single goddamn.
Okay, it varies, but I haven't gotten one, let alone multiple measurements to have it vary.
You've been asking them questions, like very direct questions, and they're just beating around the bush, trying to avoid it every which way they possibly can.
Yeah, in order for the measurement to vary, there would have to be multiple measurements, and I haven't even gotten one. So can we start with any,
give
please?
us the mean. Give us the average or something. That'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, where's the direct measurement of the drop over distance? You're saying that this thing that we're standing on is a ball, must have a specific rate of curvature given the size. Yeah, we do. That's why I'm asking. Yes, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, direct measurement of drop over distance.
Okay, the circumference of the Earth.
Do you even know?
So now you're going to give us the circumference. So that would be the number, right? That would be the number. We're asking for the measurement that number was that number was achieved through.
That is the measurement.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That would be a number. What was the measurement that you got that number from?
Result, right?
How was it determined? Give us the method they got to procure that number.
Yeah, that exactly.
You can say the number all day, but just I can say fucking any number I like.
I have no time for you idiots. I have no time for you idiots.
Right, don't do that. Come on, man. Just
Just
give us the method. Don't have to attack us.
He's gone. He's gone.
Yeah, he tapped out. Okay, well, who can
Really?
step in for him? Who's left to step in for him? He tapped
That was
out.
sad.
He's gone.
Here, can I step in for a moment? The Earth is a globe because NASA told me, and I saw it on TV. Therefore,
I agree.
Yeah, in so many words, basically. Yeah. Well, I don't know who that was that we were just talking to, but they gave up. So would anybody want to take their place and try to provide that measurement that we've been asking for? Should be a pretty simple thing to do if this globe is as much of a foregone conclusion as you guys all seem to think it is. So come on, help us out.
You know, a lot of globes, like it would be just so easy to say, hey man, I don't know. You know, I just believe what they told me, what they told us, what they told everybody. It's okay to say that, but no, they want to fucking, trying every little thing, and then in the end, guess what? he call us idiots.
It seems to be
So
very
Soviets
difficult
bad.
to do that. If that was the case, everyone would say it, but they all have to fall back to just add-ons, and the silence is deafening. If they can't figure anything out, then it's just
Or
turns
just
to attack.
repeat the
Ad-homs
same
is
Very.
nonsense
terrible.
claim
Yes.
over and over again.
You guys want the numbers and stuff?
Yeah, the numbers.
Yeah,
And we
we
need
go.
to hear the numbers again. That's what
Oh,
we need. Yeah.
he actually left and Googled it real quick, and he came back with the information. Go for it.
Yeah, bro.
Is he
All
back?
right. Just listen.
He's back. He's back, baby.
Just listen. You want me to speak or not?
Yeah,
For
please.
sure. Go, man.
But
All right.
speak of the measurements that we're asking for, please. Let's speak to that. Let's stay to the topic.
The average diameter of the Earth.
Okay. This would be the number claim again. We're asking for the measurement by which that number was determined.
Well, hold on. He just
An
said
orbiting
average.
spacecraft determined all of this.
Because
With all
there's
of
multiple
NASA's supercomputers.
legends.
You idiot.
So that you say that they have an orbiting spacecraft?
You guys know NASA. You guys know it also.
Okay, so you're saying that they have an
What-
orbiting spacecraft?
Yes.
Okay, to have orbital mechanics of a globe, right? To be able to get something to orbit a globe, the first number you're going to need is
You guys
r.
know
That would
the
be the
internet-
radius, right? That would be the radius that you keep talking about. So they would have to have that first in order to do any orbital mechanics to have anything orbit it, right? So who measured the globe in the first place before they were able to get satellites orbiting the globe?
They didn't. They shot this. Hey, you guys have no common sense whatsoever. You guys got no brain, no.
So they didn't measure it first. So they're just shooting in the dark.
You're the guy who can't tell us what they did, specific details, determine these sizes that you're giving us, numbers. You're just spitting out. Satellites, orbits. You don't have anything.
Soviet
You're calling us dumb.
Soviet soldier, explain this. I'm gonna post the live stream. Explain it. Is that
How
thing
can
in
I when
space?
you guys keep
Is
talking
that
over me?
stop it? Is that thing in space?
Yes.
Yes. What are those olds there at the top doing there? You trust NASA? You trust NASA? What is those at the top? Can you see? This was made inside a building. Okay, you just trust NASA. Trust fake.
So all you were saying
But
is
you-
that NASA's
No,
fake.
stop your NASA bullshit. Okay.
I bet you couldn't even repeat what Heretic just asked you.
Yeah, what did I ask you?
I couldn't hear it because Miguel, the Russian
Before
guy,
Miguel started speaking, Heretic asked you something. Your answer was,
how
"Yous are
they
just
got it
dumb."
up there? How the NASA got it up there?
Sort of, but not
I don't
quite.
know. I don't know. Maybe they strapped it to a rocket and just shot it up there, saying, "Let's go up in space." How about that? Think with
Hell
your
yeah,
brain
baby.
for once.
Yeah. Prove space. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Prove it. Give us an experiment. Prove it.
Yeah. Well, in order to have the orbital radius, how much fuel to use, all these different things, the primary figure that they need, the first thing that they need is r, the globe radius. That's the number one thing that they need in order to do any of these calculations that you're talking about to have orbits, right? So that would have to have been established first. There would have to be some direct measurement of the Earth, right, in order to derive that figure. So what would that measurement be?
You guys are idiots.
There's NASA, a scuba diver in space. Look at. There's NASA. Just fairy tales. Bubbles in space.
Yeah. And that would be the other thing that we would need is confirmation of the near perfect outer space vacuum in the first place as well. So we need proof of the globe. We need proof of the near perfect vacuum medium that they say that they're having orbits in. All sorts of claims on the table, but we'll just start with the globe because that's number one.
All right. How about this? To get the radius measurement you guys so wanted, They shot the orbit, their old spacecraft up there just to get the radius. Then they shot more up there so they can get all the other measurements.
Well, where are they going to get the orbital radius of that thing that they're shooting into orbit without the globe radius to start with?
They shot it up first without. You guys are just idiots.
Without knowing?
Oh, there it goes.
So they just
Adhom. There we go. Another one.
Sprayed and prayed. Just
So
shot it
your
up there and
point
hoped that they had things right.
That is what that is what he ended up claiming. Yeah.
You flat earthers are such idiots. There's 3 rovers and a chopper on Mars.
I am a dum-dum. I'll take that one.
They just shot it up there to know how far they needed to shoot it up there in order for it to be in orbit.
I'm actually kind of curious. Like, if the next Glober comes in, I've written hundreds and hundreds of flat Earth, NASA, fake space trivia questions. I'd be interested if I can ask them with like a multiple choice to see if they can get them right.
Perfect. Do that. Oh, we've lost him.
That's kind of
a lot of them I already sent to Dave Weiss, and they're on his app for his trivia section. But I mean, you can just pull up the app and go on there and check out a lot of those questions. But I mean, I have them pulled up right now. I can look at them and just read them out loud.
Is there like D, you're an idiot in all of them?
What?
So,
I think that would be just the only good one that we require.
So, any Globers here noticing just how easily stumped your fellow Globers are at the most remedial questions about their claim?
Yeah, so it gets really bad because it's like, can you say, how far is a kilometer? How about you tell me how a kilometer is? It's like, what?
It's
very telling.
A super simple question, though. The globe. Who measured it and how? That's all we're asking. And you guys literally can't provide an answer. Should be a super trivial thing to do if there is an answer.
So telling.
We still have
you guys call us names, fire out of the chat.
Yeah. All right. So here's a question for everybody. This is just a random one I looked at on my like 7 different pages of questions I have written. This is number 15 on page 2. What is the name of the phenomenon where ships appear to be floating above the horizon? It's 1. Or A is inferior mirage. B is refraction. C is superior mirage. Or D is diffraction. Come on, flatties, don't let me down on this one. All right, it's inferior mirage, in refraction, superior mirage, or diffraction. So it's when ships appear to be floating above. Oh, here we go.
Can I phone a friend?
It's above. It's a superior mirage. It's when they float up above. That's what they look like. You take any?
You missed Fata Morgana when you were rattling them off. Yes.
Well, that's actually
yes, superior mirage. We get it. I thought you were supposed to be asking the Globies.
Well, I was, but I was asking. I don't know if there's any Globies here anymore. But yes, a Fata Morgana.
Yeah, there is one.
Technical name
there
for
is
it.
one actually. Saint Caleb.
We still have Saint.
Oh.
And we've also got Mr. Doublefingers, who doesn't have any roles as well. I don't know if we'd like to unmute him here and do a check-in here, or send him up to the VC check-in.
Good here.
Doublefingers, if you'd like to head up to VC check-in 1, we can do a short interview with you to give you some VC perms, if you'd like VC perms. But if not, then you're welcome to just remain in here and listen. You won't be able to speak.
All right, and these are some basic questions that I have. So another Globey question that I know this is not actually easy for a lot of people, but what is the alleged circumference of the moon? Is it 2,189 miles, 3,450 miles, 5,211 miles, or 6,786 miles? Circumference, not diameter, not radius.
It's supposedly a quarter the size of the Earth.
Which would be?
Well, the one that begins with 6,000, I guess.
6,786 is correct. There you go. This is how you can learn about this yourself, is to write trivia questions and then challenge people on the information that they don't have a fucking clue about.
Just make sure you get them right, because the last one you gave multiple choice, and Fata Morgana was not one of your options, which would technically be the correct answer.
If you look it up, a superior mirage is a Fata Morgana. It's just
Fata Morgana is a version of the.
So they would have got bonus points.
Well, that's a question like on a different page that I have. So,
Any Glober left? St. Caleb is still here.
Any Glober left? No.
They all tapped out that easily. Come on. Pathetic showing, guys. Step it up.
The collective Glober brain ran
Caleb
out.
doesn't really. He didn't come across as quite as arrogant and staunch.
Yeah.
So I think we could actually have a decent conversation with Caleb. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Say you, St. Caleb.
Yo, mention my name. Yeah. Can anyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
You
5 by 5.
less the triggered type than the two other guys that were in here. So
Honestly, I don't even debate about this topic too much. Like, I was just here because they wanted me to listen to the debate, so I just came here.
What's your prognosis of the conversation? Do you think they presented anything logical?
To be honest, I wasn't really listening too much.
Let's pause it there for a second. What's up, everyone? That's hilarious stuff, man. Anybody out there? Saturday, noontime, July the 22nd. What's up? That was a good conversation. No collective Glober brain left. Any Globers here? Sorry, that's being mean. I apologize. Come on in, talk about the Earth in your mind. What Earth do you have in mind? I guess. All right, I'll continue. Never mind. Hey, Paul, I see you lighting up for you there. Paul V. Timbo Slice, you must be sleeping. All right, let's continue.
I just heard a bunch of people. Was it a 1v1? I wasn't really paying attention too much. I heard a lot of people talking. Yo, what happened?
Are you in the same room with your friends, or are they?
No.
Okay. You've hung around, so
yeah.
obviously, it piqued your interest or your curiosity or something. You have any questions?
Honestly, I was talking to someone else the whole time, so I wasn't really. I heard some parts of it, like when my other friend entered in, and I heard a bunch of people just talking about it. I heard it flip flop quite a bit.
So, what is your favorite and most credible proof of the globe?
I don't even know myself. I don't really debate too much.
It's not a debate. It's just a question.
Question? I don't really have one in particular. I
What
mean,
leads you to believe that you live
stuff,
on one?
but I don't 100% put my trust in NASA. So
That's good, though, because you're at least being honest about where you stand, whereas the other guys wanted to go ahead and claim a measurement that they didn't have or know anything of, right? So they couldn't tell us what it is. At least you're just telling us honestly, I don't know, which is appreciated.
yeah, well,
absolutely.
As a Christian, I kind of examine the Bible when it says about it, and I see various different arguments. So I'm even conflicted on that as well. So.
Well, you should have been here last night when I was having a conversation. It got really into religion and spirituality, and then multiple people were sending me links and also into the Discord chat about all of the Bible references that talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, makes quite a few.
I'm sorry, say again?
It makes quite a few talks about the what's called the Earth. Many try to say that it's flat and then it's round, like because it's kind of hard to biblically translate it. So
Okay,
it's
well,
a
I'm
big
not
debate.
Christian.
We know we know absolutely that for certain that the ancient culture, the ancient Hebrew culture, had a cosmological view of a flat, motionless, and enclosed Earth. Like academia will even tell you that. Historians learn this at universities.
Well, I think it's all religious scripture, regardless of which faith you're going to be following. They all say it
But
in
we're
all of
particular,
those. Yeah, in one way or the other.
absolutely, in all the. Yeah, but we're just particularly talking about the one culture at the moment. But yeah, absolutely, ancient cultures all across the plane all had that cosmological view.
Yeah, I've seen something about it being round. I didn't examine too much of it. I just kind of seen the source. You mind if I send it in case you guys could talk about it?
Who
I'm
is
actually more
that's
interested.
speaking there? I just need to reference him just so I can say thank you for a moment.
I think it was me.
Oh, Caleb. Okay. Well, at least you're being honest with your convictions in a certain type of a sense, and you're not just coming out making blanket statements that have no validation whatsoever or measurements
Hey, Sonny,
or
can you hear me?
anything like that. So, at least I think you're open-minded enough to the
Yeah,
point where
I
you can
sure
at least
can.
change your
Hold on.
mind and
Let me
understand
mute Spot.
why you're
I'll mute
here
Spot.
questioning the physical
Let me
shape of where we're living.
just pause it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, look, are they
Okay, I paused it. Hey, how's it going?
Great. So I just wanted to share this real quick. So I've been outside just walking in the woods with my dog, and I just let him go ahead of me and explore on his own. And I'm watching him, right? And I'm realizing that he's totally using all his senses to explore and experience the world around him, totally free of any sort of mind fuckery that we're given, where we're robbed of our
Yeah.
senses, and we're robbed of the ability to use our senses to explore the world around us. And not once does he look at the sky and get distracted by that, but he's completely just so in tuned and grounded with where he is and exploring and using his senses to guide him through it. It was so beautiful to watch, and I'm thinking this whole time that that's how we should be experiencing and learning about the earth, but that's all taken away from us. All our senses are so stunted, and they're not allowed to really grow and be honed like his are. I mean, his are stunted because he's been domesticated, right? He probably wouldn't survive on his own out there without me, even though he is so in tuned to the world around him. But our ability, I think that's so key on how, I don't know how it's done, but all those senses we have have been completely stripped, and I don't even think people realize that's how we would survive without the school system. That's how you would survive, is you would hone those senses to survive and navigate
Yeah.
this earth. I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm sorry. I was just out
No.
there in the woods. I think
No,
explore, and
no,
not enough people do that and have these experiences.
that's absolutely incredible. Like that. And that's actually, I go out at night and I actually ride my bike. I turn my lights off and I can ride in these trails at nighttime. Like I've trained myself to do this. I can actually see at night, and it's pretty incredible. So your dog is like nose to the ground, right? Exactly,
And just
exactly.
totally absorbing all the information that he's taking in with all his senses, completely free of any distraction or anyone ever telling him to not trust those senses.
Exactly.
It
So
was beautiful.
that's how I try to live. So it doesn't mesh real well, but I go anywhere I fucking want at any time I want. I'm not restricted by it. Like, I prefer to live the way your dog is. I know it sounds funny.
No,
Like,
there's truth to it, bro.
I'd rather live as a natural being. Like, if I need something, it's out there in nature. I just have to find it. Like, of course, you don't want to just like eat something if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, but you know what? There's something about, I think, because I was thinking about that. I was thinking about, okay, if this was my reality, how would I survive out here? And I was thinking about my instincts and that thing that tells you that don't go this way, danger.
Yeah.
And there's got to be something that is going to guide you when you're free of this, whatever it is that is robbing our mind and our senses. When you're totally free of that, I think you are so in tune to the earth that you just instinctively know. You know what I mean? You know how to survive. You know what is good fruit and what isn't, because we are connected to this earth. We're part of it. You know, I don't know, man. I probably sound like a psycho, but
No, not at all. I don't think so. So let me reassure you, that is how we're supposed to live. That's why you're talking about it right now. Like, you saw
and
something.
you know, going back to my dog, he can't survive on his own because he's a pack animal, right? So he needs, they hunt and feed in the pack. That's how they stay strong. And we're the same way, but we're separated from our pack too, because we don't stick together as a family. We all move away and separate, and so we can't survive out on our own either. We're separated from our pack. And when you see like a lone wolf or a lone coyote, they're not healthy. They're malnutrition. They're skinny because they're scavenging. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I had to get that out.
No, thank you. I appreciate
But yeah, I think about all the times where, you get that something in your, I guess you call it your gut, when you say, I shouldn't do this. This is a mistake. This is going to be bad if I do this or go this way. And we're like, that's fucking nonsense. That's bullshit. And for somehow we have been tricked into not trusting ourselves, not believing in ourselves, and it's leading to, our ruin. And it's them senses, man. They're so stunted, and we're never given the ability to grow. All right, I'm done. That's all I want to say.
No, that's perfectly fine. I I wanted to give you the space to finish what you're saying. It's really important. So yeah, I see wolves. Well, they're not wolves. To me, they're like wolves. I see them out there at night. They're coyotes. They're like small wolf size freaking coyotes out there. I've seen dozens of them before. I started seeing them in the daytime when their natural surroundings change. They end up migrating around through different canyons. This forces them to go up through streets, neighborhoods, to get to the next canyon, because all that environment's been interrupted and changed. It's really, really interesting. Yeah, it's something we should try to do right today ourselves. Try to be more in tune with my senses, if I can.
Yeah, we got to get out of our houses and away from the computers and get into nature, get lost in the woods.
Yeah, I'm going to go out right now. I was on Discord all day yesterday, and I didn't get off till 10 o'clock at night. Can you believe that? From like 10 in the morning to 10 at night. So I went for a ride at midnight. I got back at 1. I got a pretty good sleep after that. And so I need to get out now because it's already noon.
Yeah, don't let me stop you.
I'll probably be listening in. I'm gonna turn the bot back on and I'll go mobile and take my earphones.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out. I'm gonna put my phone away and I'm gonna go back outside.
Excellent idea. All right, hey man, cheers. Thanks.
Talk to you later, bro.
Thanks for that information. That is information. Don't forget, information is what it's all about. The information we get from our senses. That can't come from nowhere. So that's the point I wanted to make. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just one more thing I was thinking about is at no point was my dog concerned about the shape of the earth. And if we were living as we're supposed to be, as we're meant to be, we wouldn't either. It wouldn't even be, I think, a thought in our mind. We would just constantly be navigating and learning about our surroundings and having that experience. And unfortunately, it's totally taken away from us. And we're not even, we've been robbed of the ability to even really, truly enjoy this beautiful creation.
Yeah, I was going to talk a second when the thought that came up was about the construct, this mental abstraction we have in our minds. Like you can make it anything you want. I suppose if you're only talking about imagination, then you could think that the globe is, or you could think that Earth. Sorry, see, there's a glitch, right? Yeah, I said globe. So if you think Earth is a globe, that's only your thinking. It really is. That does not make it real. So where this fake globe, this made up construct that has been implanted in our minds and has supplanted our very own senses, like Paul is talking about. Yeah, it's made us so we are going along with our own thinking that our thinking is us. We think it's us doing the thinking. That's not even you. That's a fucking ego and connected to a biological computer that's designed to create thought or whatever from whatever method that our brain is using, which is fucking unknown as much as the stars are unknown. They could tell you what a brain does electrically and biologically, probably everything that it can do as far as they can go, but they don't know what it is.
You're right.
They don't know what. They don't know what the brain is. It's not just the biological matter. Is thought biological? No, you can't take it and dissect it on a table. You can't do anything to a thought, but nonetheless, it's there. You hear my thoughts coming out in my vocal cords, making these sounds. That didn't come from nowhere, and I didn't create the ability for me to think. Something did. So there it is.
What's interesting about that too is, we say these things like what's the phrase? You memorized it by heart, or it's a gut instinct. Like these things and instincts that we have, we don't know where they're coming from, and it almost sometimes feels that way, right? Like you feel things in your heart, like it's more than just a muscle pumping blood. Like there's something more to it, and you feel things in your gut, not just the thoughts. You feel them in parts of your body, and that has to have some sort of significant meaning, right?
Absolutely. Your intuition, like how your intuition is connected to your physiology. Think about that. So we have to be careful what we think about ourselves, because I think we can create scenarios in our own body with negative thinking. So we need to clear that out and allow the healing to begin. And it happens every single night when we sleep.
Yeah, like why is it when like for example, if you've ever been in a relationship and you've had your heart broken, now your brain doesn't hurt, right? Your brain isn't broken, but your chest, your that area, it does hurt. It does hurt. It literally feels like something inside of you is ripping apart. What is that? What are these? It is
Mhm.
amazing. Like, well, like shit. But again, it's all connected to the flat Earth and where we are and how all of this is taken from us. The ability to really feel these things and understand them in nature, because that's where we're supposed to be.
Yeah, and that probably is absolute power. Think about that. If we were truly connected to the earth and truly able to create our world as we see fit according to these natural laws, it would be an astounding place. I can't even imagine. Like, I think it would be so much better. But has there always been strife and difficulties? Yeah, always. But if you start out with the correct, like a natural environment and build upon that structure, then I think things would be better.
Yeah, and I think we've always had the ability to overcome, right? Because we can clean up our backyard, and we can change our environment around us the way we want it. We have the ability to change things and make it better.
Mm-hmm. And like Eli was talking last night about, it starts with the individual. It starts with me. There's
Yeah,
going to be
definitely.
like, it's the very beginning is like it's me. If there's a problem, if I see a problem, the problem is actually within me.
Yeah,
I,
exactly. And
so
I think that's the problem too. Why people are so unhappy, because they are constantly relying on other men to save them from all of this. But that's all inside each and every one of us.
right. Save us from what? Like that's what, like going back to what I was just saying. Save me from myself. Asking someone else to have responsibility to save me. No.
Yeah.
No one's coming. We are here. We already have what's necessary. Like we really do
And
have capacity, and that's the problem. The unused capacity. Like we have these abilities and things to create a life, like I said, that we see fit, not just on selfish motives, but an actually true desire of, well, let's say it, I'll say it, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those things. Like
yeah,
those.
you're talking about the this prison system that we live in that we can't see, and really we as we're living in that, we're actually constructing it too. We are building the walls ourselves.
Right. It's right. So listen, Paul, I think as we talk about this, just like this, that we are actually deconstructing it.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
only for
definitely.
not only for ourselves, Paul, you and I, but for everyone here that's listening right now. Deconstructing that, like, you got to get rid of the garbage. You got to take the trash out often. Don't leave
Yes.
any corners. Like we all have cobwebs
It's
in the
like they've
corner.
trapped us in our own minds, and we
Yes,
we can't get out of our own heads.
exactly.
And it's because we're constantly bombarded with just shit. And we're not going outside and experiencing fucking life the way it was meant to
Yeah.
be.
So I want to say this for the sake of the server, for everyone listening. It's not your fault that you believe the globe. Not your fault.
Absolutely.
You didn't do it to yourself. Let's put it that way. You didn't make believe this thing. And then, have it like forced into your mind. Someone else did that. Gradually, systematically, and patiently. They whittled away your own senses, your ability to use your senses. So we're right now like deconstructing that. I know it seems scary. Uh-oh, what'll I do? If I don't believe all these things, where do I go? Do I disappear? Do I become nothing? No. That's not it. You get rid of the nonsense and then you can become your true self. And all I have to do, this one, is I have to just listen to my own advice. Sometimes I have trouble with that. Knowing what I know, knowing what's right, and still doing wrong. But
you actually feel alive. You start to live for the first time in your life. I used to play video games a lot, and I don't know if a lot of people notice, but when you sit there and play games, how you can sit there for 24 hours straight, not eat, not drink, and
Yeah.
you're it's like your body slowly just starts to shut down, and you don't need anything, and you're just absorbed into that screen. And you can't that's not living, that's not life, that's not experience. You're dying.
yeah. Versus, like, actually, I feel when I sit out in the woods, I can get to such a state where I feel sustained. I literally feel like I'm being provided for. I don't even need to eat. Like the energy is flowing through me from the ground. It's a trip. It's really a trip, and I need to do it more often to get grounded to this place. And yeah, it's amazing, especially like by the ocean or by the water. Put your feet in the sand, in the water. Like I like to take like salt baths also. I think there's something about the salt in the water. We know that salt water is makes the water electric more conductive, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they use it as an electrolyte. You can make a battery. You can make your own battery. So something about that, us connected electrically and biologically, like it's all together. It's a package deal. So
Yeah, before, I mean, how did we even get here? Before government, before public school system, how did anybody survive? How did like the elder get to be the elder and then teach his family members how to navigate? You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's
exactly,
totally been lost on us. That knowledge, like,
exactly.
because we're so disconnected and separated from our families. We
Yeah,
don't listen to our elders. We don't listen to. That's totally gone, and we totally appeal to these these leaders.
yeah.
But there's a way out.
Think about
We can
this:
get,
our ancestors, through everything our ancestors went through, starvation, famine, pestilence, drought, flooding, natural catastrophes of all types,
survived
earthquakes,
it all.
volcanoes. How did they get to the place where they discovered that? Oh, if I'm right under this particular star, what is that? He calls his neighbor over. He goes like, "What is that?" Like, "Oh, stick straight up mean vertical." And they figured out how to go from there to navigate across the entire plane with right triangles. This is where the globe and the real Earth collide. The objective Earth that we actually travel on top of.
You know
Right?
what? That's a good point too, because I was saying earlier that's really we're totally looking at the sky the wrong way. We're fantasizing about this fantasy land, and that's not what it's for. Like you just said, yeah, they looked to the sky, but they used it to help navigate the land at which their feet were on. They didn't use it to fantasize about their place and where they are and what their purpose is. Yeah, man, it's awesome.
Yeah, through their environment, they saw all different types of things like the terrain, and they probably started noticing that wide, flat plateaus existed, and like when you look at the like the Great Salt Lake or the Salar del Uyuni in the Bolivian highlands, those salt flats, they must have gone, wow. So what I just discovered about this light in the sky, like that's vertical to me. Then there's also the other way, and it calls the neighbor. What we call this perpendicular. Oh, one is horizontal. Oh, that must be what that is way out there over the water horizon. Yeah, like so. That's incredible. And now here it is. This is the most accurate way to travel across the water. You really can't do it any other way. And was pointed out last night. If you can see the line of the bottom part of the triangle, and they superimpose an imaginary curved surface, you would be in the wrong location, folks, by miles. If you're talking about 9,820 miles across the ocean from South America to Australia, 10,000 miles, folks. And they can find islands because at one star is vertical, the horizon, and then, if you're in that position, another luminary body at that minute is going to be at a certain angle from your location. And they just figured out, well, if I went between these two little angles, that little island is right freaking there. And they find it without hitting the rocks, because a bunch of people hit the rocks at another location right close by, because there's pinnacles of rocks sticking up sometimes out of the ocean, which is freaking amazing. Thousands of fathoms, basically. Pretty crazy.
It's funny that these people that we're talking about, they really explored and traveled more than I think most people do today. They got to experience and see more of where they live than we do. There's so many people that are born and raised and die in the one town and never leave.
Yeah. Well, that's the way it was. A lot of that I think maybe that's a fallacy, because kind of like how I was learned that basically in the old days, like everybody stayed in their own village mostly. You only knew your closest relatives, and they're like just that little nucleus. Your family, maybe a couple of families living together, and you have like an area or terrain. You only traveled outside of a certain range. But then we obviously know of the so-called sea people. I think that problem may be solved with the Americas, because they deleted the entire history of population of millions here that were creating amazing architecture and traveling across the oceans. Go look at the giant balls, stone spheres in Costa Rica.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. I watched the picture.
Those, like I've seen something, and I'm going to get more information on that. Those were created by expert navigators. So
I got to take this phone call. I got to jump out real quick.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to go right now, but I'll start the bot again. Anybody with of course, DJ role can Can start and pause it. And, I'll talk to you guys in a little while. See you on the outside.
Those other guys, are those your gaming friends or something?
No, they actually do debates a lot, but I don't think they really debated too much on the. It's more against like religions and history.
Debate with you about the moon landing?
It sounds
Sorry,
like
say
they
that
like to, you know what I mean? That's not really what debating is. Debating, you know what you're talking about. They didn't really seem to know what they were talking about. So some people just like to
No,
argue.
they didn't.
To be honest, I'm gonna make a claim.
We appreciate you, Caleb, man. You're checking out the live stream text as well, right?
Yeah, I think so. I was talking to a Christian guy. He was pretty nice.
Do those friends of yours do they debate with you about the moon landing? Because you said you don't believe the moon landing was real.
No, I think they agree with that. Like I said, we don't know too much about that topic in particular. It's usually about like religion, history. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I just find it strange. Well, your stance was, I'm not really too trusting of NASA anyway to be able to use them as a proof. But they were too. They were all too happy to throw NASA in there. Well, NASA measured it with their satellites. Oh, but they didn't go to the moon, but they did. They did measure Earth with satellites, right? I just found that a bit hypocritical.
Is that what they were saying?
Yeah. They were using NASA as a proof.
And Caleb, if you've never seen it before, just to help validify a little bit of what your belief is with NASA, there are astronauts like Buzz Aldrin, for example, who is on camera saying, "We didn't go there."
Yeah, no, I saw those. Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah, he said we didn't go there. He said that quite a few times, I believe.
It does take a lot of research and a lot of patience to actually get into this, because people go through cognitive dissonance, and it's like a psychological disorder that people have to deal with when they find out they've been lied to about something that is as significant as where we are actually currently living. So I will say, hey, fist bump to you, but I think you're probably on the way to joining the team.
Maybe. But I'm going to be honest. When they joined here, I'm going to make an assumption here. I think they were assuming that this was going to be easy, because usually the people that comment in their TikToks about Flat Earth, like, they don't seem educated. So I guess they went into here thinking that it was going to be like they were going to have an easy time here and whatnot. But
I was going to ask him about that, because he said that in the check-in. He said that he's sick of these flat earthers on TikTok. I wanted to ask him specifically, what was it he'd encountered on TikTok from flat earthers that he disagreed with, but I didn't get a chance.
Honestly, I haven't been checking his videos, and I haven't seen any flat earthers, but I assume it probably was, there was like a disc, like it was just flat disc, and there was like, probably has something to do maybe with Australia. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, that's the problem, is there's a preconceived notion from what we were told, like when we were 10 years old, from looking at like early science books, that the Earth is still floating in space and that there's an edge to it. But in reality, there's never been any proof of that whatsoever. And before I have to mute and get back to class, there's another guy. There's two of them that are on TikTok. One of them's name is also Caleb, and it's Caleb and Derek, and they do a lot of really great streams in regards to this, and they debate everybody in regards to Globe Earth. And I might kind of steer you towards that, because I'm outside of the age range, and I'm 40 now, so I've never actually been on TikTok except for like once or twice. But might want to check them out. Caleb and Derek.
Caleb and Derek, all right.
I've got a few members here that have just started up on TikTok as well. So have a look at our social media page. Social media links. Is it? What's it called? Yeah, social media links channel. Have a look in there. I'm not sure if they've been posting their TikTok accounts in there, but worth looking at.
All right, I'll take a look.
And also in regards to like biblical flat Earth and that kind of thing, if you're not aware of some of the biblical flat Earth people that there are, I mean, they're very plentiful on YouTube. But even though I've been here multiple days in a row, but I noticed that Austin Whitsitt is one of the moderators in here, and I've never seen him in here, but I have spoken with him. So you might want to maybe check in with him or check his stream on YouTube or different platforms he's on. So he's extremely knowledgeable and wrecks people when it comes to actual debates.
Wait, so he's a Christian who believes in flat Earth?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he's
bro, there's a
definitely
lot.
flat Earth. Hardcore. Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of us here. We tend to not get into that in the live stream because we can prove that the Earth is flat without having to use the scripture. But I mean, there's a good percentage of us that absolutely know and use the scripture and can use that in debates as well. But we tend to hit them with science since that's what this is based around. But I don't know if you're using the live text, the live stream text, but there's a lot of pictures and memes and books and things that are getting thrown up in real time that coalesce with whatever the discussion is. So make sure you're checking that out as well.
Yeah, and someone else to check out, rest in peace, Rob Skiba, he was up there with Austin Whitsitt when it came to understanding biblical flat Earth and that kind of thing. And I mean, yeah, he's definitely up there. But he unfortunately was murdered in the hospital during the whole scamdemic situation. And he still has a lot of videos on YouTube you can check out because he didn't have to use the scriptures at all in order to prove flat Earth. But he was very out and out saying, yes, I'm a Christian, I'm a Bible believer, and, all of that stuff. So there are a lot of people out there that don't have to use the scriptures, but it's just sort of like I'm not sure if justify is the right word, but it helps support all of the physical, mathematical, observable evidence.
I see. All right.
Didn't we start out with you saying that you didn't believe the moon landings, right? Is that how this all started when you first started talking in here?
Yeah, I said that I didn't believe the moon landings. At least at the time. I'm not sure about now, but at the time I definitely believed it's not real.
That's a good foot in the door, man. That's how a lot of us started, was distrusting what we've been shown, because we can't prove them wrong or right. We have to trust them, you know what I'm saying? We have to have faith in these men that they're going to where they said they've gone and they're doing what they said they've done. But we can't confirm it. So that's kind of like a religion, you know what I'm saying? We have faith from what they've shown us, but what they've shown us is really bad video evidence, CGI, cartoons, and paintings. And they get $60 million a day. So, if that's not enough reason to lie. But anyways, you're already there. So I'm glad, man. Welcome.
60 plus million. So that's over $1 million a day from each state gone.
I think it's close to 80 million a day now.
You could literally fix the earth. You could fix all of our problems with that much money. But, if you wonder why some of us are a little militant or angry, that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, and I heard, Eric Dubay a long time ago when I first got into this, every American was having to pay like 7 cents a day or something like that towards NASA. And he's like, oh, it's just 7 cents a day? He's like, that's fine. I'll take my 7 cents a day back. And I was like, yep, me too.
I have a question. So the Christian guy in the server, do you know what branch of Christianity he follows?
There's not one Christian guy. There's literally thousands. We got 30,000
the one that you mentioned
people.
earlier. The one you mentioned earlier. Yeah, I
think
think
Christianity isn't a branch. It's an understanding of
the
biblical
branch he
scripture.
follows, like Catholicism, Protestantism, Orthodox Christianity. Like, do you know which one he follows in particular?
He follows just the Bible, I think. It's as far as he kind of takes it. He doesn't go to church. He doesn't wear a crucifix. He doesn't call himself even religious. He just says...
non-denominational. Scripture and discerning it and understanding it.
All right. Okay.
You son of a buck.
Yeah, ironically, it was the Catholic Church that brought us this whole space fairy tale. They're supposed to be based around the Bible, but they're the ones who them, along with the Jesuits, brought us this entire heliocentric model that was taught to us as fact. Even though
You
it's
guys are anti-Jesuit too?
Well, explain to him what you mean by that. The theory of the Big Bang was presented by a Catholic priest.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. I want to definitely listen in, but I got to get back to my students right now. So I will.
All right,
I'll be back
later, bro.
And I want to say something at that time.
Yeah, it's rewind time.
Possibly. Sure. We'll go with that.
Are you aware of any measurements supporting this claim?
Well, what do you mean by measurements? Like, do I take the measurements, or like, have I seen other measurements?
Just aware of any.
Okay, who measured it to know that that object exists and is thus capable of casting a shadow in outer space?
What do you mean, who measured? It's the Earth. We are on it.
Right. So who measured it to know that it's a ball capable of casting the type of shadow that you claim it is during a lunar eclipse?
Multiple people.
Okay,
Multiple.
let's start with any.
What do you mean?
Let's start with any.
Okay. I'll start with one person I know, Khwarizmi. Do you know who that is?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so Khwarizmi, he was a physicist during like the 13th century, around then, and he proved that the Earth was a globe. Also, ancient peoples, the Mayans, the ancient Mayans, they
wait, don't jump around. Don't jump. We're on Khwarizmi, right? Khwarizmi was a physicist.
You're not even pronouncing his
I'm
name
with
right.
you as far as Khwarizmi was a physicist in the 13th century. What did Khwarizmi do to measure the globe?
He measured the trajectory of the Earth, the trajectory of the Moon, the trajectory of the Sun, the trajectory of Saturn, the trajectory of Jupiter. He put them all together, and when you put all those together, the only logical result, the only logical solution is that the Earth is a globe.
Gotcha, bitch! Outdoors Claimer then left the server.
Bye.
What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
One moment while we wait for globe proof. No globe proof has been submitted to anywhere.
doesn't matter who you are. They've been telling you a story, trying to keep you from the Most High and of course all of His glory. They locked you away from the start and told you 1 + 1 is 2. It's true. Then they tell you this globe right here is your home, and as young ones, what can you do?
Listen to me. In high hopes, they hope that your mind never learns to question their authority. They teach you to fear critical thinking is crazy because it goes against the majority.
So let's cross-examine a few known facts about this thing that we call perspective. And let's be humble and truthful and real and not like politicians during elections. Now the tail of the tape stands me on the shore of this beautiful place called Michigan. And looking to the west 50 miles, we see Chicago. No, I'm not kidding. See, the water is flat, and that is that, and science is telling me that Chicago isn't where it's really at. And that's just a big confusing mess.
So we did our own tests.
8 inches times the mileage squared. That's right, 8 inches times the mileage squared. 8 inches times the mileage squared gives you the curvature of the Earth. Now to find out the curvature in feet, just divide by 12, because, well, that's how it works. Now remember, we were 50 miles away from Chicago going all the way back over the water of Lake Michigan.
Break it down! So we take 50 times 50 times 8 inches, it gives us 20,000 inches. You divide by 12, it gives you 1,667 feet below the horizon that Chicago should be. But it isn't. It isn't a ball. It isn't at all. The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No. So so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Holy fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? Well, tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even sure of that?
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
No, you don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking
I
on
believe
Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Where are you? Get in here.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
It's like the edge, you know?
Sorry?
It's like the edge, you know?
Yeah, it's where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? It's not actually meeting, but it appears to meet. So when we look at these two oil rigs, where is the horizon in this? Where can you see it? And let me simplify.
It's just an image.
Yeah,
that's like if I sent you a picture of the Earth being round, you could argue that's just an image.
No. So where is the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the oil rigs, or is it beyond the second one?
Wait, what? I didn't hear that.
Is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the oil rigs, or is it beyond the second?
Behind the camera,
the horizon.
Taking the shot.
The horizon, bro. I was talking about the horizon.
With the well, I'm saying with the horizon's like behind instead.
Yeah, it's behind the second oil rig. Awesome stuff. Thank you for your honesty. So,
no. I mean behind the camera taking the picture.
This guy's a...
Yeah. So obviously, Demonics, you showed that there's no civil discussion with you possible, right? I mean, I tried, right? I'm being very patient here, but yeah, just like Bongsau said, if you want to leave, then leave, right? It's not a problem. Yeah. You can go on, live your life, thinking you're on a spinning. Yeah, you can go on with your life, believing that you're on this spinning water ball, hurling through space, and an asteroid can take you out any second now. So that's all fine with me, right? I'm not trying to convert you. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm only showing you what the globe Earth claims and how it is not measurable. right? How we cannot figure out, how we cannot measure that the Earth is actually a ball. Okay?
He was actually wrong, though, Roger. It was behind his mom, because she's so big you can't see her.
17 jokes, okay. I don't, because it's an image.
Okay, so the horizon, do you know what it is?
It's like the edge, you know?
Sorry?
It's like the edge, you know?
Yeah, it's where the sky...
Oh, I don't know why that's silenced. What?
Where have they measured the curvature of the Earth? Do you know, Demonics?
Do you know? I assume they just used like a really big ruler.
Yeah. Well, it's cool if you don't. Listen. It's cool if you don't want to answer. If you don't know, that's fine with me because it just shows that you don't know the answer to that question. Meaning, because you don't know, you have lack of knowledge. Therefore, your understanding of the Earth being a globe is not sufficient, which is fine with me because it's just a belief that you have. And if you carry these beliefs, I won't go to the second question because there's no need. You don't know the first one, so why would I even continue to go? There's only 3 physical claims, and since you don't know the first one, why would I need to indulge in the second question? So, do you understand that right now the only thing you have is a belief in the globe? It's like a religious belief, right? You don't have a real knowledge, a real working knowledge of the globe. You just have a belief because everybody else has told you the Earth is a globe. You haven't checked out the information. You haven't looked into it, and you thought it was kind of a funny topic to look into people that think the Earth is flat. Well, it sounds that way because you haven't even looked into the Earth being a globe at all. But I based that on the first question I gave you. You did not know the answer to. So that's interesting, right? If you want to engage in a conversation that can actually get you somewhere with real knowledge, then this is the forum to have it. If not, that's okay. You can keep thinking that the Earth is a globe and go about your day, just like the people in here were telling you to. But Callum, I can ask you the very same question, and Jazant the same. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth? Can you guys answer that? Jazant and Callum 81. It's a very simple question. If you know, that's fine. Like I said, I asked Demon X. If you know, that's fine. If not, then that's still okay. Callum 81, you guys there? Jazant, are you there?
She's there.
Okay, so it seems like that very first question cannot be answered, and it should be very simple, right? Earth is a globe, correct? Then that answer should be very, very easy to find. Yet, why isn't it?
Wait, why isn't what?
The question that I've been asking. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth?
Magic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're not sure. That's what I've been saying, Demon X. You don't know. Neither does Jazit, neither does Callum 81. If they did know, if you guys did know how they measured the curvature of the Earth, that information would be right now, right here. You'd be able to say, here's how they did it. They measured it this way. You don't have the answer to that. How do you think the Earth is a globe? It's just a belief then, isn't it? You don't know if it's a globe or not. You just believe it to be a globe.
You know that it's flat? Have you gone to space and seen that the Earth is flat?
Right. So did you agree with me, Demon X, that what I'm saying is true? You just believe the Earth to be a globe? You don't know? That's kind of scary, right? Because you're believing a lie and you don't even know it. You don't even know if it's a lie or not because you haven't.
It's about like every single solution possible right now.
Well, that's not every single thing. I'm only speaking of one specific thing: the curvature of the Earth, or the Earth being a globe. How did they measure that? And when I asked, there's no answer.
Oh, that's because I was looking for a tweet about NASA saying that the Earth is round.
I understand that, but I'm asking for your specific knowledge. You as a person. How do you know? And that's the conclusion that I've said. Because of that fact, you just believe that the Earth has been what it is because that's what they told you. You follow? You don't know if the Earth is a globe or not. And I don't need to replace that idea with another one because you don't even know the Earth that you stand on, what it is.
Wasn't there a experiment that was used in the what was it, the Behind the Curve documentary at the very end? They had 2 posts and they had a laser and they said the Earth would be flat, but they had to lift up the post for the curve. I can't remember the exact experiment, but it proved the curvature. The top of my head, I can't remember the top of my head.
I know what video you're talking about, but the question that I'm asking, Callum 81.
But listen out.
But no, I don't think you get
measure.
I don't
I'm
know.
not saying they measured it,
Callum,
but we know there's a
I'm
curve.
not talking to Callum. 1 second. I'm not talking about another video. I'm not talking about another video.
You listen to me.
Okay. You're not gonna let reason and logic come through you, right? You're not gonna let reason and logic come through, right?
But you're not letting me speak.
Are you?
This is the problem with flat earthers. They send up some.
You're not gonna listen to reason and logic, are you? I asked everybody here a specific question that could be answered. Why does it have to be met with another question? It can just be answered simply. And that's all I'm asking. Just answer the question. If you don't know, say, I don't know. That's real honesty in a conversation where we want to know the truth, right? Between what you know and what I know, if we're having a civil discourse. I jump to another question or talk about something else. I don't care about those other things. I want to know what you know specifically. How, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? It's really simple, right? So if we can get to that, we'll get somewhere. It's that simple, Callum. How, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? Do you know or not? You could simply say, just like Demonics did, I don't know.
Oh, he's unmuted.
Honesty, right? Yeah, I muted him because he can respond, but he was over talking me, thinking that he's going to come through with his point. And it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because he's not answering the question. You follow?
I guess, but it'd be interesting to hear what he's saying now.
No, it's not really. It's not relevant to what I'm asking. He's talking about a video from Netflix that I've seen before called Behind the Curve. I've seen that fake documentary before, and I know what it's about. It's propaganda, guys. That's all it is. But you guys want to believe that it's a globe so badly that you'll cling to any propaganda that props up your model.
Right, can I use this equation then?
Nope.
So if I do distance to the horizon, then the radius of the Earth times it by 2, the height of your eyes, that's...
Yeah.
I'm answering the question.
Okay, so how, when, and where did they measure the curvature of the Earth? Because they knew, let me finish. They knew from 1,000 years ago, right?
I'm giving you the answer. I'm giving you an equation that can be used.
All right,
but you're not listening.
Listening. Well, shut the fuck up, bitch. What's the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth, and why is it important?
Bong. Yeah. That was highly flagrant and unnecessary. Please.
Bong, you definitely watch child porn.
Man, shut the fuck. Oh, you know what? I'm kicking this piece of shit, man.
They're so pissed off at us right now.
That's hilarious. That's a clip I got from last year on my birthday, July 10th. Great conversation. Got some of the best. Yes, indeed. Let me find that so you guys can replay it on your own. Maybe make separate clips out of that. I think the audio is good enough. But I digress. Sure thing. Yeah, that's the Skunk Bay one, Liam. But there's another one. Where is that? Let me see if I can find the other one. I still haven't left. I'm just making breakfast, and it's 1:30 p.m. Hilarious. All on the flat earth. Omelets require a flat pan.
Hello everyone. Today I'd like to share some new long-distance videos and photos filmed at the Californian coast, confirming again that we live on a flat earth. Before I get into the proof, I did want to mention one thing. I've been told my videos are often not showing up in your subscription and suggestion feeds. I guess YouTube still doesn't like me very much. I've been told that the best way to get around it is to hit this notification bell right here. It's up to you. I just wanted to let you know. Now, these long-distance videos and pictures come from the channel Pablo's Dog. Pablo's Dog is a mechanical engineer and has been a mechanical engineer since 1979 and is currently an engineering manager. He graduated from the California Polytechnic State University and is still well educated in the world's best problem-solving methodologies. Pablo's Dog is a flat earther, but he currently only has 3 subscribers, and so I urge everyone to go to his channel and subscribe and encourage his continued involvement in the community. And I'm truly sorry about the globe trolls who will inevitably come and attack you. Pablo's Dog has also posted many of his findings on this surfer forum. Some of you may want to go over and check that out and join the discussion. On the surfer forum, Pablo's Dog goes by the name Boater with an H. He has some great posts there, and I'll have all of the links in the description. But let's begin with our engineer's filming location just off the parking lot at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Here's the location on Google Earth. I have his coordinates here, and his observation height was approximately 45 feet. We'll talk about a few other flat Earth proofs, but we're going to concentrate on Pablo's Dog's footage of the 4 oil platforms that constitute the Dos Cuadras offshore oil field. Here they are: Platform Hill House at 14.6 miles, Platform A at 14.1 miles, Platform B at 13.6 miles, Platform C at 13.1 miles. I do have all the coordinates listed if you'd like to look them up in Google Earth. According to the globe math, at an observation height of 45 feet, the maximum distance to the globe physical horizon would be a mere 8.2 miles. That means you should not see the horizon line or any water beyond 8.2 miles. Let's watch the video. As you can see, the horizon is many miles beyond 8.2 miles, and this is impossible under the globe. If the globe were real, the Earth's bulge should have been blocking a substantial portion of all of the platforms, but none of the platforms are blocked. Because the horizon is beyond the platforms, there is absolutely no curvature present, not even an inch, and no ball earther can reasonably dispute that. No curvature means no globe, and as I have shown with dozens of examples, the globe fills everywhere. Lakes, rivers, canals, oceans, and land, and in all weather conditions. This footage here is also interesting as the landmass appears to be the Ventura Harbor Jetty at over 34 miles away, and that jetty should be hidden 457 feet below the horizon. That also means that the horizon extends all the way to the opposite shore, 34 miles away. Now, the ball earther propagandist is going to claim that due to refraction, the bulge of the Earth disappeared from here and then reappeared 20 miles beyond this platform at this line, but left the platform itself unaffected by the disappearing bulge. It's absurd. As I have said many times, refraction is real and recognized by all flat earthers. Refraction simply distorts distant objects as anyone would expect. The inferior mirage, the most common form of refraction with long-distance viewing, absolutely blocks distant objects as shown by this boat. The inferior mirage forms an opaque wall. It's interesting. I really like this Skunk Bay time-lapse footage. This one is a little different as someone added a boat graphic to the time-lapse to illustrate how refraction can block the bottom of the boat. Look at how refraction obscures, distorts, stretches, and compresses, and even creates the illusion of curvature now and then, but it's certainly not curvature. There are so many examples of this. I've shown quite a few examples of compression in the past, like these condos here, as the bottom floors are increasingly compressed by refraction. Likewise, it appears as though the bottoms of these further platforms on the left are compressed by refraction. Again, refraction is real, but refraction is not a long-distance vision enhancer that removes physical bulges of Earth and water that allows the observer to have super X-ray vision through the ball Earth. It's utter nonsense and entirely devoid of actual proof, much like unicorns. But sadly, the ball Earth faithful will tell themselves anything to maintain their globe illusion. Notice also how the further platforms on the left are perspectively higher than the closer platforms on the right, exactly as we'd expect on flat Earth. Under the globe, the further platforms should be sinking more and more behind a giant bulge wall. The bottoms of the platforms should not be rising perspectively as the platforms get further away, like these doors in this hallway here. Notice how the bottoms of the doors rise up perspectively, while the tops of the doorways get lower and lower. That's exactly what you see with the platforms belying the ball Earth. With respect to the distant peaks and other visible distant objects, here are a few pictures and analyses by Pablo's dog. Take your time and look through these photos because I could make an entire video for each of these pictures, but I don't want to make this video too long. Pause the video if you need to. As any reasonable person can see, we see way too far and there's simply no evidence that there's a globe here, or anywhere for that matter. It's uncomfortable to shake off your globe indoctrination, but the truth is worth it. Thank you, Pablo's dog, for your work here, and I hope to see much more from you. Take care, everyone.
Oh my God! I want to play a track from a friend of mine here. Hold on a second. This guy got some information from me. Unbelievable. Let me see. Share. Yeah. Here we go. Spirit Cat.
Waiting for the world to change. World to change. Waiting for the world to change. Spirit Cat. Ashiel, San Diego. They say still sharp and still coupe the bill and spree wheels, liquor and pills, and how that feeling dollar bills. This is high stakes, take to the highway. Pulse of the city still vibrate, increasing the crime rate. We major 380, squeeze lasers, cheese chaser. From Oakland to Decatur, I erasure. Easy E flavor, erasure. This that easy E flavor. What I witness, burners and biscuits, big business misfits. What I live with, tight whips and stick shifts, straight with the quickness. This hieroglyphics. Come in at all rivals, false idol, all survivals. Recall title from the tribal to the Bible. The devil steady telling me to run, prove my innocence. innocence, get felonies expunged. The holy grail has come to intelligence of one. This is Helter Skelter's relevance, the elder and the son. I am telling them they done, soft as velvet, better run. This is Nat Turner rebellion, new development begun. I extort these vatos, war report from Coronado. No remorse on the floor you drop to. Turn your suburbs into who shot you. Sicker than the flu I shoot. Look, shell case. The trail makes us trailblazers. Well wishes hand over the wealth paper. The Delta Blues meets with Hellraiser. Freddy versus Jason. Freddy, if you sleeping on me, you know I spit dope, spit that Fetty. They ODing on me. Waiting for the world to change. Waiting for the world to change. No dope on Sundays, still getting in fundraise. 100 miles and running, I am unfazed. Stunting, turn to gunplay. Turn your town to ground zero. Moving pounds and kilos. Lounge at the casino. Tuxedos, y'all. Bloodsuckers, mosquitoes. Need a bitch that can deep throat in some loyal amigos. Loyal amigos. That trifecta, better hide treasure. My pleasure. Put these fools to sleep like Zyprexa. Chinatown to Tokyo, hoes go below then. They ride me like a rodeo. Spit so much dope, it put it in it comatose. This rap game like Juliet and Romeo. On the run like I just broke parole. Going toe to toe with bozo motherfuckers thinking they could beat me. They need to slow they roll.
Yeah, I never heard the complete mix. All right.
Correct. 99.9999999999%.
Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me if you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay, what? I was just gonna ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He's assuming it. He's assuming it.
Wait! There's more!
Earth is, you know, a globe, right? But I've never really heard like how a flat earther takes it. I've never really heard like why they think it's flat. So, you know, I'm just trying to see how like a flat earther sees it. So then I can probably lean towards believing a flat Earth.
You see it already the same as every flat earther sees it, Hunter. You observe the Earth to be flat and stationary, right? When you look out your window, you don't observe Earth to be moving, do you?
No.
And when you see the horizon on the coast, you look out to sea, that horizon line isn't curving, is it?
Yeah, no, it's flat.
Yeah, so we all observe the same thing, we all see the same thing. It's just that there's been a bunch of psychopaths throughout history who've convinced most people in the Earth that they live on a spinning ball, and there's no evidence for it. So what we're doing here is observing and measuring Earth and comparing those observations and measurements with the globe model, which they tell us is reality, and they don't match up. So if what you're trying to determine is where you live, and you're measuring and observing where you live, and you're comparing it with a model, and reality conflicts with the model, which one do you go with? Reality or the model?
Yeah, reality.
Yeah, so there you go. Reality is flat and stationary. The globe is a model. It's a mathematical, philosophical model. It's not where you live. And you can prove it with long distance observations and laser tests and everything else. So see if you scroll down below the voice channels, you see an additional, there's a bit that's called additional information, and it's all alphabetized. There's a load of different sections. But just above that as well, there's a channel called FE Introduction Videos, just above the additional information. You should watch some of those videos to give you like an introduction at some stage. Just bookmark some of them and watch them in your own time.
It'll kind of get me more like more educated on this.
Honestly, it helps to see these things rather than us telling you, because these videos put together the information a lot better than we can. Like, no offense to anybody in here, but there's video production. It's really a quality, dude. You really need to see some of these videos. Now, if you don't watch these videos, it's a red flag for us.
Well, no, I mean, listen, it's just about having honest conversation and honest discussion and thought about where we live. So you should watch those videos because it'll be a quick start way for you to understand some of the basic arguments and premises. And a lot of it's visual, so it helps to have a video, like a visual aid, even just to help you understand the globe model, right? Because to know whether or not your belief in the globe is true, you need to understand what the globe model says about where we live, right? The physical geometry of it, because that's what you need to test. So it's got a set radius, set circumference, a set rotational speed on its axis, etc. So you need to learn that to be able to figure out whether or not it's true, which folk here can help you do. So you just ask these questions here and people will point you in the direction of demonstrations and evidence.
Okay. So actually I actually have a question, okay? So the Earth is flat, right? I always want to know like what is, do you know the shape? Like, what is the shape?
No one knows what the overall shape, quote unquote, would be. What we know is that the surface measures flat, so it can't be the globe they tell us. But beyond that, no one's measured the whole Earth. No one's traversed the whole Earth to know, or been at a distance from it to be able to observe it in totality.
What we have measured is the sky. Sorry for cutting you off. I thought you were finished.
No, you're all right.
It was the sky that we measured.
Well, you can't really even practically measure the sky, quote unquote. So we're kind of limited to where we are, which is the surface.
So Earth is flat. Like, is the flat Earth, is it stationary, or is it like spinning, or?
That goes back to go watch a few videos, dude, and then come back.
No, you don't need to watch any videos to know or to recognize that your Earth is observably not moving. Look out your window, Hunter. Where's Earth moving?
I have no idea.
Well, you don't experience or observe any motion of Earth, right? Unless you're in an earthquake, in which case you'll experience motion of Earth. But apart from that, you don't experience Earth to move. So if someone's going to tell you, hey, Earth is actually moving, even though you don't experience it, it would be on them to provide the evidence for that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they've never done. No one's ever proven it's moving in any way.
Mm-hmm. So, like...
Do you understand, Hunter, what Wolfgang just said?
Kinda, you know.
Yeah, you don't experience the Earth moving anywhere.
Yeah, I don't.
So it's until somebody tells you, hey, the Earth is moving. And then you're like, is it moving? Because I don't see it moving. They're like, yeah, it's moving, it's spinning. So that would be considered a belief. What you have right now, but with your just basic observation, is you're noticing that the Earth isn't doing anything. So when they tell you that it is doing something, then it becomes a belief that the Earth is doing something other than what you see it doing, which is nothing.
Yeah.
You don't see the Earth moving.
I look outside, the only thing I see moving is the clouds.
Well, not just that, right? I mean, you see the sun moving across the sky, the moon, the stars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that too.
So this isn't a belief. What we're telling you about the flat Earth, it's observably true, it's measurably true, and it's practically used. So that's what we're telling you. It's.
I was gonna ask this question. So what causes ocean tides? Why are they so synchronized so reliably? What's the position of?
So the mechanics behind ocean tides is given to you as an explanation by the globe Earth, that the moon is interfering with the Earth and causing the tides to happen. There's a story behind that, right? Here's the question that you have to ask yourself: how do they know this to be true? How do they know the Earth is, or the moon is actually pulling the water of the oceans to do that? They don't know this. They're giving you an explanation. An explanation is not telling you exactly what is really happening. They're just telling you this is what we think is happening. Right? So nobody knows the mechanic behind tides. They can only tell you what they think is happening.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Would you like to hear?
Sorry?
I like this.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Hunter.
I was gonna say, what role does gravity play, in the flat Earth or something? Is gravity is it real or no? Is it
Right. So gravity is a construct that you need to have in order for the Earth to be a globe in space, pulling things to itself. That's what the way they talk about gravity, right? It's the bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. So it's bending and warping space-time, which is really weird because that's just a concept, space-time. So they're telling you that it's doing that and then pulling things onto itself. So that's what gravity, the idea that gravity is being told you about what it is on a globe. Now, if you didn't have a globe, then why would you need that idea of gravity being pulling itself onto it?
Yeah. So sorry for asking so many questions. I'm just trying to,
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So flat earthers, right? They believe that Earth is flat, but do you also believe the moon is flat?
Once again, I'm going to correct you. It's not a belief.
Oh.
So we don't call it a belief because this is what we see in our physical and natural world. When we look out over the surface of the Earth, it is observably not curving anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why we say that it's flat, because it's just a description. It's a description of the shape of the ground, from point A to point B, let's say, over a distance.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not curving anywhere, like they say it is on a globe. So if something is not curving anywhere, then what is it?
Like a flat disc?
Well, not a disc. So a disc is something you're implying with the shape. We're not implying shape. We're just describing what the surface is to us. Everybody here can describe the surface to be flat. What we cannot describe is the overall shape, which is why people think that it's a flying disc in space and on and on. We're not ever making a claim to a shape. Does that make sense, Hunter?
Mm-hmm. I was thinking like the moon because it's like something a little circle, but like that's all flat, you know.
Well, here's the problem with that. They tell you what the moon is with the globe Earth. They say that the moon is a rock that's floating in space about 230,000 miles away from the Earth's surface.
Yeah.
So it's above the Earth's surface, and it's about 230,000 miles away, right?
Yeah.
And they tell you what it's made of, and so on and so forth. How can you actually check to see if that information is true, Hunter?
Yeah, true. Okay.
Or what shape it is. They say it's sphere. It's a little sphere out there. But how can you tell if it's a sphere or not if you only see one face of it?
Yeah.
Well, and not to mention, that's just a small little bit of the explanation, but how are you even gonna know what the moon actually is made of? Like, I mean, right now, nobody in Flat Earth claims anything about the moon. We don't say, well, the moon is said to be this on a globe, but it's this on a flat Earth. We're not saying that. We don't make any claims to the things in the sky. We say we don't know. That's being intellectually honest, right? Because once we make a claim and say, oh, the moon is made of something, then we're gonna have to back that claim up. That's what the globe is doing right now. They're telling you the moon is a floating rock, and that it's made of this and that, and then how are you ever gonna know? You'll never get there.
Yeah.
So you just have to believe a story. See, with the globe Earth, Hunter, it's just a belief. Everything that you talk about when it comes to the globe is just a belief. So you'll never stop like looking at what they tell you with their explanations and just believing. And we don't want people to just believe. We want them to know objectively what they're dealing with when it concerns to the Earth. So if it's something that we can't get to, we're just gonna say, well, simply we don't know.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. But I guess with the globe Earth idea, everything has an explanation, so people need to have, well, I know what the globe Earth is saying, but what are you guys saying? Well, that's the thing, we're not going to make a positive claim to anything that we can't verify.
Yeah. So, like, I got a question about, is this also like another like theory thing? Like, are there people called like hollow earthers?
Yes, there's a few branches of like what people would think the Earth is. There's simulation Earth, hollow Earth, infinite plane Earth. There's a couple of others, but we can't concave Earth.
Concave earthers.
I mean, it's the opposite of convex, which is a globe. So instead of it being a curve upward, like a bulge, it's actually inward, like a bowl.
I see. Actually, that one kind of seems ridiculous, but.
Well, there's like, yeah. I mean,
you don't even know the half of it.
Yeah, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Now, well, okay, so people have their own cosmologies of what they think the Earth is, right? And that's what they believe. But that's not what we're about. It's not about what we believe. It's about what you can actually prove is the reality, right?
Yeah.
So, there was a guy in here earlier. I don't even call him a globe earther, but he says that the Earth is round, but it does have flat sections on it. Weird, right? Like that's just this guy makes up. So people can make up any story they want to about the Earth that they stand on. I don't care what it is. They can say whatever it is, but until they can provide evidence for that thing they're saying, then it's just something they say it is. Just like a globe. They can tell you all day long it's a globe, but if it doesn't exist in reality, then it's not. It's as simple as that.
One thing I would say, just to add to that, is that some of these quote-unquote theories aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. So, for instance, when people talk about hollow Earth, you could have a flat and hollow Earth. You could have a flat. You can have a flat globe Earth. You could have a hollow globe Earth. So just consider that as well. So the quote-unquote hollow Earth theory, a lot of it isn't actually focused on the shape of the ground in the first place. So
they're just the Earth is hollow.
Well, no, but the Earth is hollow, provably in places, right? So the question is how extensive is that, and is it worth investigating? I don't know.
Well, there is massive caves down like in South America. So.
Sorry. It's just like
I was gonna say that I would probably say that
About Hollow Earth wants to go to the North Pole and jump in.
You're breaking up, Hank. Try again.
That was chemtrail. I was saying Hollow Earth wants to go to the North Pole and jump in. That's what Hollow Earth wants.
Yeah, no, I was saying to Hank, Chemtrail, he came in right before you did, but he was roboting hard, so.
Cool. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
Try
I'm
again,
not.
Hank.
Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I just wanted to say that I would say that probably a majority of the flat earthers believe in the electric universe to some extent, and not so much the universe part, but the electric part.
Yeah. So like, you know, it's just like I feel like some of these like these theories, you know, I can see them all, but concave is what gets me out, you know. I don't know what. Like I don't know. That one seems like, you know, I've been touched on it, so I can't really say anything about it. It just seems very ridiculous.
Concave is funny too, dude. I could explain that easily. That's water to water measurement. Like, you know, the swells on the ocean and stuff like that. That's what it is. You're on a boat and you're measuring to like another boat or something. It's water to water. It's not land to land. So concave Earth is just a optical illusion.
Yeah, that one seems so crazy. That one, and you know.
Well, let me go over the model real fast. So they say that, like, we're inside of a cell Earth, and if you look up in that general direction, that's where, like, China and, you know, the other side of the Earth would be. So we're, like, inside of a cell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! That's crazy sounding.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Cell Earth. You heard of that?
Yeah.
Did I say that right? I'm correct me if I was wrong, but I think so.
No,
I don't think I've ever heard of that idea.
I never heard of it, but it sounds cool.
Elijah came up with the incubator Earth.
The what?
Incubator Earth.
What is that?
That's like what we're in right now, an incubator. And Elijah, we were going really deep one day, and Elijah called it Incubator Earth.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not too sure with that, but.
Hey Hunter, did you have any more questions about the Earth?
Oh, well. As crazy as this sounds, I actually have a whole list of them.
Okay. We'll see if we can get through. We'll see if we can get through a few of them, and then maybe if somebody else jumps in, I'll.
This was a fucking science experiment. Thanks, Hunter.
Oh, no problem. I'm just, you know, so like a while ago, you know, maybe a year ago, you know, I was on my note. I was on my notes, like, and I would just thought like a bunch of questions, you know, and I just thought of a bunch of questions and wrote them down. And then I heard about this Discord. You know what? I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna join. I'm gonna see if I can find out a few things.
Okay. Do you have any more questions?
Okay, so, let's see. Okay, so, our Earth is flat. Like, if like flat Earth, you know, think the Earth is flat. Like, what could possibly be like on the other side of it?
We would say, and most of us would say this, that we would say that we are the floor of everything that there is. So, kind of like the idea is that we're the floor of the universe, the ground floor. That there is no, like, space as you think about it in your mind. That's not the reality in which we live, because the only thing that we know is that we are the ground floor and everything is above us, sun, moon, and stars.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the way we would describe it. The best way we could describe it is we're just the floor of the universe. But not the idea, not the idea that it's like an infinite cosmos. Not that. So, you know, the ever-expanding cosmos, like the way they tell you space is, like that's not what we're claiming. So.
Yeah.
And I'll get to why if you're asking, because I want to see if there's any other questions that would pertain to why. So.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Hank. Did you say something? I might have talked over you. can't carry you there.
Okay. Well, so I kind of had this question written down. So. Oh wow, I don't know what. Ooh, okay.
Yo, hold on. Before you continue, tell me what's number 4 on your list, because we've already answered it, and tell me what you have learned about question 4.
About question 4?
Yeah, go back to question 4, reread that for us. Your list.
I don't think I asked question 4.
Well, on your list, go through your list and
We'll just kind of see where he goes with this.
yeah, I just want to know what he learned so far, like if he's listening or if he's just reading through his list.
That's all right. I guess it's beneficial. It's beneficial. One second, Hunter. It's beneficial for the people listening to actually get our standpoint. So it's not so much that he's actually gaining anything, but maybe people listening could probably have the same questions in their mind. So it's also the audience work. Thanks. Go ahead, Hunter.
Oh, I don't really have like question number 4. Could someone inform me what was question number 4?
No. You continue asking your questions, Hunter.
Okay, because I don't know if y'all are talking about the
No, you're fine, man. You're fine, buddy.
Okay.
Just go ahead and answer.
No, trust me. I've been listening. Like if anybody in here wants to ask me about anything that y'all been talking about, I promise I'll answer it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, because I just want to let you know, like, I'm not just, I'm not in here to be messing around, just thinking like, oh, I'm gonna ask a bunch.
All right, buddy. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead,
All right,
buddy.
all right.
Ask your questions.
All right, let me find it again. Sorry, so it's down here. Okay. Oh, okay, here it is. Okay, so how is it that a ship or airplane can travel all the way around the Antarctica continent in less time that it takes to travel from New York to England?
Okay, so what in particular ship are you talking about here? Was there something specific that you're mentioning?
Well, it says, okay, it says the distance on the north-centered flat Earth map is much greater near the Antarctic, where you are going around the circumference of the flat Earth. Yeah.
Okay, so that question right there is pertaining to a specific map, and it's either the Gleason's map or the azimuthal equidistant, which is the AE map. But neither of those are what we claim the Earth actually is. Okay, so there's a concept when we start talking to people how the Earth would look if it's laid out like on a level plane. So on a level plane, like when we would talk about what the Earth would look like, then people would actually demonstrate this map to you. But the map that question is pertaining to is specifically the one where it shows that Antarctica is an ice ring around the flat Earth, right? So the map of the AE and the Gleasons is what we would consider a reification fallacy, meaning that it's actually telling you what the Earth is as a whole, which we do not make a claim to. So that question specifically pertains to the map of the AE map or the Gleasons, either one. But it's the map that shows that Antarctica is the ice ring around flat Earth, and nobody can actually verify that 100%. We know that in certain locations, Hunter, if you go south, you will hit Antarctica. But to say that it's an ice ring that surrounds the flat Earth would be another giant leap of logic that we can't verify. So there was a few things that I wanted to address about that question, because like I said, it specifically addresses the idea that all flat earthers are claiming that the AE map is the overall view of the entire Earth, and nobody claims that. It's just something that people use for a description. So nobody's claiming that is the reality map of the Earth. So that's why that question can't be answered.
So that question is like pertaining to like a certain like map. Right.
Like I said, at the beginning of the flat Earth movement, a lot of people started jumping onto like what the actual Earth looks like if it's not a globe. Yeah. So some of them would look like, well, what would it look like on a flat Earth, like the whole entire Earth? Well, we know the continents kind of look the same, so they started to, get these concepts, and then of course there were some old maps like that they could actually point to, like the Gleason's map. There's a 1942 aerial map that actually looks like a azimuthal equidistant. So there's a bit of maps that people will start pointing to say that this is what the Earth looks like if it's flattened out, right?
Yeah.
But none of the maps could represent where the continents or positions are exactly, or for that matter, the size of the continents. So yeah, Dr. One Up, thank you very much for that. See that map that Dr. One Up put.
Yeah. Let me check it out.
Okay. Live stream voice text.
Okay. Let me go down and check that. Oh, okay.
Alright, do you see? It looks like the flattened Earth, like with all the continents like going around. Do you see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alright, so there's a couple of maps that would have like land mass distortions. I'd say all of them do. All of them have some type of distortions, but they don't represent reality 100%. So the map is not the land, and the land is not the map. Different maps are used for different purposes. So that specific question, again, like the reason why I'm elaborating on this is because they point to, like, the question actually depicts flat earthers kind of adhering to one map, and they're saying, well, on this map this doesn't work out. So they're trying to debunk the flat earth within that question, but it's a straw man, because they're saying that we are saying that that's what the earth looks like, and they're saying, well, see, that's why this can't work. So, and that's why I'm pointing out to you that we're not claiming that we're saying that this is what the earth looks like as a whole.
Okay. Okay, so where's that? Alright,
is this
so
everything?
this is something I was gonna ask. I mean, you kind of already went over, like, you know, a bunch of like this, but it was just on here, so I guess I'll just ask this. What experiments have flat earthers done in like the past century to confirm and verify like their hypothesis on like it being flat, you know?
Okay, well, the earth, you can't do experiments on a what is question, right? So hang on, Kimtro, you're hot micing, buddy. Kimtro, are you there?
Sorry, brother man, I'm on it.
All right. So yeah, it's a what is question to what the earth is. Experiments aren't done on a what is question, they're done on how and why question. A cause and effect relationship. So when people say experiment, they're actually not using the correct understanding as to how we identify the earth to be of any shape, right? That would be a what is question. Like, what is the earth? Like, is it a globe? I mean, what could we find out information about it? So we would have to measure, you know, from a certain point A to point B over a distance and figure out, you know, if there's any curve to the earth like they say it is. And so that's why that word used in that particular sentence, that we can do experiments, is not applicable to the earth, because the earth is like, you know, finding out what the earth is a what is question, not a how and why question.
Yeah. Okay. So like this is the question I had on there, so I was like wondering about that. So I also have a question about like lunar eclipses, you know? Let's see. So this was basically saying, how can a lunar eclipse happen if the earth is flat?
Okay, so what do you know the explanation before I get into that? Do you know an explanation from the globe earth about what a lunar eclipse is, Hunter?
Not really.
Okay, if you go to live stream voice text, I'll go ahead and provide that information for you. How about that?
Okay.
Actually, I'll give you solar and lunar eclipse, and they're these short little images so that you could probably save them.
Okay.
There's a description of what they are. This is from a NASA website, okay, to tell you what the lunar and solar eclipses are. Can you actually see that? Do you want to maybe read out the lunar eclipse one? The lunar eclipse?
You want me to read it out?
Yeah, just the lunar eclipse one.
Okay. During the lunar eclipse, Earth gets in the way of the sun's light hitting the moon. That means that during the night, a full moon fades away as Earth's shadow covers it up. The moon can also look reddish because Earth's atmosphere absorbs the other colors while it bends some sunlight toward the moon. sunlight bending through the atmosphere and absorbing other colors is also why the sunsets are orange and red. During a total lunar eclipse, the moon is shining from my phone is turned off. The moon is shining from all the sunrises and sunsets occurring on Earth.
Okay.
So
do you see the diagram there where it shows where the position of the sun,
Yeah,
position of the globe, and the moon?
then it's showing the moon behind it and the Earth right there, and it's talking about how it has like the reddish tint. I see that.
Okay, so that would be the explanation to the globe. But if the Earth is not a globe because it doesn't have any measurable curvature, then this whole explanation couldn't be something that they give you as what's really going on with the Earth and the sun and the moon. So this can only apply if you understand that the idea of the model, the globe Earth is, a globe in outer space, and the moon is being covered by the Earth's shadow.
Yeah.
Right. So they're giving you this explanation in regards to what the Earth actually is, and what the sun is doing, like with the light and all that. So what happens when the Earth and the moon are not in alignment, so that this can actually happen?
Mm-hmm.
So the alignment would be way off if you would to actually see something that would be impossible for even the globe Earth to explain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna give you one example, right?
Yeah.
It's called the Selenelian eclipse. Selenelian eclipse happens when the moon and the sun are above the horizon, and the moon, is getting a shadow being cast on it from the top of the moon. Yeah, let me show you a picture that kind of depicts that.
All right.
Actually, yeah, Breaking, thank you very much. Well, Breaking just put one in there. I'll let you see that. Okay, so in that image right there that Breaking put up, the sun is above the horizon, and the moon is as well. But you can see the shadow is coming from the top of the moon, working its way down from the top down. You see that?
Yeah.
So if the sun, in the explanation that you read before, is supposed to be the Earth, is covering the shadow, is covering the moon. How could, if the moon is above the horizon, and so is the sun, that would put that would put the Earth at the bottom, right? The Earth would have to, in relation to each other. So how could the shadow be being cast down from the, it wouldn't make any sense. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse.
Yeah.
So the globe Earth tries to give you an explanation about how that could be happening. But geometrically, and when you kind of do this, you can actually do this test yourself. Get a light source, get two spheres, and then try to do the same thing where you have the sphere at the back, which would represent the moon, and the one in the middle represent the Earth. Try to cover the top of the moon, with the bottom of the. It just wouldn't happen. You wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Yet this is what they're saying it's definitely happening, and they can't explain. Well, they give you an explanation as to how the Selenelian eclipse takes place, but it still doesn't explain in regards to the positions, like how this could actually be taking place. So they don't understand certain aspects, so they give you these explanations to kind of cover up what they don't understand.
Yeah.
So what we're saying is this is the most honest answer you're gonna get, is the mechanism behind eclipses is unknown, Hunter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The mechanism behind it, we don't we can't give you an idea and say, well, this is what's happening, because nobody
Here's a great conversation with Mikey, QE, and Miggy. Crypto. Enjoy.
I'm sure there are. Well, to me, yeah, but I'm sure there are people that have studied it and researched it.
Yeah, that's fine about those people. We're just really focused on you at the moment. So right now, you just believe that it spins, so that's fine. Point number 2, axial rotation, you believe that it spins. Okay, so point number 3, the vacuum of space is a medium that people can travel to, or it really exists, right? So how do you know that we are adjacent to the vacuum of space and that you can travel to this medium, or that it actually exists, Mikey?
What is a vacuum? What is a vacuum of space?
So space is purported to be a super low pressurized system. It's not pressure. It's super low, no pressure system. There's no pressure whatsoever. So it's like void of any pressure.
Correct.
So super low, right? I mean, it's got a negative value and whatnot. There's a couple of maths that would probably point to you that would show you how much pressure it has. Or no pressure, actually, I should say. So it's super low anyways. But they're saying that system is next to the pressurized system in which we live in here, which is purported to be about 14 psi around ground level. So the air you breathe here has pressure in it, right?
Correct.
Alright, so if they say that it's next to the vacuum of space, well, what does pressure do in a situation where you put it next to a lower pressure? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Okay, so we can use one example. I always go to this example because it's the most simplest to kind of present to you. So if I put air in a balloon, right? You know what that is, right, balloon? So I put air in a balloon and I fill it up and I hold the nozzle with my fingers and I pinch it closed where the air, I've been putting air into it. What happens when I release the nozzle where I put air into it? What happens to the air inside of that balloon?
The air will most definitely come out of the balloon.
Right, and this is what we call entropy, Mikey.
Alright.
Where a high pressure system will move into a low pressure system always. This is not up for debate, it is just something that happens in nature always. Would you agree with that?
How is this example of something that happens in nature? Tell me an example of this that would happen in nature. Not
So hot entropy, Mikey, is what I'm saying happens in nature. So hot moves to cold always, right? So things equalize within the environment. So we understand this to be how nature behaves, and this is the way it always has been. There's nothing that you and I can do to argue this point or to say that I'm right and you're wrong or anything. It's just something that happens in nature, and we can see it happen. So we can say that in nature, if something has pressure and something has lower pressure, the thing that with high pressure will move into the low pressure and equalize.
Correct.
Okay, unless you have something to prevent that. So let's say the container. So in the example I gave you, the balloon was the container that held the pressure inside that balloon. If I didn't have the balloon, there would be no pressure. Can you agree with that?
If you did not have the balloon, there would be no pressure.
Right.
Correct, because you're putting pressure into this closed container.
Right.
It can't be released.
Right. So you would agree with that. I mean, it's obviously something that you could demonstrate, at any time. So in any occasion, anytime I want to have any kind of gas pressure, I would absolutely need a container. Now, in your mind, do you think that I could achieve pressure, gas pressure that is, without a container? This is something that you can see demonstrated. Now, can I do the opposite and have no container and still have gas pressure?
Say that one more time. Could you have?
Okay, so the instance of the balloon with pressure, right? Now do the opposite. Use no balloon, but still achieve the same kind of pressure in a certain area without a container.
So before I say anything, you're gonna refer this to.
If you never shot the balloon.
Go ahead, Mikey.
So you're gonna refer this to being in space, how there's quote unquote no pressure. So
well, you can see where we're going with this, but I want to I want to establish a few points with you before we actually get there. But you can actually see where we're going, so that's good that you can see that. But just for the moment,
do you believe that there's other planets? Like, do you believe that in Mars and you believe
we can entertain those questions. I just want to get through the 3 points, and then we can move on to any questions you like, Mikey.
Okay.
I promise you.
All right.
Okay, so with the idea that you can have pressure with a container, now can you have pressure without a container? If just being intellectually honest, you could be honest with me. I'm not.
No, I mean you cannot.
It's not possible, right? And not even in any instance. Okay, so now we can go where
we're talking about this is on.
Right.
This is being controlled in the same area. Not point A, point B. This is being controlled in the same area. So if you had a balloon, I shouldn't say balloon. If you had a container and you were to put air pressure in it, right, and right next to it you didn't have a container, yes, there would be nothing holding the air pressure in.
The air pressure, right? So it would, you couldn't, if you didn't have a container, you wouldn't attain pressure in the first place.
Correct.
All right, so.
But you're referring to outer space. You have two different atmospheres where you have so much, like, you have, everything that's.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's why I wanted to ask you, do you believe in different planets? And you said yes.
Right.
You understand that there's different atmospheres and different levels of
you're jumping
pressure.
you're jumping like 5 steps ahead, which I said we could get to those questions, but I still haven't. Let me
go ahead with what you wanted to say.
All right, so we're talking about now. We're going to put our focus on the Earth. So the Earth is said to have this pressure where we're at. Yet when we talk about where rockets go to and all these things in outer space, that's said to be a vacuum. Like they call it a vacuum, the vacuum of space, which is a super low pressure, negative even, if you can believe that. So they say that is adjacent to this pressurized system. But in every instance that we see in nature, you need a container to have pressure. So they say that the Earth is an open system on the globe, where rockets can leave the Earth and satellites and rovers on Mars and whatever. So what's the problem? What is the problem with that?
What is the problem with that?
Yeah, based on natural law and entropy. Well, it would follow that if we have a pressurized system, the air would rush out into the available space. Immediately, instantly, it would just gush out, just like the balloon. When I let go of the nozzle of that balloon and you saw the air rush out of it, the same thing would happen to the air pressure here on Earth. If there was any kind of pressure and there was no container to contain it, it would rush out into the available space. No questions asked. Nature's law always happens. Not up for debate. So this is what they tell us with the globe. It said that it's adjacent. The vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressurized system in which we live. So this cannot take place. We do not say that we live next to a vacuum, because that would break the natural laws in which we understand entropy to abide by. So if that is true, that you understand entropy, then the vacuum of space cannot exist. Cannot.
Okay.
So therefore, go ahead. Therefore, the vacuum of space is a medium that has been told to you that you cannot verify, that no one can actually go to. It can't be a medium that you can travel to, because this place that has pressure would have to be contained. So the container would not allow for anybody to go to the next area or outside of the contained environment. We live in a contained environment. So it is, by all intents and purposes, a closed system, not an open system like they're telling you.
Okay.
So the vacuum of space, point number 3, being the vacuum of space being a medium you can travel to, is not applicable in the Earth in which you abide in. So you can't say that there is anything that exists outside of where we can say, as far as you can go in the atmosphere, anything beyond where it's contained, that idea, the vacuum of space, cannot exist because of the law of nature. So point number 3 is not verifiable by you, so it's only something that you believe in. That what they tell you about space and all that. So point number 1, the curvature. Point number 2, axial rotation. And point number 3, the vacuum of space, are all beliefs in your mind that cannot be verified.
Well, correct. I have to go by what other people have told me.
Right,
so I can form my own opinion. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm sure you're not gonna go to space for any reason. Neither am I. So.
Well, did you understand what we talked? See, the thing is.
I I understand. Like, it makes sense of what you're saying. Okay. But I don't want to like be rude. But where do you live? Like, where are you? Are you in the States? Are you? If you don't want to say, that's fine. I just want to ask.
Yeah, I live in the States.
Okay. Do you live somewhere where it's high in altitude, where the elevation is higher, or if you're at ocean level elevation? Like, do you know?
Let me just cut you off there. You cannot see the curve of the Earth.
No, I'm not. That's not where I'm going with this at all.
Alright. I mean, I live in a high elevation, if that's what you're saying.
Okay, so I live in Cali, right? And sometimes my family goes to Lake Tahoe. Do you know where Lake Tahoe is?
Yeah.
Okay. Up there, you can go from 7,000 elevation to, say, 15,000 elevation, right? And when you go there, the pressure of the air gets thinner, right? So it's you're saying that there's this container where you're either in the container or you're not. But you understand, the higher you go, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, because if you ever, I mean, I'm sure you're taking a math class, you know that numbers are infinite. You can only get so close to something, right?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Incorrect. You're appealing to pressure gradients. His question, or he's trying to tell you that you can't have gas pressure X without a container, not delta X, not pressure gradients. See? Follow?
Not at all.
Yeah, you're invoking pressure gradients. Miggy is trying to say, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Which comes first, gas pressure or gas pressure gradients?
I don't know. You have to talk
gas
to them.
pressure X or gas pressure gradients delta X?
Think about the question, Mikey. Which would come first? The gradient that you're describing or the actual gas pressure?
What is a gradient in this sense?
It means like what you were talking about. The What were you describing? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I was saying
he was describing the pressure gradient. Gas pressure gradients delta X. Before you can have delta X, you must have X first. Makes sense?
Okay, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. So how would that work? Hold on, who is just talking about the delta?
Quantum eraser.
All right, so how would you, let's see, substitute that in, say, like what we were talking about, where you have the X first, you have to have the X, then you have the delta X. How would you, okay, so how would you put that in nature's form, if that's what you're coming off of?
How would I put that in nature's form?
I mean, how would you say that, like,
that we have a gradient?
Yeah, like I don't understand what you're saying. How, like, I do agree with you that you have to have your X, then you have your delta X.
Right.
So what would be the X? You're saying
gas pressure.
Gas pressure, and then you have the delta X, which would be the
gas pressure gradient.
What is the gas pressure gradient?
The one where you were describing that you went to Lake Tahoe and the pressure got a little lower, and you go up higher and it gets a little lower, and then it goes off in infinity. It doesn't. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Then I'm stumped. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, no, it's not something that you were meant to actually figure out, Mikey. It's something for you to understand that the information that they've been giving you cannot be supported by any way that they can, back up with evidence.
Okay.
It's meant for you to be stumped so that you can see why it's a problem.
So if you have gas pressure without a container, that gas will fill the available volume given to it. In this particular case, the fairy tale ball or the heliocentric model states that that volume is 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters. The number is almost unimaginable. So all the gas pressure is going to attempt to increase in entropy and fill that available volume. To increase entropy, that's it.
So you're saying that if there was a space, so are you saying there is or is not a space?
The outer space, what we call space exists. We can look up, we see the stars and everything in it. What we're saying is that the medium that they say that it is cannot be. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
All right, what do you mean by medium? You need to dumb it down for me a little bit.
The medium, they're saying it's a vacuum. It's one step beyond an extremely high vacuum.
What is the medium?
The medium, that thing which you are in.
So the air which you are abiding in right now, that's the medium in which you're in. The medium with which they talk about...
The air I breathe right now is... I'm in the medium.
It's considered a medium. It's not the medium we're speaking. Yeah.
Okay. The medium you're speaking about is...
The vacuum of space.
The vacuum of space.
Yeah,
and the vacuum of space states that if you have a container and you fill it up with air...
No. The vacuum of space is the medium that they say you can travel to from this medium to that one. So that's crossing over into another idea which they want you to believe in, but they can't support, which is why we're telling you that it cannot exist because it would break the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, take a look at this. I'm going to post something. Hold on a second. Take a look at this. I'm posting something in live stream 2. Is that where we're at? Yes.
Yes.
At 13 minutes after the hour.
All right.
You see that little blue dot?
Hold on, let me go to the... Yeah. You're Quantum Eraser, right? You're the one that posted that? Alright, yeah.
So what they're trying to tell you is, around that blue dot, you have 760 torr of pressure. All around here, as you get further and further out, the vacuum gets stronger. That is, the pressure gets lower and lower. What they're saying is that without a barrier right here, that gas is decreasing entropy and hanging out towards Earth. That is a second law of thermodynamics violation. That gas will expand every which way in an attempt to fill this volume.
Okay. So if we were to assume, let's just assume, right? Like, take it from someone that believes there was someone on the moon. If we were to assume that there was, all right, let me see how I can state.
Well, I got a question before you launch into a speech here. But why do we need to assume, Mikey, if what we're telling you is demonstrable?
Because we both believe different things. So if we
I'm sorry, Mikey. It's not about belief. We're not giving you beliefs here. What you have right now is a belief, Mikey. That's why I'm trying to point that out to you. With the 3 points that I showed you, and with what we're going over with right now, you have a belief, and we don't. So we're telling you about the belief. So you need to. It's kind of exposing this belief in your mind so that you can see it. That idea that you said, well, I don't know what to say. I just came up against a brick wall. That's what's happening. Well, when you don't let it happen, then you start kind of figuring out in your mind, well, that can't be true. There's got to be a way I can figure something out. There is no answer.
This has nothing to do with belief. It's about the second law of thermodynamics. So, the second law of thermodynamics is true, or they're lying.
What does that state? The second law of thermodynamics.
Energy will move from a concentrated area and disperse energy. Heat will flow from hot to cold. High pressure will always flow to gas pressure naturally, every single time, without exception.
Okay, so, and at the end of the day, you're saying that there is no space,
No, the space exists. The vacuum of space doesn't exist. So what I'm trying to say is, if you go to fill up your tire, let's say you got a friggin' blowout. You went to the tire, big old tire, right? You need a new tire to put on your vehicle, but you look in your wallet, you ain't got that much. You only got $1.50. So you tell the guy that you say, listen, I can't afford the tire. Can you put the air around the rim? But what's he gonna do?
Can you put the tire around the rim?
No, can you put the air around the rim? I can't afford the tire. I just want the air around the rim, and I'll be on my way. What is he gonna call a mental health professional? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because you need a container to contain that air pressure, or it's going to attempt to increase its entropy and equilibrate with its surroundings.
Okay. I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but
so on the Earth, there is no tire. There is no container. It's an open system. It's similar analogy.
Okay. So you're stating that. How does this have to do with the Earth being flat?
It doesn't. It has to do with destroying the entire heliocentric religion at its roots.
And we're wanting you to see that, because you want to entertain some questions about flat Earth, which is all good and well, but you have to see why people are getting away from this heliocentric nonsense, because there is nothing to support with evidence, any of it.
And it's in violation of natural law. So this particular proof is just to destroy the heliocentric. The entire heliocentric model goes down the tubes with just this. Now we can get into. He already talked about curvature and stuff and rotation, so we can get into that. But with this specific topic, it's designed to destroy the heliocentric model at its roots.
Okay. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to understand what what you're trying to conclude from this. You're saying that the space vacuum is false. It's not real.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So if you were to get flown into space tomorrow, or even right now, what would be there?
I know what wouldn't be. I know what wouldn't be there. Vacuum.
No, I'm not asking you what wouldn't be there.
That's all we can. That's all we know. What it's not.
Can I answer a question with the question? Can I answer a question with the question?
Yeah.
What would you do if I flew you to Narnia?
Yeah.
What? If you flew to Narnia, what the heck is
Yeah, it doesn't
Narnia?
make sense. The question doesn't make sense, does it?
That's what you just asked us to do. Because out here, back at that 7:13 or 13 minutes after the hour, all this black, this is Narnia. Is what he's trying to say.
They're telling you
it can't exist.
They're telling you
it violates natural law.
They're telling you a story, Mikey, about the heliocentric model, the globe Earth, solar system, planets flying around in space, all that other good stuff, and you're buying it hook, line, and sinker unless you critically think about what we're saying right now.
I mean, I'm trying to like understand where you guys are coming from, which I mean it does make sense, but I feel like I would have to look into this some more. I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but
no, that's all good and well, man. Like, take it in and probably do some more research, but we talk to people all the time, and we know that people have this idea of being this solar system and all that. So yeah, if you need some time to take a step back, go and do that.
But to bring it back, and then I'll just say one more thing, and I have to go leave for practice. But how does this? But you're saying this doesn't have to do with anything about how the Earth is flat.
No, we haven't even got
this one particular point. The vacuum of space doesn't have anything to do with the Earth is flat. We have many others that deal with that directly. We just want to put the whole heliocentric model up on the wall and then beat it like a piñata.
Got it.
Then it's much easier. Then it's much easier to show that they've lied about everything. Is what we're trying to do.
Yep. And then the flat Earth, the understanding of it, anyways, will be a lot easier to present.
Yep.
I see. Well, I think it's cool how you guys say what you believe. I'm all for it.
It's not a belief, Mikey.
It's not a belief, sir.
All right, my bad. You don't have to call me sir. I'm a child, but I'm glad you guys feel free to express your facts. I think it's great. It's great.
Well, thank you dumbass cracker.
I'm not worried.
I'm only kidding, man. I called you sir, so I thought I'd go to the other edge.
Alright, homie.
I appreciate your time, Mikey. Thanks for stopping by.
Take it easy, guys.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
Have a good one.
Like Kiwi, he called you Kiwi. Does that mean cool? Does that mean?
I couldn't hear you. You were echoing.
Alright, I just said he called you homie. I think that makes you cool.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
That was a really great conversation. Stay tuned for more content. This is great. Have a great day.
Flat Earth Proof 21. The tides. How is it possible that the moon's gravity is said to cause the tides when, at sea level, the gravitational force of the Earth is said to far surpass that of the moon? While the tides do seem to follow the moon's motions overhead, upon closer inspection, one will realize that the motions of the moon overhead are regular, while the tides, not so much so around the world. Indeed, if it truly were the lunar mass attracting Earth's waters towards it, then all lakes, ponds, and other standing bodies of water would similarly experience the swelling and ebbing of the tides. Heck, even rivers and canals would exhibit some sign of being under lunar influence, yet these all remain mysteriously out of the moon's gravitational grip. And if the gravity of the moon were truly tugging on the waters of the Earth, there would be nothing to stop the water, particularly while in vapor suspension, to continue on upwards under the lunar influence and find its way onto the moon. So investigate the subject for yourself and ask questions.
So-called astronaut Don Pettit mocking an audience during a presentation showing photos. He shows some astronauts supposedly in space and mentions how it looks like they never left the planet. And then he talks about how it looks like they have nothing but a fancy backdrop in the back. Complete mockery. These idiots in the audience can't tell they're being mocked. Complete joke. Take a look.
Pictures of all your crewmates and they look perfectly normal to you. But when a picture like this gets down on Earth, you get instructed to take a picture like this. And astronauts are really, really good at making pictures in space that look like you've never left the planet. In fact, it's almost hard-pressed to tell whether you're in space or not in this picture. You know, we've got some fancy backdrops, I guess.
And Don Pettit again mocking the viewers, talking to them like they're complete idiots because he knows he's not really on the ISS during this presentation of Angry Birds and Pigs. You can clearly hear the jet engines in the background. They do these quick clips because these zero-G planes they use during these demonstrations, they only can last about 45 seconds. That's it. And also pointing out the occult. You can see the X behind him in this shirt. You see that triple X. The numerology, triple X, is 666. Just like triple X porn, just like Fox News. All about the occult with these deceivers. I'm going to play this demonstration video that he has. Completely talking to the audience again. To the listeners like they're complete morons. Take a look.
I'm Don Pettit. I'm a NASA astronaut, and I'm on the International Space Station. We're currently about 240 nautical miles above the surface of Earth. Space Station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research and engineering research. we have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station. It's needed so that when we go to Mars, we won't run out of water. And of course, not only would you have angry birds if you ran out of water, you'd have angry human beings too. I want to do some physics demonstrations that involve some of the things you might see in the Angry Birds game. And of course, I've got my Angry Bird here, but we need a pig. Well, I'm not very good at art. It's a good thing I decided to be a scientist and an engineer instead of an artist, because I'd probably be starving by now. Okay, here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on space station. I've got a bungee spread across the hatchway. And this bungee is kind of like a slingshot. And I'm going to show the trajectory that Redbird is going to have when I fire him with this orbital slingshot. Launching Redbird into space. Well, hey, we're already into space. Whoa, look at that. Whoa, all the way down. That's an example of a trajectory. It's a straight line from our perspective here. Gravity will attract an object if it's moving in a straight line, and it will no longer move in a straight line. It gets bent and it goes in a curved trajectory. And guess what? Astronauts have to worry about these things, because if you're in a rocket and say you're trying to get from one orbit and rendezvous a space station, you end up going in curved trajectories, and you need to know how to fire your rocket engines so that you can go from where you are to where you want to be. And if you understand the math, if you understand the physics, it will allow you to go out and get a neat job. A job sort of like mine, where you're an astronaut and you can fly in space, learn about these subjects in school. You can also learn about these subjects while you're playing games. What happens when something like an Angry Bird gets their eggs stolen by Pig? This is all that's left of Pig after Pig got exploded. And we got to see all of this in a weightless environment, which is what the Angry Bird space game is going to be like, with gravity fields from planetary bodies.
Now let's take a look at this article on NASA's official website by Don Pettit. This guy should be titled Head of Mockery with NASA. Give me a break. This guy is a complete joke. Let's take a look at the very bottom of this article with a reference to the flat Earth. Go to the very bottom. A bunch of gibberish, a bunch of non-stop garbage, a bunch of equations that do not add up. Now, at the very bottom here, the very last part, the most important, he says, the need for new places to live and resources to use will eventually beckon humanity off this planet. Having access to space removes the lid from the Petri dish of Earth. And we all know what eventually happens if the lid is not removed. And of course, with the Petri dish, as you can see here, basically the flat Earth with the dome model. Same thing, again, Head of Mockery, Donald Pettit of NASA.
the edge of the world in all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in a final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. In Cobain, can you hear the spheres singing songs off station to station? And Alderon's not far away, it's Californication.
Astronauts to the moon.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaronism, back again with another video for you. Today I wanted to talk about this world that we live in, the globally accepted pretend land, otherwise known as the spinning ball Earth. Now, some people, and I'll call them human beings, they still have control of their faculties, and so they can think for themselves, they can see past the deception. But simply put, there's others. And the other group, I'll call them not human beings, but rather we already know these things. We like to trust and take others' word for it. You know them, the brave types that think they're smart, so they go out on a limb and trust science, who is 100% right today. And if they find something that they were wrong about, well, they just fix it. And what do you know? Right again. I'm impressed. Oh, you can link to Wikipedia, huh? A Snopes article. Oh, nice. SmarterThanThat.com. Wow. Genius, I must admit. But us human beings have it's what's called a brain, and we can see when something ain't right. And, you know, like that hole that the 757 left in the Pentagon, or Building 7 that just, oops, happened to fall down. How about the presidents who can't quite keep their story straight?
He told us the operatives had been instructed to ensure that the explosives went off at a point that was high enough to prevent people trapped above from escaping.
Or those who trust an old drunk Uncle Buzz.
When we got back into the lunar module, we took off our heavy backpacks, and along with other weighty items, we threw them out on the lunar surface along with some garbage bags to lighten our load for liftoff.
There went something.
What you talking about, Aldrin? Wait, you mean the life support backpacks? You threw them out with the door open? On the moon?
Looked like a portable life support system.
Oh. Yeah, well, I guess who needs that, right? No one's ever taken off from the surface of the moon before. You got this. Just repressurize the LEM. Nobody will even know that you had to take off those suits to throw them out. And that the door had to be open. The conditions on the lunar surface they're just fine. Science will come up with some crazy excuse or story, and then just call it science. You guys are in the clear. My lips are sealed.
There comes the other place.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry, Buzzy. People are in love with that ball. You could basically get away with murder. I bet you could even take up that little apron thing and have a Masonic ritual. It's all good. All the NASA fanboys will swear on your behalf. You're an idiot if you don't think we landed on the moon. You're a knob end if you even question it. The Earth is spherical. Someone told you.
The seismometer recorded both the impacts of those portable life support systems.
Yeah, and we know how important being cool is, right? But it means you gotta make excuses for this. Yeah, that's real. For those of you who still buy this stuff, wake up. No snooze. No more time for that kind of stuff. No time to make excuses. We've heard them all. We know light bends, refraction, it's a mirage, Fata Morgana. Oh no, not gravity. Not again. The force that has no equal or opposite. Oh boy. I can't take it anymore. So atmospheric refraction is a deviation of light from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to the variables in the air density as a function of altitude. Near the ground or near the water, it can produce mirages and can make distant objects appear to shimmer or ripple, to elevate or lower, to stretch or shorten, and can appear with or without a mirage. Atmospheric refraction causes items to appear higher in the sky than they are. Scattering of ice crystals and other particles are responsible for other such phenomenon as halo, afterglows, rays of sunlight, and sundogs. Those ice crystals. Look, guys, trust who you want. You want to believe that this all exists, and then at the same time believe that 40 million pounds of micrometeoroids make it to Earth's surface every year? That is 2 million gram-sized bullets traveling 20,000 miles per hour that are blasting us every hour. And you think satellites exist? Folks, they just don't. The globe is impossible. Space is a hoax. And I know it's hard to admit, because all the cool kids believe in it, all the cool kids think we live on a ball, all the cool kids think we spin, but not me. Nope. I'm a bit different.
I'm not really interested in being like the cool kids. Like the cool kids.
One more time, just for fun. Come on.
I'm not really interested in being like the cool kids. Like the cool kids.
All right. I know what you guys are thinking. Prove it to you, right? Okay. You twisted my arm. I'll go ahead and do that. So let's start with, how about the definition of the word geographia? You can look that up for yourself if you like, or you can see here that it stands for a vivid representation of the Earth to create an illusion of reality. As mentioned earlier, that most surveying measurements are carried out as if the surface of the Earth were perfectly flat. The method of surveying based on this assumption is called plane surveying. In plane surveying, you neglect the curvature of the Earth, and it uses the principles of plane geometry and plane trigonometry to compute the result of their surveys. The use of a plane surveying method simplifies the work of the surveyor. Within a distance of 20 kilometers, the effect of the Earth's curvature on our measurement is so small that we can hardly measure it. Let's look into that. So let's see, they seem to think that 20 kilometers doesn't have a big effect. Well, that's 12 miles, and 12 times 12 times 8 is 1,152 inches. Divide that by 12, and that's 96 feet. So if 96 feet of curvature does not make a big deal to a leveler or a surveyor, we've probably got an issue. Let's look at the next point. Talking about this diagram here, it is going to go ahead and tell us that by definition, the curved surface of a sphere is termed a level surface. I'll repeat that again. By definition, the curved surface of a sphere is termed a level surface. The direction of gravity is perpendicular to this level surface at all points, and gravity is used as a reference direction for all surveying measurements. The vertical direction is taken to be the direction of gravity. In addition, the horizontal direction is the direction perpendicular to the vertical direction of gravity. Let's just say that this could just say right here, the Earth is flat, and we're going to try and talk a bunch of shit in another direction. But that's what they're basically saying. Most surveying activities are performed under the pseudo-assumption that measurements are being made with the reference to a flat horizontal surface. This requires some further explanation. The Earth actually has the approximate shape of a spheroid, that is, the solid generated by an ellipse rotated on its minor axis. However, for our purposes, we can consider that the Earth to be a perfect sphere with a constant diameter. In addition, we can consider that the average level of the ocean or mean sea levels represents the surface of a sphere, and therefore we take it as flat. Interesting. So first, let's take a look at this beautiful picture of the spinning ball Earth and realize that as the world goes through its orbit around the sun, we spend a quarter of the year in each season. So based on that, would you also agree that the South Pole gets the same amount of sun as the North Pole? It would have to, correct? Then does somebody want to explain why we have a gigantic continent called Antarctica, where only one animal really lives. But on the north end, there is not a gigantic ice continent. Someone needs to explain to me how they could be different when, based on the globe, they should be the exact same. So now let's look at the next diagram, and we'll go ahead and take the red line and put it straight through the Earth's axis. And if the Earth is at a tilt, as shown with the red axis there, then why does the green equator get the bulk of the sun? The equator doesn't even make a difference anymore. It's no longer the middle. And if the atmosphere spins with the Earth, then why does the Coriolis effect happen at all? How could the spinning of the Earth cause winds to go in certain directions or cause anything to happen if the entire atmosphere is connected to the Earth as it spins? Should make no difference at all, but of course, we know how the globe earthers work. Now, people often bring up the whole train example, talking about if a train is traveling in one direction and you're inside that train, you could throw a baseball back and forth and the direction of the train would make no difference. Well, I challenge you with this, as I used to take a train to school every day for many years. If you were to get on that train and run in the direction that the train is traveling, do you think that that is easier or harder to do than if you were at the other side of the train and tried to run against the way the train is traveling? Well, if you've never done it before, I will tell you it is certainly much different to run in the direction the train is traveling. Therefore, when you're on Earth, if you're running in the direction to the east towards the spinature of the Earth, you should not be able to stop, turn around, and run the other direction at the exact same speed, or even with no resistance, and that's exactly what happens on Earth. So that brings us to our next little diagram here. As we go through space around the sun, the elliptical orbit causes a change in speeds, yet we don't feel it, meaning that when that Earth turns the corner, it's got to change speed. That's how the laws of momentum work, but we don't feel it. Do you feel any rotation? How about an orbit? Do you feel that you're in a 66,000 mile per hour orbit? How about any speed? Do you feel that speed? Nope. How about these red lines shown on the screen? Do you feel like you are swinging down and then back up on the spinning Earth? Down and then back up? Didn't think so. Let's go on to the next one. A lot of people ask, how does the analemma work as far as the flat Earth goes? And let's take a look first at this planetarium software and show you what that actually is. If you see me changing the months here, you'll see that the sun goes through a little infinity symbol in the sky, and I am actually standing at the equator and looking directly west. And in a second I'll show you, as I spin around and look south and then north, that I've got both the celestial north and celestial south at the two ends. You'll see here we're on the equator, and that's what makes that analemma figure 8. Actually makes that from all over the Earth, but to get that one right at the west or the east, you'd have to be at this spot. So you'll see I'm looking at the celestial north from there, where the stars rotate counterclockwise. And we'll spin around here and look at the south, and looking at the celestial south, and you'll see that the stars spin clockwise. So that's what gives us that figure 8 kind of motion. But the same thing happens on the flat Earth, so we can see that here. So you'll see here, this guy is looking up in the sky, and because the sun goes around the flat Earth, starting with the Tropic of Capricorn, moving to the equator, then the Tropic of Cancer, then back to the equator, then back to the tropic in the middle, it keeps its figure 8 motion if you're standing like he is, looking to the east. So same thing that we just saw. Now also, many people ask from this point, can you explain the stars? Well, yes. If you look up, you'll see he's now looking north, looking at the Polaris star and watching the stars as they rotate counterclockwise. And if he just turned around and looked the other direction, you could see him looking at the Crux constellation, looking south, where the stars rotate clockwise. So that's how we take care of that one. Here's just another program. This is at nullearth.com. And you can see by just picking something, I think here we're looking at the air temperature at a height of 70 mph, and you'll see it just kind of, it's a little bit iffy. Doesn't really look like it makes a lot of sense on the globe. I guess it could make a little sense. We'll spin it here and give it more of a tilt like the Earth has. And you'll see it just kind of gets stagnant there in the middle. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's try the flat Earth, see if it's any different. And you'll see there something that makes a lot more sense. You've got all of the outside going in unison around the edges, and you've got the middle that stays stagnant right there where the sun and moon go. Now we're going to try something else here. We're going to look at the ocean currents. And are we looking at waves? Waves. First we're looking at the globe. So you'll see here that doesn't make a lot of sense. It has nothing to do with the curvature, which we already know is at the axis, which, look at that red line, that's way up top. Doesn't make a lot of sense that that would have much to do with the spin. The waves are kind of going every which way. We got that high red area up there. Let's see if the flat Earth makes more sense. You tell me what you think. Does that look like it makes more sense that the water is very cold and moving in all one direction on the outside, and then on the inside we've got the exact track of the sun and moon keeping the water warm and keeping it moving in that clockwise rotation? Gives you an idea of where they got the idea of a analog watch, doesn't it? Same exact thing as the flat Earth, with the sun and moon moving, you guessed it, clockwise. Now we're going to look at the air temperature, and I believe we're going to stay on the surface here. So we're looking at the surface air temperature. We're adding some cloud cover. Looking at the globe, you'll see that makes no sense at all. Simply clouds going every which way. In fact, I see something breaking the Coriolis effect there. You'll see something clearly underneath the equator that is going in the opposite direction that it's supposed to. I know, those things can't happen. Scientifically proven. Science. Tested. Fact. Now, let's try and see if the flat Earth makes any more sense as far as the cloud cover goes. Pop over to that AE, take a look at that. And again, we've got something that makes a little more sense. We've got the clouds just kind of staying where they're at, right there in the path that the sun and moon take. And the ones on the outside moving at a much quicker speed in the opposite direction. Have you guys ever looked up in the sky and seen two layers of clouds? Looks like one set of clouds is going one way, the other set's going the other way. Certainly looks like what we see on a flat Earth, whereas the globe had clouds going 45 different kinds of ways. Didn't make a lot of sense. Let's do a visual experiment. Join me. So first we've got this guy here at the North Pole, and we're going to call him number 1. So that must be me. Ha! Did you get it? No? Then next to him, to his right, is going to be number 2. Next, what we're going to do is continue that path of people. You can pretend they're holding hands if you want. I don't know. If it makes you feel weird, they don't have to hold hands. And it goes all the way around the side until we get to the South Pole, and that person is number 1 million. Okay, so let's pretend they're all there. Now we're going to start with number 1,000,001 and head back up to the other side, going back up to the North Pole, where that person would be number 2 million. Now notice that we're all facing the same direction. And by that I mean, let's pretend that we're all facing me, or facing the screen. And so what that means is that the people on the top would be facing technically south, the people on the bottom would be facing north. The person at the spot where I marked a W would be facing west, and a person marked over at the letter E would be facing east. And if you look at the 10 o'clock spot, that person up there would be facing southeast. So that means that as the world turns here in a moment, that the people on the left side, the numbers 1 through 1 million, will be watching the sun rise. And the people number 1,000,001 to 2 million will be watching it set. Hopefully you follow so far. So if we were to take two different people, let's take number 3 and number 999,999. Those two people are standing completely opposite each other, correct? Meaning their feet are pointed towards each other. They are upside down versus one another. Yet both of them are about to see the sun rising up from their feet. That is impossible because you can't live on a globe. Another thing is you can see that the people on the left side, as they turn towards the sun, would be kind of climbing a hill, like that first green arrow on your left. and now think that the people on the back side of the globe, as it rotated away and they watched the sun set, it'd be the equivalent, as you see in the lower left there, of a person falling away from the sun. Is that what it feels like when you see the sunset, or does it feel like the sun is setting? So here we have another visual representation of the same thing. You'll see the globe spinning with all the red-headed little fat-headed stick people. And as they're rolling around here, in a second I'll pause it where you can see that as those people are coming around, they would actually see the sun rising, but those two people are upside down each other. Yet they both see the sun rise as shown. That is impossible. In fact, you should see at times the sun rising from your right side or from your left side. Want to see? So first you can see how by spinning kind of head over heels here, you would see how the sun would rise from your perspective. But why doesn't anybody understand when we spin left to right, why wouldn't we see this phenomenon of the actual light spinning, or the sun, entering our frame of view from the left and exiting the right? But it always comes from our feet up. Here we've got a little diagram for you to look at. You'll have to notice, and you can just take a globe at home and put a piece of cardboard on top. That plane is all you would be able to see from the top of the globe, admitted even by the globe earthers, that there isn't a perpetual amount of distance you can see. Therefore, that's all you see, meaning when you see the sun rise and set, you would only be seeing that short little arc. Yet it happens in 12 hours, and the moon somehow, or the sun somehow, both of them, go all the way around the globe for you to see them. Again, we show you here, there's the flat plane, that's all you'd be able to see. There's the sun, as that's when you'd be able to see it rising. And then coming up here, you'll see something that goes hand in hand with the coming lunar eclipse. Because at times, the lunar eclipse can be seen when the sun and the moon are both above the horizon. How is that possible that you'd be seeing the shadow of the Earth? No way. Sorry, Earth, not a globe. And these girls did a little science experiment by sending a balloon to space, and as can clearly be seen, they also found out the Earth is not a globe. Yet some people will tell us, we see the curvature from an airplane. Well, I tell them, no you do not. So here you see just a little bit more information on the actual path that your Earth takes when you believe in the globe. So let's look again at exactly what that is that you believe. And you have to believe if you are a globe earther. Not only do you think that we are spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you also think we're traveling around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, which is 586 million miles per year. Not just that, but while we're doing that, the sun is also traveling around the Milky Way galaxy at 490,000 miles per hour, traveling 4.3 billion miles per year. Not just that, but while the sun is going around the Milky Way galaxy is also traveling around the universe at a whopping 2.2 million miles per hour, which means it travels 19.2 billion miles in a year. And yet, when we get back to our starting point at the end of every year, the stars reset themselves back to right where they started, yet we're 19 billion miles away from our original point. That, folks, is some magical, cosmological bullshit. So I ask you to do just one thing, and that's contemplate on the globe and on space, because both are fake. I mean, do you think that if you stood and faced south for 10 minutes and then turned and faced north, it should feel the same on the spinning ball? Come on, guys, it's 2015. How long are we going to let these clowns lie about where we live? Listen, if the globe is true, so be it. I don't care one little bit. The reason I do care is because they can't prove it. To get us to believe in their globe, they spoon-fed us. A globe in every classroom, in every textbook, in every logo, in every billboard, every commercial, every single chance they got, they forced you to, 1, believe in it, and 2, to call anyone who doesn't an idiot. So folks, let's think. If the globe were true, why am I getting death threats? Tell me, please. Why am I getting emails saying we're watching you? There's a reason. And why not force these genius scientists just to prove it? Name calling and demeaning videos are not proof. And that's all I see. I know I'm not stupid, but I know proof when I see it. And when it has been shown, and ladies and gentlemen, they have shown us make-believe, CGI images, and why you might be okay with it, I'm not. My grandparents never knew where they lived because they were lied to. And I'm going to make damn sure I know before I die where I live. And I'd appreciate help. And if not, I'll do it on my own because
I'm not really interested in being like the cool kids. Like the cool kids.
So everyone, thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. I am trying to return all of your emails and comments, I promise you. I'll get to it as soon as I can. Just wanted to remind you all to be kind to one another. Don't lie to each other. And don't forget the most important part, and that's open up your mind, because there's truth inside. So till next time, this has been Jeranism. Stay flat. Peace.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Refracted curvature.
No, he's just telling you something that he learned from another guy.
And that's just misdirection again anyway, Mayhem, because it doesn't fucking matter about the shape of the Earth. It's just another, distraction.
You know what's weird? Like, when I think about it, yeah, misdirection seems to be a good word for this, because it's like, okay, can't we just look at the ground, and you're just like staring at, like, let's look at the ground. You're like, no, let's look up here. Look. Like, when you're little, your parents wanted to misdirect you from like seeing something. Look over here, look. And you're just all this,
toy section in the store.
Yeah, it's misdirection, bro, because if you actually looked at the ground and studied to see if it actually is curving with 8 inches per mile squared, with the it being an oblate spheroid, having the consequent of being an oblate spheroid would mean that it would have drop over distance. Now, if it does have that, let's go check it out. No, you have to be misdirected to looking at what is the moon phases, or what's causing eclipses. Look up at the sky, y'all. It's like, for what? Who cares? They're doing what they're doing in the sky, but that's not going to tell us the shape of the ground if we're not going to do any due diligence to measure it, right? I mean,
We can't measure the Earth today, but 2,000 years ago, apparently, some guy measured it. But I can't do it because see, the Earth is so big and I'm so small. But some guy 2,000 years ago, apparently,
I make
measured
fun,
it.
dude. I say, like, yeah, he had sandal power or donkey power. That's how he got it done. The man crossed over 500 states. You know how far that is for people in those days? They don't have motorized vehicles. They're not going to get from point A to point B in a jiffy. It's going to take them a little bit to get from wherever it was, Cyrene, to Alexandria. It's just not like, let's go hop on a donkey and let's go take a trip. That's a long way. And then to say all the you can't even, that's not fine if it did happen. So what? He's measuring shadows, for God's sakes. Like, he's not measuring drop over distance. So it's not even close to what we're talking about until they're doing line of sight tests to see how much the drop rate over the distance that they're measuring. is going to be, then they're not measuring the curvature of the Earth. What they're doing is measuring shadows. Good for you. Now you know how big a shadow is at 12 o'clock noon. Who cares?
Well, you need a plane of reference to measure the angle from the sun to the tip of that shadow.
Yeah, but it's still, it's not even within the realm of like the consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. The consequent is it's going to have drop over distance. This sticks and shadows measuring.
You might not understood what I said. The
Yeah,
ground.
but what I'm telling you is
in
still
that shadow is your baseline.
yeah, it's still out of like it's what we need to do is hand wave dismiss that bullshit because it's nothing anyways. All it's you can do that on a flat surface or a curved surface. That
No, you
doesn't
can't.
matter.
No, you can't. No, you
Bullshit,
can't. You
dude.
cannot
Like,
do that on a curved surface. Get me an angle from a curved surface right now.
where's the somebody have the image that can show this gentleman that we've done already? That you can do it on a curved surface and a flat surface. You can do it
You
on
can
both.
get an angle. You can get an angle
I think you're
from
misunderstanding
a
each
curved
other.
surface.
I think you're misunderstanding
Yeah,
each
I
other.
think so.
Well, I know what I'm saying. I don't know what the other gentleman's saying. But listen.
You're saying that you can get an angle from a curved surface, right?
No, that's
Yeah.
not what he's saying.
On sticks
Well,
and
I said you can't get an angle from a curved surface, and you said you can.
from the shadow, the sticks and shadows, right? We're talking about Eratosthenes, are we not?
Right. Is the
Yeah.
ground the baseline in that example?
The ground, as in like the actual earth you're standing on, or like let's say something that you construct. Because I've
Where do
seen
you
it
think
both.
the shadow is? Is the shadow casting on the ground or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So, can you get an angle from a curved surface?
You're talking about with the idea that the bottom of that triangle. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Of course, you can't get that angle. But what I'm saying is the shadows that's being cast on it is still going to appear the same when you're looking at the sticks and shadows reference. So if you use, I know what you're saying. Like I get it. But what I'm saying is like you're not going to be able to say that with the flat surface and the curved surface, the way the shadow appears, it's going to look any different. However, that angle that you're talking about, you're not going to be able to get it from the curved surface. However, you can still see the shadow being the same on both. So when you look at
Irrelevant.
Hello?
Irrelevant. That
Well,
is
no, it's
irrelevant.
relevant.
I don't
It's
know why you
relevant
keep moving
because
to a straw man.
it's
When the
no.
point is,
You're
if you're going
strong.
to measure an angle between
Care about what you're
Siam,
saying. Listen, you're taking what I'm saying out of context. That's fine, okay? Because what I'm telling you is that when they bring up Eratosthenes, you could hand wave dismiss it as it's not even entered into the realm of something you can verify.
well,
That's
hold on,
what
let me explain. Let me explain to you my point because you obviously don't understand my point. Okay, when they invoke Eratosthenes, right? They invoke a 90-degree angle in Siam, and then a whatever degree angle in another area in the distance.
Alexandria.
Alexandria, yeah. They're invoking angles. Can you get angles from a curved surface?
Yeah, 90 degrees is what you're saying. No, you can't get a 90 degree from a curved surface.
So, even in their historical data, they require the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, I can see that, but it's still like not what I'm asking for anyway. So what I'm asking for is drop over distance, which they can't give me anyway. So like you can hand wave dismiss it that way. I'm hand wave dismissing it in the other way.
I'm not hand wave dismissing it. I'm using it. No, but that's the thing. Why hand wave dismiss it? Why hand wave dismiss it though?
Eratosthenes is bullshit. I'm not gonna. It's not even entering the court for evidence. I'm gonna toss it out the moment it comes in. However, you're entertaining it, saying that okay, even if you do use it, you're not gonna be able to get an angle. Therefore, the Earth is flat already. So I'm gonna say, look, I want them to realize if they're gonna search for the Earth having the consequence of it being an oblate spheroid, you have to first understand what it is to have an oblate spheroid. Know that you have to have a radius, diameter, circumference if you're gonna do that, and then apply it to the Earth, and then see how you're gonna come at it that way. You're going it the other way. You're saying you can't have it at 90 degrees. I agree with you on that. Not disagreeing with you, but at the same time, I'm not gonna entertain Eratosthenes coming into the court as evidence. Whereas you might. I'm not. It's out the door. The moment it enters, it's out. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Can you measure an elevation angle from Alexandria? Yes or no? To the sun. Can you measure an elevation angle?
I think we just covered this. I don't know why you're going back to it. We just covered
Right.
it.
Is it possible to measure an elevation angle from Alexandria to the sun from the surface of Earth?
The sun? I already told you can't get a 90 degree. It's not possible.
You cannot measure an angle to the sun.
Yeah, we've just been over that. Like, why are you going back to it? We've been over
We're
that.
repeating ourselves.
You're not listening. You're not listening at all.
What the
You
fuck?
need a flat plane to measure an angle. You can measure an elevation angle to the sun. The shadow in Alexandria from its tip is an elevation angle. You can measure an elevation angle from Alexandria to the sun.
Yeah, but not on a curved surface, right?
Exactly. Yes.
All right, so that's what I'm saying, dude.
So their historical appeal is going to require them to say the Earth is flat. Why, if you're arguing about the surface of Earth, why would you not use that against them?
Well, who's saying that you can't use it against them?
That's what I'm saying. If they're
Well,
in the argument,
no, hang on. Who's saying that you can't use that against them?
you said the hand wave dismiss it when they invoke the.
I'm hand-wave dismissing Eratosthenes as being that there's no way that you can even talk about it because there's no way you can get the consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid from Eratosthenes. Point blank. Can't be used at all.
But we are arguing, the argument, right, is about if the Earth is flat or curved, is it not?
I'm not, listen, when I'm asking them the questions that I'm asking them, it's so that they can understand that they can't actually do what they think they're doing with anything in history. So what I'm achieving right now is that you can't use anybody or anything in history to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, period. That's it.
But what I'm saying is the argument isn't over history. The argument is over the surface that you're standing on, is it not?
Yeah, but we're not going to get there at this point of my conversation with the person.
You're already there. They already invoked it. Why don't you just point it out at that point?
Not going to see it.
Yeah, they're not going to accept that, bro.
It's not agree or disagree. It's not accept or don't accept. It is required for the information.
Yeah, I understand that. But they don't. So.
Yeah, that's why, because nobody's pointing it out to them. Like, okay, you want to use this historical data? Go ahead. But Earth must be flat for you to do so. Now,
what is pointed out to them ad nauseum is that the whole Eratosthenes narrative assumes sphere. That if that doesn't matter to them, how is they're not actually examining it. They're not there to learn. They're there to whatever.
So Eratosthenes measured the Earth flat. Then who gives a shit what he did, right? Yeah, you can. I measure my table flat. I can assume it's a sphere afterwards and calculate it as a spherical surface. It doesn't change the fact that my table is flat. But basically, what I'm saying is you can concede to anything they say, anything, and the Earth still needs to be flat for them to make a positive claim.
Yeah, the thing is, though, whenever these people invoke Eratosthenes, the only reason they're invoking it is globe, ball. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, that you can show them the details of this narrative that shows what shows it has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do, but they only invoke it because they believe it does. So
it does have. See, that's the thing. It does have something to do with the nature of the ground you're standing on.
What
it's
I'm
just
saying
not
is
what they're claiming.
Their reason for bringing it up, their Eratosthenes cliff notes that they're running with, has nothing to do with the details or the contradictions of the story. It has to do with saying sticks and shadows and then saying eclipses and then saying time zones. It's just part of the package. But yeah, if you can actually get someone who brings it up to actually go with it, and people are willing, some people do come to that realization of the whole nothingness of Eratosthenes.
But it's not a nothingness though, because he is making a measurement.
As far as whether it can be brought into the discussion of whether or not there's a spheroid, it has nothing to do with it because both things can be shown.
Oh,
I get what you're saying. The narratives. I get what you're saying. The narratives that they're using. Yeah, I get it. But
you cannot do that from a
missing the point of why they bring it up.
It does. It's irrelevant, right? If you're in a murder trial, right, and you're prosecuting, and they bring up that they did kill the guy, but they stabbed him, but they didn't shoot him, right? Does it matter that they stabbed him instead of shooting him if they're admitting they freaking murdered him?
Well, in the sentencing phase, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't.
Oh, their admission of guilt.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That the story, even the story, contradicts what they think the story brings them. I get that, but yeah, you can bring it up to someone who next time someone invokes Eratosthenes, try to have this discussion with them.
Well, the best they can do is descend it into absurdum and deny what an angle actually is. That's the best they will ever do. They'll try to say that an angle is a vertex, not an angle.
Yeah,
and they'll try to confuse that definition, which
that's why it's not a point to be brought into to contend with, because I already know that what they bring in is not the truth. So they're going to argue, like you said, and make it sound like they have a point. But what I'm saying is that we've been doing this for many years, and I already know that's not effective, because you're arguing with somebody point to point. What all it's going to do is they're going to basically double down, and they'll say they're right. You'll say you're right. No one will win. Maybe you might win some souls over in that discussion because you have a very strong way of putting it forward. But obviously, you won't expose it to them that they don't know, because in their minds, they do know. So you won't convince them, or not. What I'm saying is exposing them to the mindset that they're wrong. It won't happen in that conversation. I guarantee it, because I've heard many people like you come in here and say, no, I'm going to convince them with this information because it's the truth and there is no way they can get it. I know that, you know that. But when they come in here, they're not going to be convinced at all. They're just going to be telling you that it's the way that it can be figured out. And I'm not disagreeing with you. You got a point, but it's the point that we see, not them. They're not going to see. And so some of the audience.
So your point now is that don't bother bringing it up to them when they bring it up, because they won't see it anyway, even though you're pointing it out to them.
Yeah, what I'm asking
is that a logical position to take?
The position that you're taking, it doesn't need to be logical. It needs to be provided as evidence for the consequence of the Earth being a globe. So if they're not providing that evidence, then it can be entered into court for evidence. They think it's evidence right now. And when they argue with you, in their mind, they think it's evidence, which you can point out to them that it's not. I can agree that you can probably say that, and some souls might be convinced.
No, it is evidence. It's just not the evidence they think they have.
Right. I get that.
Yeah. So why are you not pointing that out? You're saying that you can just hand wave it.
Oh my God.
When they require the Earth to be flat to calculate it as a globe, why would you not think that is worth?
You can point that out, but if you've paid attention to what happens in here, people aren't receptive to that. They don't care about that. These people who come in here doing sticks and shadows chanting as globe proof, they don't care. I realize it's a case by case,
but see, in that case, you're not going to reach them with anything. What are you trying to do with someone who absolutely thinks they know what Earth is?
I've been here that long in this server, so you can have your opinion. That's fine.
I'm not talking about a matter of opinion. I'm talking about a matter of
Your opinion,
information.
because you haven't been in the survey.
No, I'm talking about a matter of information. The information is solid.
I remember being like this a couple years ago, like this guy.
I mean, aren't they just going to go to, our curved line straight, and they're going to say, there's people that come in here and say you can have curved lines on a triangle. So I don't.
Right, hold on. But see, when you get to that point with someone, that they're willing to descend the argument to ad absurdum, what do you think you can say to a delusional person to break a delusion? Tell me now, or the whole thing's pointless, right?
No, it's not just about the person you're talking to; it's for the people listening too. So,
all right then. Exactly.
Here's what you do: you tell them to go learn the narrative about what they chant.
Hold on a second. That's exactly
you asked
it.
a question.
Yes, and you answered it beautifully. Now let me make the conclusion that needs to be drawn from that, because if the person coming in to argue, you're making the argument that it shouldn't be said because they won't believe it. But it's not about them, is it?
I didn't say that they wouldn't believe it. I said they're not receptive to what you're laying down. It's a case-by-case basis, correct? Well, it is relevant when we're talking about, well, what's the point? Well, you pointed out to them that the thing they chant, the Greek guy with sticks and shadows proves globe, you point out to them, maybe you should learn that story of Eratosthenes before you come in here and chant it. You can't force them to. And they're going to be arrogant, and they're going to be delusional. So
they do know the story. They do know the story. They explain to you how they're measuring an angle.
Because when you tell them that the story, listen.
No,
when you
they
tell
just
them,
show the most recent thing they find on Google.
When you tell them that the story involves assuming globe Earth, they say, "So what?"
Well, then it usually starts with when we start talking about measuring curve with drop over distance. We start there because we're given these measurements. And then they invoke Eratosthenes because we say, well, you can't measure the Earth because the Earth is so big and you're so small and you're standing on it. Well, and then we say, well, where did we get these measurements from? Who measured the Earth? And that's when Eratosthenes comes in.
Well, do you know how you measure drop over distance in their paradigm? What is the calculation and what are the measurements taken? Or don't say it.
I feel at this point you're just preaching to the choir, man. Like, we know all this stuff.
No, a claim was made. I'm asking for information about the claim that was made. So, what are the measurements they take and what are the calculations to derive drop over distance?
Here. Morse.
What case are you talking about? Are you talking about the Eratosthenes chant?
No, that's not how they measure drop over distance.
No,
that's how they measure.
what are you talking? I was away from the thing. What are you asking for?
You said that they measure drop over distance, right? That's what they say.
Well, I didn't. You must be talking about someone else, but I didn't bring that up. It could have been the other person talking. I do not know. But the point is, you said, well, they know. You said, listen, you said they know the story.
What someone else said.
Okay. Well, I didn't, because I was away. I was asking what was being. I was asking about. I didn't know what was being said.
All right. Well, I'll reiterate the point that was made.
Can I say something real quick while I have a second? Well, you said, well, they know the Eratosthenes story, and I said, well, that's not true because when you tell them it begins with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, they say, so what? Okay. Well, even if that is news to them, that it begins with the assumption that the Earth is ball, and they don't understand the implications of that very thing, then what is the point of going into like?
But that isn't the beginning of it.
Showing him the details of this thing.
That is not the beginning of it. That is not the beginning of it, though. The beginning of it is that they measure an angle differential between the sun in two different places at the same time.
Eratosthenes in the narrative, did Eratosthenes assume sphere?
after he did something.
Well, it
He
doesn't,
did assume a
whatever.
sphere after he did
Whatever.
something. What did he do
Whatever.
first?
Was the assumption of sphere part of the process?
Before or after he measured angles from a flat plane?
Whatever. But the Cliff Notes version of the story has Greek guy, sticks and shadows equals globe. Within that narrative, even within the Cliff Notes, it says assuming sphere. That if that doesn't sink into the people who invoke Eratosthenes as their, long lost hero, then the things you're saying, I hate to say it before, I hate to make a judgment before the case, but it's pearls before swine. They don't care about the contradictions. They don't care about the method. They care about Eratosthenes' globe. Like I said,
So
try
you're
it out.
making an argument.
The next time someone invokes it, try it out. Do your thing.
Right. So you're making an argument that you're making an argument to the person that you're debating with that it'll change their mind. It won't change their mind.
No,
and we're all in agreement that these people are delusional.
I'm
Right?
telling them if they want to chant something, they ought to learn what they're chanting.
Okay, so this is the point, though. You're not talking to them alone. You're talking to everyone else.
Well, yeah,
And if you measure,
everyone else can hear it. When you tell someone 4, 5, 6 times that Eratosthenes assumes sphere, and the other person says, "So what?" Yeah, it's heard.
and that's your justification and why you're saying that, right?
I said it's a case by case basis.
Well, see, this is the thing.
You're making some blanket statement. Why don't you try this out? If you think if you think this detail, well, then why are you complaining about it?
I'll tell you what I've done with it. I'll tell you what I went on McToon's channel. Hold on. I went on McToon's channel against him and Ruhith. And when I brought it up, right, I was allowed 2 sentences and then I was cut off completely. And I wasn't allowed one whole sentence after Ruhith got 25 minutes of uninterrupted speech. That's how destructive
you can do it. Hey, Refracted, you can do it in here. You can do it in here. Like next time Ruhith or whoever comes in here, I want you to try it on them in here. Like what I'm saying is, if you think,
I mean, that would be great.
Like the gentleman was saying, if you think it's effective, try it out. What's the worst that can happen, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
you're bringing it up to people who are acknowledging the implications of it.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, I put out the challenge that I would concede every point they made, and Earth would still need to be flat for them to make the positive claim. That was the challenge that I put forth to them, which they accepted and tried to make it about celestial navigation, which I immediately conceded that he had done it correctly. All I did was try to point out to them that they were using a flat plane to get those measurements to do navigation with, right? And I was not allowed to speak. Now you tell me if the audience got to hear it.
You're on there.
If it wasn't reaching them, why was I muted? Why was I silenced?
Refracted. You're on their playground. Of course you're going to be muted. When you're in here, they're on ours. So if you think that's going to be effective, what I'm telling you is administer it when they're in here. Because if I'm not mistaken, Ruhith is a part of the server. Just do it to him when he's here. But also any other Glober that comes in here, because how effective of what you think is in your mind. You got it all worked out, and that's great. Okay, kudos to you, right? Because I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. It's a point that is what we say in here, right? Everybody agrees with you. What I'm saying is just like what Old Haas is saying is that when you talk to these guys, it's a different conversation when you're going point for point. They have a point, you have a point. They have a point, you have, and this discussion, the way I'm phrasing it, the way I'm saying it, the way I propose it to these guys, is not a debate, period. I'm not going in there trying to prove this thing from a point of like, here's my point. Now, what do you got? And then listen to them. Nuh-uh. What I'm telling you is that you ain't got shit, not you, but them. You ain't got shit when you come in here, because when you're trying to present this, there is no case. You're trying to bring your idea of Eratosthenes into the court and bring it forth as evidence. When I look at it, I'm going to hand dismiss it out. And so you don't have, it doesn't even see the light of day in here. or for me anyway. I don't know. You
But see,
might
that's the
entertain
thing.
it. I don't.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. Because you're talking about a point by point debate. That didn't happen on Ruhif's channel or McToon's channel. Because the initial point they made required the earth to be flat. They made it, not me. I'm not the one making it. They are. Do you not see what I'm getting at? I gotta go, guys. You need to think about what you're saying.
Yeah, dude. Well, you're talking about people who are realizing the implications of what you're saying. That will go over the head of the run-of-the-mill Eratosthenes chanter. You're kind of being an idealist about this, but try it out. Good luck. Yeah.
If you're talking to what happened,
if you're talking to
just
someone who
explain to you what happened with anti-flat earthers, people who are solely against the idea of flat Earth. I was not allowed to speak. The moment I started to introduce it, they realized how damning it was and did not allow me to speak.
Well, bro, we're allowing you to speak, and all you're
About a
doing is talking over
playground
people, bro.
or a platform. I'm saying that when they had control, they knew that the information was damning and no one should get to hear it. That's my point.
We've heard you so far. So when they come in here, I'm going to give you the floor. So let's see how far you fare with them. What I'm saying
getting
is,
ready to leave. I'll be back though.
yeah, when you come back, if hopefully if there's a Glober in here, I want you to actually try this out and see how far you go with it, because I want you to do, because you were muted over there, but you're not muted over here. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like even orbital mechanics, right? When they invoke orbital mechanics, they have to invoke an apogee and a perigee before they can begin to calculate these things.
It's
these are derived. These are derived.
You forget about the power of television, dude.
Please. I'm making a
dude,
point.
you interrupt. You talk and babble over top people when you want to do it. So, welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. Freaking refract. Go and do your thing. Refract and come back.
A plane of reference. Apogee and perigee requires a plane of reference.
Bro, go do your thing. Come back and tell us all
about it. Yeah, dude. And people are brainwashed by space movies. You're forgetting that.
Man, I swear, man, he reminds me of like about 4 or 5 years ago when I was in there. I was like hard-nosed, like zealous, just like I had the zeal about me, man.
Did you have a positive? Was you taking their positive claim and dealing with it? And how was you doing so 5 years ago? No, I want to know that.
Yeah, I was doing exactly what
you were taking their positive claim.
Listen,
give me the argument you were using.
Bro, your communication skills need some work, my dude.
Well, no, I don't like it when I get hand waved when I point out a simple fact.
Bro.
That's exactly what's happening. You're saying that they ain't going to listen to you, so don't bother.
We're letting you talk, and you're just running over all of us, bro. You're angry at us for something that they did, bro. You need to chill out. Go fucking get some fresh air and come back, man.
I'm not angry at them either. I am getting a little bit triggered because I am making a point and it's being hand waved because they're not going to get it. So the point shouldn't be made. I don't see that. It's non sequitur to the point.
Go take your leave and then come back and then enlighten us again with your points, man.
All right, make an argument to
dude. Drop in the next time someone brings up Eratosthenes. That's all. Good Lord.
All right, well, hold on. Is there anyone in here that believes Eratosthenes?
Oh shit, dude! Go take your leave, bro. For God's sakes, we wanna have a discussion.
It'll only take 30 seconds if there's anyone that believes it.
Believes what?
It'll only take me 30 seconds, but I gotta go. If there is someone, I can do it in 30 seconds. If not, I gotta go.
I'll take the over.
We're good.
We're all right over here.
That's what I thought.
That's what I
Gotcha. Got him.
This fucking guy,
got him.
bro.
I'm out. Mic drop.
What the fuck, bro?
Why are you? This is so crazy. Are you mad at us?
He's mad. He's mad at. Dude, he's got somebody fucking peed in his Cheerios, bro.
For
what
real, dude.
Probably
triggering the shit out of me, bro. You're talking over my comrades.
Hey, don't get my brother up in the roar, dude. You're gonna find yourself in the wrong man.
Eratosthenes was a fucking badass, dude. He hid until the 1900s. Shit.
He took the idea of hand waving as a personal, we're hand waving him. No, It's just some people like to do shit the way they like to do shit. Are you gonna come in and tell them, no, you're wrong for yeah, come on, bro. It's silly. If somebody
This
doesn't want to use that as a part of their argument, why are you mad about that? You use it then. I don't get why you're bringing that energy in here.
his voice sounds familiar, man. Was he on like a different show or something? I feel like I've heard him before.
It said he was a member since 2019, so I don't know. Been here a while.
Yeah, but listen, man. Like in this arena, like
He's on the panel on FED.
Is he really?
Yeah, this John Refractive Curvature. He's always on FED.
Well, that explains a lot then.
What I'm saying though is that when we're dealing with these assholes, right? Like these guys that come in here and they want to prove a point and shit. If they're gonna bring something in front of, like, this is the council, right? All of you guys, this is the council. If they're gonna bring something in front of here, it better damn well be some evidence that they're bringing forth. If it's not, out you go. It's out skis. We don't enter. Oh, let's talk about Eratosthenes now. Bullshit. That has nothing to do with anything whatsoever of the Earth having the consequence of it being an oblate spheroid. Period. And if it does, then tell us how, because he didn't do anything to measure the curvature of the Earth. Sticks and shadows.
Correct. And that's the point being made with those parties in that conversation. The main objective is to just dissolve the argument, to reduce it to validity, or to show that it is logical, valid as an argument. Both methods, the curvature's method does that. I don't see why there was such a conflict there. Each other. Strange. Maybe one was arguing that one method was better than the other. I think both achieve the same thing. Curvature's point is mainly, I think, that them to even begin to suggest Eratosthenes did anything, they're going to require Earth to be flat. And that's the end of the argument. You don't need to go any further.
Yeah, dude had a valid point, T-Dub, but it doesn't matter. Like, if you want to do that and you want to take it, that's cool. But what's confusing to me is, why is he coming to us and trying to tell us and the people in here that you're wrong for how you talk and communicate to people because you're not using this? But he won't come here and spend time in here and practice what he's preaching here. But he'll go to, I don't know who those Globers are, but he'll go over to their platform and just spit out that one thing and immediately get banned. And he thinks he's making an impact. He thinks he's scoring a point. And then he comes here and starts an argument. And we're really not arguing with him, right? We're just like, okay, that's cool. But we're coming at it from this perspective. You can't even verifiably prove that Eratosthenes even existed. So why even let them go there in the fucking first place? It's just another story, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I heard that from the very beginning, or I might have, but I wasn't really paying much attention. I'm more tuned in, and not the end, halfway through kind of thing. Yeah, that's probably what his argument is that this method,
yeah, Yeah, he was saying that Eratosthenes actually proved with that the Earth is flat, and but whatever. I don't know why yeah. And he just said that we're wrong because we don't hammer that point. Oh, whatever, dude. That's okay. Then come here and do it yourself. It's-
Right, yeah, yeah. So that's what his intention was, to come here and critique a method of dealing, or a method of dealing with
yeah,
the Eratosthenes argument.
yeah. I mean, that's how he came in here. It was real strange, real strange. And I said, bro, you're coming in here and trying to tell us how we do things. We're wrong, but I've never seen you in here before, and I try to come here every day, and I've never seen you in here. So why don't you practice what you preach? Come here, we'll give you the floor and have these conversations, and do it the way you want to do it. And you're not going to get muted. You're not going to get banned here. You can have the floor, but I bet he probably won't come back.
It's not wrong. Like, you can't say that it's wrong, because prior to the development of the argument for requirement of Earth being flat in order to achieve elevation angles,
Yeah, and
we're
nobody was trying to
debunking.
have that. Right.
And I was just saying, we were prior to that, we were debunking Eratosthenes just fine. Can't say that it's wrong, like that it doesn't work, or it's not a good argument, or
Well, and he tried to make this point that when we're having these debates, that it isn't just about the person you're speaking to, it's about the people listening too. But then he tried to make a point that he's somehow scoring a point by going into their house, getting immediately banned for saying what he said, and he thinks that how are you helping listeners, newbies? That's going to go straight over their head. They're not, and you're going to be instantly banned, and now you can't speak at all. And so, like, how you're not doing any good, but you come here and judge us.
yeah. And anyway, I've seen diagrams with Eratosthenes where they're claiming to measure, and they're calling it an elevation angle. Now, I don't know if it can be called that, but it is an angle. But it's not angle. It's not the vertices, like from the end of the shadow, the base of the structure. It's the angle on the top of the structure and the shadow. So, I mean, that works on a curved surface. I've seen them that's been diagrammed, like that's a diagram you can find online, and that was put out way before this flat Earth requirement for elevation angles. It was way before that. Yeah, like, so if they were particularly using the angle of the end of the shadow to the base of the structure, then yeah, you would You would
Yeah, I
require
don't think it was. It's.
surface to be flat.
I don't
You
think it's a home run like he thinks that is. Like what he was saying, he just thinks it's like this ultimate home run in the conversation, and I honestly don't really see it that way.
But
whatever.
Yeah. The ultimate feat of Eratosthenes is that he was begging the question. That's the ultimate.
Yeah.
The premise of the whole argument relies on begging the question fallacy. So that's where it ends, and that's how even his compadre Nathan Oakley used to defeat it, and probably still does it. I don't know, but it seems to be the main crux of the FED. It's the crux. Their strong point at the moment is that these angle measurements, these elevation angle measurements, do require Earth to be flat, and that's where they're pointing their stick at the moment.
So who? Okay, real quick, because I heard somebody else mention that too. Who are those people? Does the FED you said? I don't. I have no idea who they are. Can you give me the rundown on that?
Earth debate. They have a Discord server, Science versus Pseudoscience. Nathan Oakley runs his YouTube stream from that Discord server. It's not owned by him, but he utilizes that server to run his streams, as does QE, and they have a panel, and he streams. I think he streams every day, maybe not, maybe 6 days a week. And the panel consists of Nathan Oakley, the host, Owen, Earth Early Bird, 10th Man Rising, Brian's Logic, Brian from Brian's Logic, Refracted Curvature, who we just heard speaking, QE. There's Elijah, who's in this server, moderator. There's quite a number. D-Rose, I think. There was also Blind Spot. He's a new panel member there. One Deck, who visits us quite frequently.
I think I have actually. Now that I have come across that. I don't listen. I'm not really interested in listening to people have a conversation that I can't be a part of. But I'm not saying it's bad. Like that's cool.
You can be a part of it.
Like
can be a part of it when he's streaming. You can join the Discord panel, and appropriate times you can speak. If you wanted to comment a particular point or something being said, as long as you're not talking over the top of people. Like Nathan's pretty good. He'll let you get that word in if you wanted to speak. But yeah,
I took for some people's comments of like when they found out he was from there, they kind of said things like, "Oh, it makes sense," kind of the way he was acting. So I didn't really understand what that meant, and it seemed like a negative thing. So that's why I was kind of asking. I was like, "What?" Yeah, that's kind of weird. So I thought, like, what is there some kind of this is a group of a bunch of fuckery going on? But so is the globe? So when QE does his panel on YouTube, is that can I get involved in that too, or no?
yeah. He utilizes the same server, Science versus Pseudoscience.
I'm not a member of that. Can you share that with me or no?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
It's it, they also they also stream sometimes as the panel called Ballbusters.
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm subscribed to them. I don't watch it. When I see it, when I'm messing around on YouTube and I see it, I will click on it and I'll give it a like, but I don't. I'm sorry, and I love those guys, but I don't watch that shit.
We're pretty much QE will do a presentation. They'll have chit chat, and then for a little while read out super chats and stuff. He'll do a presentation, and then they'll have afterthoughts, and they'll spend a little bit of time going over what his presentation, and people. And he's got that on his YouTube channel, all like in a playlist, all his presentations like that. He covers a lot of things which just hoping that like they've done they've done their research and developed new arguments and methods, hoping it's like we might want our our research and our the way we've developed arguments and things to be able also to be shared and used, and if it's a better way, or if it's or just an additional something to put in your arsenal to help you overcome Ober's arguments. You want the same people to come here and take away that and be able to utilize that wherever they go, and I think they're just hoping we do the same. I think that's probably his point. I don't know if that was John. If John, his name's John. I don't know if that was Refractor-Kovich's point, as to like if it was like, don't bother going down that rabbit hole with it and letting them ramble on. Just shut it down there. I don't know if that's what he was saying or not. It kind of did sound like that, I guess. Like I said,
he was trying to say that when they evoke Eratosthenes, we shouldn't just we should let them go there and fall into that trap and then take it. But he was like, we don't do that. We don't let it, we just dismiss it and we wave it away, and we shouldn't be doing that. All right.
Well, Miggy said, Miggy, well,
was Miggy in last night?
I don't know.
This is earlier today.
Yeah.
Miggy said he understood that.
Sorry, mate. Go.
No, you go.
I was just saying I was sleeping and I thought I heard Miggy come in last night. Or last night for us.
Yeah, he was here.
He was? Oh.
Yeah.
Is that clip from last night?
Yes.
All right.
I kind of disagree with shutting it down straight away. I think it needs to explain to whoever's listening why it should be shut down. The Eratosthenes thing.
Yeah, sure. It's weird because he was acting like we weren't really trying to argue with him, but he was like, it was like he was just trying to create an argument where there wasn't one. Nobody was like trying to discredit anything he was saying.
Mm.
At least
Miggy said he understands. Miggy agreed. Miggy agreed. Like, I think there was just contention as to, I don't know, like
how it's done.
Yeah, and he got triggered when Miggy, I think, said waving that away. I think he took that personally like he's saying he's waving him away and not the information. He's, Miggy just meant that whole conversation. He just said, forget about it. Don't even go there because it's bullshit to begin with. So why even go down these roads with them and let them, because it's nonsense, right? Why give them that conversation?
Well, you need to detail why. I mean, you can't just they can't just start saying, well, Eratosthenes, and you go, no, we're not talking about it. We're just
Yeah,
going to
I agree.
ignore that.
Because you need to explain to people who have never heard the argument why it's being dismissed.
Yeah, you're right.
Otherwise it's because if you've got someone new in, I understand if everyone in the room understands, and then you've got a anti-flat earther that comes in. Yeah, you just go, yeah, whatever, mate. Like,
Yeah,
But
yeah,
if there's
you're right.
other
I forget
people in the
about new
room that
people
don't understand
sometimes.
the
Yeah.
argument, it needs to be explained why. You can do it in a short version as well,
But can't that be done also by not letting them have that conversation, because that whole story is just another unverified story that we're given, and we can't prove that he even existed.
I get it.
You know
I
what I'm
get it
saying?
now where Miggy coming from. I do. I understand what you're saying. I get it now where Miggy's coming from. So Miggy is asking a specific question. He's saying, directly measured the curvature of the Earth to give us the value of the radius, the circumference, diameter, right? And then they
Instead
say
of measuring a shadow.
Right. Yeah. They say Eratosthenes. He asks, what did they do exactly? They say he measured shadows. Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't asking you about measuring shadows. I was asking about direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Right. So where John goes, refracted curvature, that is, he goes, well, what did they do? Oh, they measured shadows. How did they do that? So they've taken the next step where Miggy's shut it down before that.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's right in that situation. Like it depends on the situation, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's kind of how I felt like everybody in the panel was feeling about it, and he was being very, like, this is a home run, and you need to hit this point. and I think there was some disagreement about his feelings on it being this ultimate home run.
Yeah. Well, I think you gotta like shut it down by describing it or explaining it and why it doesn't matter about the argument, and then just move on from it. I think maybe that might be a better way to do it, but I don't know.
He just wants people in the quote community, for want of a better term, to be aware that any attempt to suggest that the Earth is a sphere just requires them to assume and measure the Earth to be flat. That's all he wants people to be aware of, I think.
Yeah.
As to whether
I agree with
that's
that.
the better way to shut down Eratosthenes' argument or not, well, he kind of comes out on top there because he's not asking for measurements of shadows. He's not asking for inference of curvature. He's asking for direct measurement of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because
Right.
the only thing, the conclusion you come up with Eratosthenes is that shadows in different places in the Earth measure on a different angle. Like, who cares? Yeah, great. What's that got to do with curvature of the Earth?
Exactly. And hearing that back again, I got taken away by some things that were going on here. But I mentioned the thing that when people talk about Eratosthenes, it usually comes from when we're talking about trying to take the measurements that we're given and put them in the real world and try to measure the drop over distance and measure that curve, and we can't find it. And then they tell us, well, it's because you're so small and the Earth is so big. Well, then, okay, how did we get the measurements in the first place? And then they say Eratosthenes. You're like, wait, what? And I think he was trying to challenge. I heard him trying to challenge me, but I had to step away. And then nobody. I don't know where it went after that, but whatever. I just don't get like neither one of them is wrong. So why are you like come here and practice what you preach? Then do it. Come here, spend some time here, and use that argument. Like I don't know.
Yeah, spend some time here, do the argument with people that come on, and yeah, I agree with you, man.
Yeah, because nobody like Miggy's not wrong for what he does, and this I don't know what this guy's name I forgot already, but he but don't come here. Just practice it. Do what you say. Lead by example. Just come in here and
See
tell
how
us
it works, and then
Yeah.
we can take on the advice after we see how it works.
Yeah, but I mean, I appreciate him coming in here and sharing that, but the way he did it was so. It was weird. It was like he was
I'll have
mad
to
at us.
listen. I'll have to listen back. I haven't. I didn't get any of it. I just heard Miggy's voice, and I was kind of half asleep, and I went, "Ah, Miggy's in," and then I went back to sleep. So I didn't hear any of it.
You want me to replay it?
How long does it go for? If you just chuck it in the live stream, I can
Oh,
listen
yeah?
to
Okay.
it without interrupting the conversation.
I don't think there is really a conversation, is there? I mean, you guys can play it and.
Well, the conversation is about that.
I don't want to fucking talk
I-
about it nowhere. Kicking a dead horse. It's like that's the thing too. We were all sort of in agreement. Like, and he was just in here preaching to the choir.
Here we go. I also posted the link to FED server. So where did I post that?
I'll be back in a minute.
No worries.
Yeah,
Posted it.
I was playing that one earlier.
Everyone after that.
Yeah, I grabbed that link. Thank you.
I can continue to play it, or was it that pretty much it, or Sonny, or
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Then the next few minutes are just us going back and forth about what he was saying and the way he was delivering it to us. It doesn't really go anywhere after that.
I stepped out for a little while, so I didn't catch all of it, but the first part of it is very good.
we were just like doing some commentary on it too. Like, yeah, no, I understand where Miggy's coming from. Because if they're making a claim, making a positive claim of Earth curvature with specific dimensions, wants direct measurement of that. Eratosthenes that cut it. Yeah, it can be dismissed off the bat. It's not sequitur to his question.
I can't remember. I swear somebody actually challenged him on the idea of the presupposed ball, and I can't remember if he dodged that, answered it. I don't remember. Did anybody catch if he responded to that at all? Or does it not? I guess it doesn't.
Talking to a Glober before that, prior to that conversation with refracted curvature. Do you know? Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning
was
of what you
Miggy
said.
sorry? Was Miggy talking with a glober prior to speaking with refracted curvature?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just us kind of all talking together. I don't think there was any Globers. Not that I remember.
Yeah, so even in the first 5 minutes, I can see there's a misunderstanding. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So Miggy's talking about theoretically it can be done on a flat and curved surface, and he's gone straight to you can't get an angle from a flat surface, and that's not what Miggy's talking about.
Yeah.
He's straight on the front foot about angles on a flat surface, but he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about the example that Mimas did on the curved paper with the thing standing on the curved surface and then doing it on a flat surface. Yeah, that's what Miggy's referring to. Have you seen that, Paul? Oh yeah, Dub.
I was just saying, right, but the overall purpose of measuring the shadow angles is to get elevation angle measurement.
Correct.
That's where inference of Earth being a globe comes into it, because yeah,
Well,
isn't it?
if you assume the Earth is a globe, and then the sun is not so far away, that it's doing these great rays, then you can get the same reading on a flat surface. And then if you construct something that's curved and you bring the light closer, you get the same thing. Yeah, so he's not saying that the Earth. He's not saying anything about the Earth being curved. He's just saying if you construct something that's spherical, you can still the shadows still create angles, but he's not talking about an elevation angle. He's just saying you measure you measure the length of those shadows, and you can do an equation to make the Earth curved. And the other guy's going straight to reality. Yeah, like but the Earth is flat, so on a curved surface you can't measure an elevation angle.
Right, because you would think that if Eratosthenes was smart enough to come up with this whole idea, right?
Yeah.
He would have been smart enough to understand that it would work on a flat surface.
Yes, but he's just made the maths to suit a spherical object.
Right, so it was like I've read in one document that's discussing Eratosthenes, is that it was just an indoor thought experiment. It was just a postulation. It was just it was like, well, what if we were on a ball? And if that was the case, if that's the reason, blah, 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 then how big would it be? Blah, 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 blah. Well, based on these shadows and these angles, I can guess that it would be. But that's only if I was on a ball and if the sun rays were parallel and if this and that. Right, so, yeah, okay.
Because with that Eratosthenes observation, you're not measuring elevation angles. You're measuring shadow lengths. You know what I mean? So the shadow lengths are different because of the angle of the ball. So they're getting a shadow length and then taking the geometry of the Earth and saying, okay, this shadow length is longer because you're going to be on this angle from the original point where they think the sun is. I think they're both talking about totally different things.
Well, and Miggy,
That's just the
isn't
start. I
Miggy's
didn't
whole
even look.
thing was he doesn't take it there because they're gonna have have an excuse, and it's not this like ultimate home run that this guy thinks it is. It's just a deviation. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
just
you can make the maths work for it to be a
right,
spherical object,
and that's all Miggy was trying to say.
can observe reality and it be on a flat surface. So, and then you
And
just
his
go, okay, well that's that. See you later.
his
Can't use
contention
it
was
either.
it's such a home run because when he takes that and presents that in their forums, he immediately gets banned. So it's a win. And like I don't know, I disagree with that.
I think the way he's arguing it's, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think the way he's arguing it's wrong because you're not measuring an elevation angle, are you? You're measuring the shadow length.
Measuring
Am
an
I
angle
wrong?
at which you're measuring an angle at which the light ray is supposedly hitting the top of your object, like or your stick. That's the angle. I've seen it in diagrams. That's the angle that they're calculating. It's not. That's not
It's
the
not the
vertices
length of the
of.
shadow.
Yeah, but you get well. You have
I'm a
to.
little bit confused.
You have to. I think you have to use the length of the shadow
to get the angle.
I think this
Yeah.
is exactly why we shouldn't go there with them on this topic because look, we're stuck together discussing it.
Think about this, yeah. So you need no, because that's how they claim to have got the size of the Earth. So
You are measuring the length of the shadow, then you are
okay, I'm going
assuming
the
it
wrong
is.
way around. Sorry, mate.
I'm just saying. I'm just thinking about it. I'm thinking, well, if you are measuring the length of the shadow, you are assuming it's a flat, straight line, a curved
Yeah.
one. Well, so yeah, I guess you do have a point there with that. I mean,
But I'm going the wrong way because I'm already assuming that they knew this. So you can work backwards. If you already assume the size of the Earth and you get a shadow length different in different places, and the sun is ultimately infinite distance away, then you can confirm with maths that that is the size of the ball. But it's just a reification fallacy. So I was working around the wrong way because what they did with it was they claimed to have measured the Earth's circumference with the size of the shadows and the angle of the sun. So it is an elevation angle to the sun. Correct?
yes.
Yeah.
With a line, also with a line presupposed from the center of your ball.
Yeah. I was going the wrong way around. I was backward engineering it, if you know what I mean. Interesting, but it's just a maths equation anyway, really. I think they could be both right. It just depends on where you want to take the conversation.
Well, like Heretic says, well, since those results are achieved on both a curved and flat surface, how did Eratosthenes know which one he was standing on?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what you need to explain before you throw it out. I don't even think you need to go into elevation angles. Like, do you? And just explain it and say, okay, if the maths works on both, then you can throw it out because it doesn't conclude one or the other.
Well, in the instance that you've asked for direct measurement of Earth curve can
Yeah, you can
immediately
throw it out.
dismiss it.
Yeah.
Immediately, because you haven't measured haven't directly measured curvature. You've only measured angles of shadows and angles, and you've inferred curvature from
Yeah.
measurement
Well, you
of
said the
something
Earth's a globe.
else. Right.
Yeah, and then you said that light that you're getting an elevation angle to is, an infinite distance away, therefore straight rays. So there's already three assumptions that you just go, okay, well, one assumption's enough to throw it out. Three, that's ludicrous.
Yeah. At the end of it, it's still just saying if Earth was a ball. It hasn't said Earth is a ball because of
Yeah.
this. That
Yeah. If Earth is a ball, and if the sun is infinite distance away, and if the light rays come in horizontal or parallel, you've already got
Yeah.
three ifs. And then you go, okay, well, fuck it, you can throw it out because you don't know any of those things. Yeah, I agree with Miggy. Sorry. Yeah. But you need to explain that, I think, and then throw it out. Well, and then there's another problem. Yeah, well, he's right. There's another problem. Elevation angle from a curved surface to the sun at two different points.
Yeah. Throw it in there as cherry on the cake. Like.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, you can just chuck it right out. Fuck it. It's not a home run. It's just throw it out. Water's a home run.
The pitcher dropped the ball. didn't even make it to the batter.
He sounded like he came in pretty hot though, didn't he? I'll listen to it later, maybe on the drive home. Does it sound like him and Miggy don't know each other then? Is that right? Because Miggy was calling him the other guy.
Recognized who it was straight away. I guess if you asked somebody anything that could indicate to you Earth is a ball, what would it be? Anything that you can do to sort of infer it or anything? To give you an idea? Then yeah, go into Eratosthenes all you like. But if like I said, if you're asking for direct measurement of the positive claim of Earth curvature, determine, he says, radius, diameter, circumference, and
Well,
no go.
that's the same as what we were talking about the other night about the difference between evidence and proof. To someone, evidence that might be evidence, but it's not a proof. If they want to insist that the Earth's a globe, they'll say, okay, evidence is that we measured shadows at different, sizes because the sun is 93 million miles away. The light rays come in vertical. Light rays come in parallel. So they'll go. So this is evidence to me, whereas evidence and proof are totally different. And someone from the flat Earth side will say evidence to me is that We don't know the distance away the sun is. We've never seen parallel light rays, so therefore we can assume that the sun is closer and it's a flat surface, so that the shadows will be different anyway. So that's another evidence, but both of them are not proofs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can. Well, but it can be argued that evidence and proof are synonymous with each other. I guess.
Well, you can get evidence to lead you to proof.
Can be argued, like in a courtroom setting. I mean, or like a crime investigation. Like, an office, an investigator might consider find a dead body behind 7-Eleven. Postmortem shows they died at 2 a.m. and credit card details show that you made a purchase at around 1:59. I mean, that's evidence for an investigator that you're a suspect. You know, I mean,
yeah,
not proof, but it puts you at the crime scene around the time of the death. I mean,
well, that's just
can
more
that be
evidence,
considered
though,
evidence? But
because evidence would be a fact that confirms. See, this is where it gets complicated. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and we might be talking different uses of terms within different fields. So, like within science,
there's a legal
evidence.
one.
Yeah, whereas science, use the word evidence in actual science, it might not just be a suggestion that leads to proof. It's actually synonymous with proof, and like, no, that's evidence is the same as proof. Because there's with using the scientific method, there is no I'm not sure at the end of it.
Yeah,
it's definitive. Whether you use the term evidence or proof in that respect, end of your results of your testing of a hypothesis, it might make a difference.
See, I could be wrong, but like for me, the word proof means beyond reasonable doubt that this is the fact. That to me is proof. Everything else is evidence leading towards a proof. I could be wrong. Maybe that's just what I think it is.
Well, something can be evident, which is what was that? Obvious, self-explanatory.
Yeah, like self-evident, like what we say about the Earth looks, and it's self-evident the Earth is flat
You guys still talking about this?
and stationary. Oh, we've gone into word definitions now. We're talking about proof and evidence. Is when you say self-evident, is that the same word as evidence though? Because self-evident is it is what it looks like. Evidence is a lot of proofs leading up to a fact.
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's because it's self-evident. It's proving itself by.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Nah, I was just agreeing. I think
It's kind of redundant because, like, something that's self-evident doesn't require any evidence.
Yeah.
Self evidence of itself. I mean,
Yeah, because it
um,
is what it is. Unless you can prove otherwise that it's not. Is that word again? Prove.
yeah.
I think I think you're right, man. We seem to everyone, not even on our side, but everyone on any side or any time in life in public use evidence and proof as exactly the same word.
Evidence and proof.
Maybe legal definition is different, but in everyday language that you use, evidence and proof seems to be the same thing. I don't use it as the same thing, but it seems to be that way. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I think I'm overthinking it.
I would think that if we were allowed to actually learn and grow the correct way and hone all our senses properly in the reality we live in, that flat Earth would be self-evident.
Yeah. Well, it should be to everyone. They should be providing these really, undeniable facts that we live on a globe. Because everyone walks outside and it's flat and stationary. So therefore, it's flat and stationary until this undeniable evidence is given to everyone.
I was going to talk about
Undeniably.
this topic earlier with Sonny because I was outside with my dog and just watching him use all his senses to explore the woods. And he's not bogged down by all the things that we are, where we don't really have the honed senses like he has to experience everything he's experiencing. And us, we don't get that. Because we are so, the world that we're born into, we're bombarded constantly to ignore our senses, and we never really, I think, fully reach their full potential, if that makes sense. We never really exercise them and use them because we don't really live in the real world anymore, if that makes
Yeah, because we're
sense.
always thinking about shit that doesn't matter. So we don't, like a dog
Yeah.
dog's not sitting there on Sunday worrying about what he's doing at work on Monday,
Yeah, he's just
what do I need to do?
absorbing everything that his senses are giving him, and he's exploring his
Yeah.
surroundings, and
So
we don't do
his
that
brain
anymore.
power is not taken up by other crap,
Yeah.
Like, oh, Tuesday I've got this bill to pay. Oh, I don't get paid till Wednesday. Oh shit. Got to go a day without using my trade account. Like, oh, I got to keep. Like I do it. I go out for walks all the time. I go and walk in the parks and stuff like that. Down by the river and stuff. And like I try and blank my brain, but it just doesn't work. I just constantly got just 100 miles an hour just going through my brain, and then you go, oh fuck, I'm not even enjoying the outdoors.
Yeah, and at that time when I was watching him, it was so beautiful to see because he was truly just living in the moment. And it's so hard for us to actually do that. And before we had like the public school system and stuff, before all that was a thing, I mean, how did people get around and survive? And they honed their senses from experience and living in the real world. and trusting their instincts. Not memorizing words in a textbook to regurgitate them. That's, yeah.
It has practical use, then it's more likely to be absorbed and retained in the memory. Opinion. You're using a principle or a concept or something, and it has practical use. Using it over and over again, the result. Then I'm not going to forget that. Like I've said before, like 30 something years ago, longer, I was a whiz at algebra. 99% in the tests and exams, algebra. I remember jack shit about it now. It's because I never applied it to anything, and I forgot, like, forgot the rules. Because I didn't need to, like, I left school and I didn't apply it to anything. It didn't come into
It
my
didn't relate
everyday
to anything in real
listening.
life.
Didn't they
Yeah,
tell us
yeah.
that in school too? When they were teaching that, they'd say, "Now you're probably never going to ever use this in your life, but we're going to teach it to you anyway." Like, I swear I remember a teacher telling us that.
The only thing I use is triangles. So, like using triangles to square up a building. You know, that's the only thing I've retained from school.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Pythagoras' theorem to get a square, 3, 4, 5.
Trigonometry.
And I didn't need to go through school to learn that. I learned that at trade school. But I did learn it at school. But then I relearned it at trade school. So
I sort of
Would
used
just
the dog experience too to sort of explain our situation, because even as well honed as my dog's senses are, he he's domesticated. He can't survive on his own without me. He needs me. And we're kind of the same way, because we're separated from our pack, and and so we're kind of away from each other and not supporting each other, and we're told that you're supposed to get an education and move away from your family and leave the pack, and that's just wrong to me. Dogs are pack animals and they survive in packs.
I had this conversation the other night with my wife about generations living in households together, and why we stopped.
Yeah, how did that start? Why did it stop?
Yeah, like what was ever wrong with having a family house, and then say your grandparents have a house, and then your parents move into it, and then as the family grows, you build the house bigger and put on extensions and things like that, and you all live together and look after each other, and you've got one household and fucking 6 incomes. Like,
And look at how you're learning. Like, you're learning from these people around you that have great knowledge of experience and wisdom right there. Why would you need to
yeah,
go anywhere else? And your whole
at
focus
a
is your family, and making a better life for you and your surrounding where you live. And then that goes on to the neighbor too. And
That's
you
what
create the
the nomads
reality
did.
that you want to live in by cleaning up your own yard. But for some reason, we all separated and we're all just lost.
Yeah.
Look at nomadic communities. They don't separate. They're one big, huge family that travel. They utilize their environment, their advantage.
They use each other's skills.
Some may say that
No.
they decimate areas and then so that it can never be used again. That's been an argument. But
They decimate them more than we do. That's crazy.
they basically
How would
exhaust all
people
the
think
resources
that?
from it and then move on and then leave it desolate and nothing grows there again. But basically becomes
How
desert.
can nothing grow there again? Like imagine,
I don't know.
imagine it, like a forest somewhere, and then a nomadic tribe moves in. They cut down a few trees, and then they move on to another area after a couple of years. Within 2 years, it's going to grow back. All the animals move back in, all the birds, the trees start growing again, and then they can come back in 20 years' time to that same spot and reuse it again.
Yeah, how many people, they don't have a close connection, say, with their parents, and they move out at an early age and never really bond, and then they pass away and they have all these regrets of not getting to know even their parents. That's tragic. How did they convince us all that that's the way we should be living?
Yeah. That like now it's being encouraged that both parents work from like the age of the infant's 1 year old and mum and dad get
into
out and work.
daycare.
Daycare or grandparents. Yeah,
Daycare.
grandparents. If you can't afford, then you get some other family member like grandparents to mind the children. Then then when they're at school age, well, grandparents aren't needed. School's there, like I get to see mum and dad when I come home and they're exhausted and just want to sit down and watch TV. I mean,
Bro, get this. So, my girl was telling me that her sister, the daycare she sends her kids to, is $600 a week. She doesn't have to pay for it, of course, because she's
Is it government
lives off
subsidized though?
welfare. But she doesn't pay for it. But if you don't have that advantage, $600 a week? Oh, that's a lot of fucking money. It's a lot of money.
Dude, think about this. Why should we give women $600 a week to not take care of their own children?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What do we need women for that we have to pay them $600 to watch their kids? Think about it.
others and then pay others the same amount to look after yours.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then also, like, you got, okay, if that's costing that much, and then they're both working, and she only goes and earns $800 for the week. She's worked 40 hours to earn $200, and someone else is looking after her kid. It's fucking madness. Just stay at home, do some cooking, look after the house, and fuck the $200. Sacrifice something else.
Yeah, and it stripped women of what they're good at. Women think that what they have to offer through having kids and raising kids and staying home isn't valuable, and that they have to, go in the workforce and try to do what men do and you're only valuable if you can do that. Like, what? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can be equal with these men. Yeah, you're different. We're all different. Like, you're good at nurturing. We're not that great at it. Yeah, we can be nurturing, but, you know, we don't have the same kind of people skills as women do.
Right, we should be being encouraged to embrace our natural characteristics, right?
Yeah.
Qualities.
So what you're saying is we should repeal women's suffrage, correct?
Yeah, why not?
Why?
No,
Well, look,
they should be. I think they should be encouraged to be women instead of competing with men. You know,
well, you see, the problem is that so in societies, right, that are the most egalitarian, right? So where there's the most options for men and women to do what they want to do, like European societies, women and the men actually lean towards more traditional gender roles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you might as well repeal it because we've tried everything else. So why not?
There's no way to get the cat. There's no way to get the cat back in the bag.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I'm
Without a
we're in
revolution.
big trouble. I'm sorry. We're in big trouble now. Go ahead.
Well, they go to work, and there's more money in the household, but everything's more expensive.
Oh no, wrong.
They just pay everyone less, so there's the same
Well,
amount
listen,
in the household.
money is a particular thing, right? Okay, federal notes are not money. They don't meet the definition of money.
Because they're always changing in value.
Correct. The number one differentiator between actual money and by definition and currency by definition is that money holds value over time, whereas currency changes based on the flux. Right? So if you can just print more money or more currency, and then whatever you have in your bank account is all of a sudden halved. So it's still the same amount of numbers. So it still says $1,000, but now it only is worth $500 like it used to be. It buys half as much stuff. So the same principle applies to men and women working, right? At one time, you could have one income earner support a family. Now you need two income earners to support a family. So think about that. What does that mean? It means the value of what those people earned was halved, cut in half. So a woman and a man working together aren't making twice as much money. They're making half as much money each.
Right.
And doubling taxes.
Well, and what they're losing in the process by giving their children up to strangers to be raised is that it doesn't compute. That's way more valuable.
Well, what's their justification for raising living expenses?
Who's raising it?
Well, it must be the case if it now takes two income earners. Have they reduced the wages or if they increased living expenses?
Well,
one or the other.
If you double the supply, right, but the demand stays the same, then you half the price. There's only one natural way. But listen to this, friend. This is the key to it all. There's only one natural way to increase demand. What is that?
Create more
So
of a market.
if your demand reaches equilibrium with your customer base, So supply and demand are equal. How can you possibly increase demand?
Yeah, you have
By
to reduce.
creating scarcity.
Yeah, scarcity.
Huh?
By creating scarcity.
Well, yeah, you could deprive someone of something and then they need it. But the more natural answer, that was the trick clue that I put in there, is this. Have babies.
More people.
Okay, you pop a baby out your cooch, and that thing needs things, does it not? It's demanding. It needs clothes. It needs food. That increases demand.
So when they tell us that we're not having enough babies, it's because supply and demand is equaling. Therefore, they need to create a more of a customer base, so they convince us that we need to have more babies because the population's decreasing. Is that what you're getting at?
No, what I'm saying is it's irrelevant what they want. Okay. People are afraid to have children because they are in this economy. And so they limit the amount of children they have. And like you already said, if you have a lot of children and you keep them close to you and you raise them upright and you interweave a family unit that relies on each other's skills and money and production capabilities, you become wealthy. So if you have 4, 6, 8 kids and they have 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 kids, in 2 generations, you have 32 functional adults living at the same time.
Yeah, generational wealth.
How wealthy would you be with 32 people, a full income, being able to cooperate with each other to get loans, to buy properties, to do this, to do that? But no, they tell you that the way to be rich is to not have a family. It's to slave away at a 9-to-5 job, and then you'll be rich. It's like, who are you kidding? People fall for this crap. It's like, oh, I can't afford to have babies. If I was a millionaire, then I'd have another child. It's like, dude, I've witnessed people make less than 50 grand a year, have 8 kids. And I'll tell you this, all their kids are well off, and they are well off. And they work together, right? And they put their family first, rather than all the superfluous crap, right? And so their kids are great. Did they say, oh, I don't make 150 grand a year, so I can't have more than 2 kids? No, they're just like, look, we're going to bang, and whatever kids pop out, we're going to make the best of it. And guess what? Now they have a well-adapted, wealthy family. And somebody else would have come along and told them, no, you can't do that because you don't make enough money for 3 or 4 kids. And they're laughing at those people, being like, look at all my beautiful kids and my grandkids, sucker.
Yeah.
Look what I have.
So many people believe too that they can't have kids and put off having kids because they feel like they're not financially stable enough.
Nope.
Am I a robot?
No,
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
I mean, think about it. Having children is a biological imperative. It's literally ingrained in the physiology of the male-female dynamic. It's literally the only reason why the physiological sexual dimorphism exists between males and females. Right? To grow up and say, I'm going to deny this about who I am, and instead I'm going to live for the machine or the wheel and become a cog in the societal machine, right? And do my 9-to-5 duty. It's like, where did you get so lost? Like, you're literally lost. If you think that your purpose in life, right, is to save up so you can go on vacation, right, and buy a bunch of trinkets in another location that just has the name of the location you're imprinted on it, rather than have children, then you are lost. It's like, look at this. One man says to another man, look at all my grandchildren. They're so beautiful. And they make me happy, and I see them smile. And the other person says, look at, I have this stamp from Guatemala, and then I have this cup from France, and then I have, it's like, dude, okay, you have a cup. I have a child. That's going to replenish my legacy, progeniting down the line of history, right? And you're gonna have a cup with fungus growing on it 100 years from now. It's like, which one of us is wealthy? You with your cup, or me with my children?
Cups get broken all the time.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah,
got
it's
a
a
new
big
person.
thing with. Oh, okay.
Sorry, mate. I was just going to say we got a new person in the chat. The normal rat. If you want to go up to VC check-in 1, I'll meet you up there. The normal rat, VC check-in 1, please.
And my brothers, whatever you do not get a vasectomy. If there's a choice, if you're with a woman and there's a choice to become sterilized, don't get a vasectomy. Make her get a hysterectomy. I'm just kidding. Make your choices between yourselves, but she could die and you'd still be fertile, right? So why give that up?
Damn, too late, AI.
Well, get a reversal. I'll just stick a needle straight in your ball and suck out the goodness for the next woman.
That's
Put it in a freezer. Put it in a freezer.
I've got 2 and my wife's got 2. So we're all right.
Dude, that was the wrong thing. Listen, that was the wrong thing to say after what I just said, because
I know.
sequentially, I said balls, and you said I have 2, and my wife has 2.
Oh, shit. Well, you just described 24/7. That's what we do. Suck the whatever out of the globe Earth. It's gone.
All right. I have to go before my moral integrity is compromised. I'm out.
I'll go up to VC check-in, yeah?
Well,
You know what
you're
happens
getting roasted.
in there is these lost people that say collect material possessions, and they make their whole life about that, and they live alone, and they go into these rooms where it's just like filled with toys, right? All the toys from their childhood that they always wanted, and these men are buying those, but it's not satisfying for them, and they have to keep buying more and more, right? They're never done, because at the end of the day, that's not really what they're searching for. They're trying to fill a void, and I don't know how it works, how they trick these people into thinking you're gonna find happiness.
Hey, Paul.
In doing, yeah.
What, isn't that like an Edgar Allan Poe story? It sounds like one.
I don't know. Is it?
It might be.
Wait, guys, I got to split. Oh, it was nice talking to you. I'll catch you later.
Hey, T.
It's always a pleasure, T-Dub. But yeah, you guys have seen those guys, right? That collect, like, they have like a whole room in their house or apartment just dedicated to like a collection of something.
Yeah, it's creepy. It's really creepy.
Yeah, and it's like cool to have hobbies and stuff, but man, you are so depriving yourself of really experiencing what it means to be alive.
I just want to alert the room, Kosho, if AI is still here, any moderators? I'm not going to unmute. I'm not going to undeafen you, Kosho. I didn't deafen you, so it's probably going to require the person that deafened you. Who deafened you, Kosho? Anyway, too bad AI just popped out. Whatever.
I have that effect on people.
Go ahead, Paul. I didn't want to interrupt you. You're on a roll today. I want to listen, actually.
No, I've been. I don't know. I actually want to ask for some advice, but it's hard to see people that we love struggle with things. My mom her dog that she loves might be paralyzed, and she's just torturing herself over it, and she's projecting that energy to the dog right now. And how do I tell her you're making it worse for the dog and you're beating yourself up? It's harder on you than it is for the dog, actually, what he's going through. And I don't know. I can't make her feel better, and it fucking sucks.
Try maybe if you're able to ask her, remember when you and the dog were happy as ever? How did the dog see you then? Do you think the dog perceived you that? I don't know if you would ever be able to get there, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
How was it when you were happy? Little doggy here loved seeing you like that when we were running and playing together, right? It must have happened at some point.
Hey, Kosho wants to be undeafened, Sonny. Do you know who
I guess
deafened him?
Would you want me to undeafen? Okay, guess what?
I don't know. It depends who deafened him, because
I don't know how he got deafened, but if you want me, like I'm not going to talk to him, but you guys can if you want to. Like
I think he only wants to undeafen, not be unmuted. So
Yeah,
he just wants to listen.
Sorry, Kim.
No, you're all right.
Yeah, we always preempt each other's thinking because we're so alike in thinking, right? But I'll undeafen him right now. There you go, Kosho. If you're just listening, that's fine. Yeah. Sonny yields the floor.
And unmuted. Kosho.
No worries. We do try to be neighborly here, even though we've had our conflicts with all of y'all, and if you're listening, you know who I'm speaking of, and that's okay too. But Timbo Slice has got something salty to die. That's pretty good.
Not sure what accent that was, Sonny.
It's like a drunk version of a Ozzy. That's
You're a drunk pirate.
I can never mind. You got to get real sloppy in the mouth, eh?
Yeah,
Right.
lazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Try and move your lips as less as possible.
That's it.
Make every word flow into each other without a break.
I think a jolly we got it. No, I don't. There must have been a lot of stories of Australian navigators, which I know there must have been, but I guess at first they were all Brits, right? They were.
Yeah, they're all English. Yeah.
But afterwards, well, here's my presupposition, and prior to Speculation Sunday, is that the Aboriginal people of Australia at some point were expert seamen, like expert navigators.
Well,
I believe they probably were.
There's a funny story. I was watching a documentary, and there was a tribe in the Amazon. Yeah, and they blood tested this tribe, and they said, well, your closest relative is the Aboriginal Australians.
There you go.
She goes, did you guys know anything about that? And they said, oh yeah, we knew that our ancestors came from over there, and they pointed west.
There was to the Yucatan, around the like. It's wild, man. Like, you can refute these things. That's the part about it that's so astonishing. You can refute these people that are linguists and studying the origins of languages. and they all point to an American dialect of like these ancient people, the original Mexica, Aztecan, which are like known to be writing in ancient Phoenician and Egyptian hieroglyphs and petroglyphs. But I could go on and on.
What does that exactly mean, Sonny? Does that mean that there was a period in time where all the people on Earth shared the same knowledge at the same time?
In the same
And
place. Different cultures in the same place, all living together. This is what Atlantis was described as. And was in a lake. The city was in a lake. They found that lake. Guess where it is? Called Tenochtitlan. In the now Mexico City, where I visited before in my teenage years. Tenochtitlan. So that was where the original Mexica, the Aztecans, came from a place up north. They said their ancestors had to fight the giants and they had to leave that land and go south and ended up in Puebla, in Mexico City, Tenochtitlan. And their ancestors, they don't even know who built these huge pyramids at the Avenue of the Dead, which is, I think, 50 miles further out from Mexico City, southeast, and where they built the Sun and the Moon Pyramid. Where I've been to, and
so does that mean then that all the origins start there and branched out from there?
Basically from the Yucatan. Like they said, there were survivors from a catastrophe. All of them did. Like many of the ancient cultures, like the Caribs, these indigenous Caribbean natives, they all said that they started from someplace and there was a catastrophe and they had to move. They had to leave. Like for instance, the Navajo, the Puebla builders, their oral tradition says that they had a catastrophe. They had to leave the southeast of the continent and go west. They all had to move. Like everybody had to move.
It doesn't specify though what it was, huh?
Well, yeah, because go look at the epicenter. Look at a topographical map of the ocean floor in the Caribbean. It's a big hole there. How did that get there? They said, see, I believe all the South American cities, they all connected. This was the original Atlantis. The first land above the waves was in America, North America.
See, I know we've had this conversation before, but I think it isn't until now I just realized what it actually means. Because I was thinking that it like all this was happening everywhere on Earth, but no, you're saying at that time everyone lived here.
Here, and they all went out to different places. From here, from a center.
And nobody was. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been looking at that wrong.
So think of it like this. What they called the New World was actually the original Old World.
Right.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
Where all the 10 tribes, the supposed lost tribes, even from Israel. But they found like 8th century Roman period inscriptions in Arizona. They've also found Icelandic burials of like 8-foot tall princess, Icelandic princess in Virginia, I think, in one of the mounds there. So all up and down the Ohio Valley, the Mississippi River, they found all these mounds. These mound builders were everywhere, like populations as large as Rome, London, and Paris at the same time, larger than them. Now they're finding these civilizations living in South America under the canopy of these jungles with LiDAR. 60 to 100,000 edifices within like 5 to 10 mile square area. That's only one little chunk. They all connected with super highways. They found Roman highways. That's why you have these Roman highways. Connect that idea to the Bimini Wall they found under the Caribbean. Like it got obliterated somehow. There was a biblical catastrophe. I think it was the flood, but there may have been volcanoes. All kinds of things were happening. I think they all talk about a sunken place. So I submit that when the conquistadors went into Mexico, Tenochtitlan, and they conquered those people, they knew who they were going to conquer. They knew they were the origins of the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, the ancient sea people, all those people that we have missing from our history now that I'm telling you about.
Well, that kind of leans towards Rome not being what it is said to be either. Like,
Yeah.
what if?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
What if this place called Rome moved into something, stole all the writings previously, and claimed it as their own?
Exactly. When even in the ancient Roman times, they said their culture came from people to the west of Gibraltar. They said it themselves. So the Romans, the Greeks also said that. Past the hill, the Pillars of Hercules is where their culture came from. Then look at the Sumerians. They're saying that 10,000 years ago, that all of a sudden the Sumerians landed in Iraq, a fully fledged civilization with like plumbing, air conditioning, underground freaking condominiums, like 5, 6, 8 stories tall underground. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Same thing in Paris.
I did Sumerian history at school, and that was claimed to be the first civilization. And you go,
But weren't the Sumerians just as mysterious about their beginnings?
Yeah.
As any of those other people. And they did say for sure that they don't really know how they came about, like who were their predecessors. So all that's been deleted. I don't know. That's why this is so fascinating to me, because it's got different layers, like Paul was saying. You don't realize what you don't realize.
Civilization just appears in the middle of Iraq somewhere, like just bang, all of a sudden. Like,
yeah.
With writing and, like.
It kind of makes sense as to why the troops went straight to the museum in Baghdad first. Special
They were
forces.
looking for something.
Oh yeah, they were taking it because they have evidence there. I believe of what was really going on, and they didn't want that getting out. That was part of that whole deal. Anyway, I digress. That's another rabbit hole.
Yeah,
I don't understand where we get all the variety of humans that are on Earth. Because if we all originated from the same point, how did we get all these different features?
That's a good question.
Nah, I don't think that. Yeah, that's not. I don't think we came out of.
I think
Africa. We got the Aboriginals here saying that they've got verbal history going back 140,000 years. Like that's out of control.
Yeah. Well, they found settlements in Mexico, Huayatlaco. Look it up. Spelled with a H. Huayatlaco. 250,000-year-old settlements with bifacial like stone cutting tools that are more similar to Solutreans in southern France right after the Ice Age than anywhere else.
Yeah, so when were we supposed to have come out of Africa? Was only it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, I don't remember what the story is.
Is it Clovis first? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, Clovis first has been now. It's being pushed out because they're saying that's bullshit because they had these people that were Caucasian in look and had red hair. And they said that they did DNA on the red-haired people that they found in burials here in America. and they found that it was the very first place that any red-haired people, and all the indigenous people say that there were red-haired giants with 6 toes, sometimes 6 fingers and 6 toes. Red hair.
Get this,
Like it
Bunny.
came up-
Like the Americas are not known for red-haired people, but like we were looking up last night. Me and my boys were looking up percentage of blonde people, and then we looked at percentage of red people, and it was the same as blonde. But we looked up highest populations of red-haired people, and guess what's number one?
Which one?
The U.S.
The U.S. So there you go. But anyway, so if you're red-headed, you might be related to the Nephilim. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Like Scotland and Ireland had a hell of a lot. They had a lot, but that was only based on percentage of population. But the highest numbers of redheads are in the U.S.
Right, even just percentage-wise. If you take that number, the actual total number out of it, just go percentage-wise, right?
That doesn't make sense though, because I have reddish hair. Like I don't have traditional bright red hair. My hair on my head is sort of a reddish brown. My facial hair is redder. But nobody else in my family has it.
Yeah. And
yeah,
some of
I
us,
think they're more referring to red hair, white skin, like proper redheads with orange, with red freckles and stuff like that. Like
okay,
real proper
so now
redheads.
myself, like I was born with like white hair, platinum hair, curls, and now it's straight. I still have some curls, but the color of my hair, I have from platinum white, like gray, through blonde, like reddish blonde, and reddish darker brown. Like mine goes through a whole spectrum of shades. It's pretty weird. And listen, everybody in my family doesn't look like me at all. They they don't look like me at all. I don't look like them at all. They're all dark hair, dark skin. I'm a red skin, blue-eyed, blonde hair in the middle of all these dark-haired people, brown eyes, all throughout the whole ancestry that I can find, except for my grandmother was a brunette with green eyes. No one else I know of had blue eyes.
Brunette with green eyes. They're mostly from Ireland.
I don't know. Well, German. She was German.
Yeah, well, that's the Saxons.
Yeah. So it does all fit together. And then you have to go
and they mixed with the Angles, became the Anglo-Saxons.
Right, exactly.
And there was a lot of German.
Yeah, they had a lot of time to do this. So, like, then you got to ask the question: who were the Saxons? Where did they originate? It's just too much, people.
And then you got, the Saxons, I think, are French and German, yeah? Because you got that place called Saxony.
Right.
Which is in France.
So then go back even further. Who were the Franks?
Yeah. Was that area French? I don't think it was at the time.
Well, I heard, like what I read, I think I read in, what is it, Wells? Is it H.G. Wells? Yeah. He wrote a history of the entire earth or whatever. Years and years ago. But anyway, what he was saying that they were mostly separated by dialects because of the river. The Rhine.
The Rhine.
That. Or one of the which one? I don't know which one. One of the rivers.
Well, what's the one that flows through Paris? Is that the Rhine?
That's the Seine.
Seine.
It might have been that one. Yeah, it probably was that one. That's right. We're talking about the Franks. Forgive me. Yeah, we're talking about how it split Paris into. Yeah, a trip. What a trip.
Because you have, Paris was. If you look at the maps of Paris, they got that original part of Paris as a star fort on the river.
I believe it. I've actually been to a Roman settlement they found right next to the Notre Dame, right next to it. So I went to the underground Roman city of the original Parisians that lived right along the Seine in ancient times. They had apartment buildings like I'm discussing underground with air conditioning, plumbing, hot and cold water, heating with big furnaces that they could load with coal and wood.
The walls of Paris were they were impenetrable.
Yeah, so this is supposedly during Roman times from like let's say 40 AD is when this place was supposed to be something like there 60 AD something like that. It's such a trip, man. Like I saw that myself. Like I stood out front on a very nice day in front of the Notre Dame and wondered how many people were like beheaded and hung and entrails all in the name of God in front of this building. It was weird. And later on,
It's horrible, isn't it?
Walking through Paris at night because I'm a night person. I could be out at night in any city. I'm fine. I'm okay. So I was walking by myself in Paris by myself, past the Bastille, and people were partying in the streets in Paris on a weeknight, every night, playing music, drinking wine in the cafes. Like it was a pretty incredible place to see for me.
Yeah,
Very,
they go out and eat at midnight and stuff. It's
yeah,
the same in Italy. They do it as well. They go home for a nap and then they all get together at night, have a big
yeah.
meal and drinks,
Some
and
more
then
coffee. Yeah, wake up a
yeah,
little bit, drink some more, eat
wake
some more
up.
food, have
Yeah.
a
Then they
bottle of
go to work for
wine.
the morning, get up early, go to work, and then they're all home by lunchtime. Have a big
Shit,
lunch, all the family gets together, and then they all go and have a nap. Then they
sounds
get up and have a night thing. Like it's
yeah,
but then again, we're talking about family
it's
again.
wild
Like
there.
they're all close to each other.
They have a lot of unrest there, though. But I don't want to talk about that.
In France, yeah, that's
Pretty
to do with the government
disturbing,
and anything
actually.
else.
And I saw parts of that when I was there in 2005 in Paris.
Yeah,
That's a long time ago now. Wow, it's amazing. Almost 20 years ago. Holy shit! Wow, that's just unbelievable. Flying across the Atlantic was quite interesting, even though that was way before Flat Earth. But now I look back on it, I just remember seeing these blankets of white clouds the whole entire way straight across. I'll tell you what, I still remember that part. And out both sides of the windows. So
Did you
that
see
right
left
there.
to right curvature? Did you see left to right curvature, Sonny?
Not at
Out both
all.
windows.
Not at all. So like I'm saying, that the Rhone, yeah. The Rhine, I got it. So yeah, flying across, you see this white blanket of clouds. They look pretty flat, straight across. There was clear skies above looked like a blanket of cotton. It literally did, just like that. It looked like a painting to me. It was really weird. And all that time, and you're flying over for like 12 hours across the Atlantic or something like that. It's wild. But I've also flown from Puerto Rico to Miami, and then Miami all the way to Los Angeles, or was it San Diego? San Diego, yeah. From Miami Airport to San Diego, and I could see the whole desert on the way in here. Like it looks really weird. It looks just like I described local areas here, like a big funnel where so much water rushed through, like that it's never seen that much water ever again, and it's filled up with sand out there. But you can see the outlines of these huge valleys, these basins where unimaginable amounts of water were rushing through. Even around here, there's evidence of that all around. Just no one ever talks about that.
Yeah. You just get you're a conspiracy theorist, man.
Yeah, right. About everything. Yeah. From Missouri, the show me state. Yeah, it's like an affliction in some ways. Let's see. A bunch of people viewed my video. Cool. On TikTok, I got a video. I was down on my bike, and the Comic Con is there, and there are literally thousands of people. You could barely walk. They got all the streets cut off, and I'm riding my bike.
Comic-Con, yeah, we just had it here about a month ago.
Oh, you have it there, right? Too, yeah. I believe it. So that's fun. Got a 40-second video there. At least I know my sound came through this time.
I find that weird.
It's really weird. That must be the
Messing up
largest
is-
group of Glovers like together in one
Yeah.
place. Like what?
Yeah.
It's kind of
They're
scary. Huh?
dressing up as cartoon characters to go and all.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm
like it's
afraid I
fucking
might
weird,
get
man.
assaulted by freaking some weirdo dressed in a Superman outfit or something. I don't know. Like
It's just a bread and circus for people that were bad at sports growing up.
Yeah.
it's a space circus.
Yeah.
The cartoon
Like those
world.
guys that go into the park and they play with swords and shit. You know
Yeah.
those guys?
Yeah, it's that's all it is.
They're like kids that never grown up.
Exactly.
Who dresses as a medieval knight and goes to a fucking park and has fake battles when they're adults? Who does that shit, man?
I don't know. Give me a sword and I'll take you through the motions of a ghetto battle. Just kidding.
Yeah, for like a man to have like pretend playtime like that is, I don't know, maybe we're wrong, guys. Maybe there's something to that to be able to still have that childlike mind as an adult. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, but you can do it in other ways. You don't have to like pretend to be a knight like that. I think that's for younger kids. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you can still be a child at heart and muck around and go camping and light a fire and chop
Do
wood.
some real shit.
You know, like I don't know, man. Mate, I don't know. Each to their own. I wouldn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
I can understand the need for some people to have a diversion. Like sometimes I need to divert my attention, like having it idle, but too much idle time with something that's like that, I think it has a bad effect on me. Negative effect. Like how long are you going to pretend like that? You're just going to put that away in your closet and then pretend again next season. I don't know. Like, how does that work? I don't
Well, they
get
play
it.
fucking. They do tournaments and stuff. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
and they go, how do you win a tournament when you're fake fighting?
Now, in
Is it
my
the
child,
WWE of knighthood or what?
yeah, exactly. Like, listen, in my childhood, like my teenage years, I knew actor friends of mine from high school, like this one friend of mine. So we would hitchhike in the middle of the night up to Topanga Canyon, all the way through to the valley, and like up to the Ogora Hills in the mountains in the middle of the night, and go into the Renaissance Fair and get, like go in there and camp in the actors camp, and then wake up and then all these people are at the fair and you're pretending to be Elizabethan. It was great fun, but that, like, eventually, how long are you going to keep doing that? No.
Well, you know, it's they're trying to escape their miserable lives from the the prison system, and they don't know how to get out of it, and so that's their outlet.
Yeah, and in
I mean,
some
there's
ways,
people out there that
Uh-huh.
there's people out there that think they're vampires
Well, I was going to say
and
about
drink
that,
blood.
I was going to say about the Elizabethan Fair real quick. I think in some ways they are celebrating a more joyous time, and I did experience that. Like I could see, like there was a time when we were more free and we could be joyous without a lot of worries. Like we had our lives, we had our duties, but we enjoyed life very much so. And that's what I'll say about that. It was very fun for me, exciting time in my life, and it's memorable. So I want to say that there can be positive parts of it.
But is that just because of the times, or is that because you were younger and you were more carefree?
Exactly. Younger, yes, and that's
I
something.
don't know. I don't know the answer. Because I feel the same way.
I think it was both. I think it was because I was younger, I was able to experience that. And it was at a transitional time in my life where I was becoming an adult, whatever that means, which I didn't know. But I could see it as an adult that I really was enjoying life for real at moments then, and I remember those, and they're very like moving for me in my own life. Like those memories are precious. But I know like I have to put away childhood things after a while too. That has been written. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's all a part of the 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 prison system, and it's people are confused and disillusioned, don't know who they are. It's all from the globe. Fucking lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they play dress up.
Like a fake religion based around a fake world that they've been told of that they can't go verify.
Yeah, I don't know why do we have to when you earlier you said, grow up. I, I just kind of instantly thought of you no longer you lose your imagination. You it's you can no longer focus and really pretend in sort of a way. It's kind of sad actually the way I was thinking about it.
Yeah, but it's best that I don't ruminate. So I choose not to ruminate like that. Like I know we cannot take in all of the suffering of this place.
Yeah.
So there's no sense. We are aware it's there. We don't need to delve into it because I can take a nosedive and I don't need to be like self-defeating stuff.
Definitely.
So yeah. So I like try to stay clear of that in myself.
I might go around with the kids, yeah, and I turn myself into a kid for a bit.
Yeah. I did that for years, way beyond what I was
stupid
supposed
things. And, yeah,
sorry.
like, no, you're all right. Say stupid things and act like a fool, and try and make them laugh and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you've got to get back to this kind of person that got responsibilities, and like you got to find this happy medium. It's really difficult.
Yeah, I bought my sons when they were, I guess, about 10 and 12 or something like that, or 12 and 14 maybe. I bought them this airplane, right? And that sucker flew way up there. And the first time we went to the park, I flew it up into the trees. So I ended up climbing this tree about 30 feet up and got the plane back down without killing myself.
How good did that feel?
I did. I had that plane for a long time, but because of the things that happened with the story, I don't need to even describe it. Then that plane sat for many years and didn't get used. But kids grow up.
Yeah.
And they move on. And then hopefully we can continue to grow on, like post children. That's difficult for some people.
Yeah. I think when I know someone's going to shoot me for this, but I think when people put all of their life into their children, they find it hard to fill the hole when the kids grow up a bit. Like you still have to have this fun relationship with your wife, and go out with each other, and joke around with each other and play around, and plan what's going to happen after the kids leave home. Like have some type of plan that you're both kind of looking forward to. Otherwise, you're going to be sit there going, "Oh, what do we do now?"
Yeah. Yeah. So
my whole life has been put into looking after these kids and doing whatever they wanted to do. Like they've got to kind of fit in with your life as well,
Yeah. And if there's a separation there might be a problem. Just saying that happens. But
Yeah.
one thing I tried to do is like I tried to keep my music going, like no matter what, continue playing. So I was able to use that to have something self-fulfilling for me, something I could just sit there and play around with for hours and hours, and doesn't require a lot of anything other than some air and water, and and enjoy the moment.
Yeah. My escapes, my exploring, getting out and camping in different places and exploring where I live, and even if I have to do it by myself, sometimes I actually really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's fulfilling because I think we all have this part of our nature that we want to go back to, like and to our natural environment, and we want to have a discussion there, like basically with ourselves, with that natural place that we're in, with nature itself or whatever, with the creator, I guess you'd have to say. Because if you look at just the information that's in just one giant eucalyptus tree, that's astonishing. But then now you have like some birds flying around in it. What? Like some squirrels on the ground, some other animals further off. Like it gets so complex. Like how did all of that interaction like begin with just a seed? And not only the seed in the tree, the seed that we all came from, basically a type of seed where we weren't there physically at one time, and then all of a sudden we were. How did that happen? Is that an accident? Happenstance?